this the on button?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, bon dia, bonjour, buenos días. Good morning. We are going to get ready to start the 60-second session of the Directing Council. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We want to start the session. We have many items to address, so we want to start ASAP. Just I remind you that we have welcome to the Pan American Health Organization, to the 62nd Directing Council. I remind you that we have interpretation in the 4 official language into English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. We try to set all your headsets in your mother tongue, but of course you are willing, if you are able to change them to the language of your preference or the floor. And if you have problems listening, we put the volume down because it creates unnecessary noise in the room. So if you need, you can put the volume up. So entonces, con estas palabras le doy.
With these words, we will open the session, and I now would call on the Minister of Paraguay to begin the session. She was the President of the Directing Council, 61st Directing Council. Welcome, Minister. Good morning to everyone. It is an honor for me to welcome you to the 62nd Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization, and I hope we have a very successful day. I'd like to report that because my country, Paraguay, held the presidency of the 61st Directing Council in 2024, I will chair this session until the new president of the council is elected. I now would like to call on Mrs. Mari-Lo Valdez, Deputy Director of the Pan American Health Organization, who, in her capacity as the Secretary of the 62nd Directing Council, will report to the Council on the quorum we have.
Thank you, Madam President. Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure state, the presence of a majority of members and associate members shall constitute a quorum for the opening of the session of the Council. As there are an ample number of delegates, member states present, there is a quorum. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Valdez. Next, I would like to introduce the distinguished members who are seating at the head table. Mr. Dean Jim O'Neill, Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services of the United States. Mr. Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Mrs. Mary Lou Valdez, Deputy Director of the Pan American Health Organization. And Mr. Javier Guzman, representative of the Inter-American Development Bank.
Deseo conceder ahora la palabra.
I now call on the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, to say some opening remarks.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Maria Teresa Baran, Minister of Health of Paraguay, outgoing President of the Directing Council. Honorable Mr. Jim O'Neill, Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services of the United States of America. Honorable Mr. Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the Organization of the American States. Honorable Representative of the Inter-American Development Bank, my good friend Javier Guzman. Distinguished Minister of Health, ambassadors, delegation, and colleagues, it's my honor to welcome you to the 62nd session of the Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization. Let us remind ourselves that our partnership began in 1902, right here in Washington, D.C., when 11 countries came together and founded the International Sanitary Bureau, known today as the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. The main assigned functions of this new bureau included, at that time, first, to urge each republic to promptly and regularly transmit to the Bureau all data relative to the sanitary conditions of their respective ports and territories. Secondly, to obtain all possible aid for a thorough, careful, and scientific study and investigation of any outbreaks of pestilential disease which may occur in any of that said republics. Third, to lend its best aid and experience toward the widest possible protection of the public health of each of the republics in order that disease may be eliminated and that commerce between the said republics may be facilitated. More than a century later, that partnership has grown to include the 35 member states, 3 participating states, and 4 associated states represented here today. A powerful sign of continued collective commitment to the health, security, and prosperity of the Americas. Countries in the Americas have long worked together to address regional health security. Such collaboration is essential for disease prevention, public health resilience, economic stability, and a viable workforce. A unified approach to health security will enhance regional preparedness for current and future health crises and contribute to broader objectives such as socio-economic development and sustainable prosperity. History has shown that proactive preparation for health crises, including building resilient health systems and capacities for prevention, early detection, and rapid response, can save countless lives and reduce the socio-economic impacts of epidemics. The following highlights key elements to strengthen health security with a dynamic public health approach. Epidemics and pandemics can endanger lives and disrupt trade, travel, tourism, and food supply networks, leading to significant economic losses. The COVID-19 pandemic caused the global GDP to shrink by 3.5% in 2020, underscoring the role that health security plays in national stability, economic resilience, and the protection of populations. Effective early detection of health threats is a cornerstone of health security. Annually, more than 2.5 million public health signals are analyzed by our team here at the Pan American Health Organization, and approximately 160 public health events are detected in the Americas. Half of these are classified as acute public health events of potential international concern. Detecting and containing biothreats at their source and improving emergency response constitutes the first line of defense to stop outbreaks and requires a whole-of-government approach. In many instances, our region was the first to achieve these milestones, demonstrating to countries around the world what's possible when political will, innovation, and collaboration combine in the interest of public health. In the case of infectious disease, we have been able to sustain much of our progress over time, despite our social and economic differences and the emergence of dangerous new pathogens. Let me now switch to Spanish. Tenemos la oportunidad de...
We have the opportunity of eliminating many diseases and infections that threaten our region. Imagine what would be possible if our countries were free of malaria, or if women and girls could live without the threat of cervical cancer, which every year still takes 44,000 women's lives in our region. It's important to note that the elimination of disease is an investment with a time limit. It is not an eternal expenditure, which means that it's one of the most intelligent ways of investing limited resources. To lead the path towards eliminating disease is part of the legacy of our region and needs to continue being a shared priority on behalf of our future. As the world evolves and becomes more and more complex, threats to our public health become the same. To deal with this moment requires new approaches that maximize our resources and take advantage of innovation. It also means that we have to update our agenda in order to give priority to those diseases that represent a threat, a growing threat to our own lives and our means of subsistence. Non-communicable diseases should be one of the main priorities of our region. They affect people who live in North, Central, and South America, and the Caribbean as well, and have an impact on the economy and the social development. It has an impact on the families, the communities, and the countries. with its unacceptable burden of precocious and preventable deaths. There are well-established means to address this crisis, to reduce the risk factors, such as the use of smoking tobacco, alcohol, and other ultra-processed foods, in order to improve and provide healthy food and increase physical activity. Our health system should continue to adapt to respond to that reality with primary care systems that are solid, and we should move forward with strategies and technologies that accelerate and make universal the many successes we have attained in our region. To close this gap is fundamental for the Pan American Health Organization, and we are committed to continuing support to all member states in order to attain this shared objective of addressing non-communicable diseases through technical cooperation based on the best evidence available and in the expansion to access for health technology. The leadership legacy of our region has always been pushed by cooperation and solidarity. That is the reason why PAHO exists. We need to take advantage of the experience and resources of the region in order to safeguard the health and prosperity of each member state. Our region works together in many ways, and I'm very proud of the results we have attained, which I will be presenting in the annual report that I will share with you later today. Pan-Americanism, which was the motivation behind the creation of the Pan American Health Organization more than a century ago, continues to be a fundamental value, and it translates into concrete actions and initiatives today. Let me highlight three that I think are fundamental for our future. The first is that we share a solid system for surveillance and response, which tracks threats in real time, shares the information in a transparent manner with all member states, and allows countries to respond quickly, rapidly, and in an efficient manner to outbreaks and emergencies. The second are our regional revolving funds, which allow us to bring together resources from all countries in the Americas and the Caribbean to expand the access to vaccines, medicine, diagnosis, and other supplies at a low price. This mechanism is fundamental for the protection of our health, of our populations, and favors the development of production capacity in our region. The third is a joint effort by our countries to keep our region as a global leader in the health field, either through the elimination of communicable diseases or through the reduction of avoidable deaths through non-communicable diseases, or by strengthening primary health care and adapting a digital transformation. Our success inspires other regions in the world to seek the provision of universal health. The health and safety of our future in our region will not be determined by what we talk about today. Rather, it'll be determined by the speed with which our words become policy in countries in order to protect our people. How we react to the unexpected challenges, which I am sure will occur, particularly it will also be determined by the solidarity, our will to work together to ensure that our region continues the pace of a world that is changing quickly. As the director of the Pan American Health Organization, I'd like to unequivocally state that our organization is at your service as a trusted ally committed to building a better future. Thank you very much.
Beaucoup.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Barbosa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I now would like to call on the Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services of the United States of America, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. fellow ministers, distinguished leaders and delegates, every person deserves to be healthy and prosperous. And most people try very hard throughout their lives to attain these goals. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy have charged us at HHS to make America healthy again, and that goal pervades everything we do, including healthier food, rigorous science, and radical transparency. And that is also the only way that public health can regain public trust. I would suggest that the primary goal of every health ministry represented here today should be to make your nations healthy, prosperous, and free. And the goal of PAHO, as enacted in its charter, is to help our ministries help each other to prevent disease, coordinate research, and standardize health information. The member states created PAHO to advance these goals, and it is fair to say that PAHO can only succeed if it makes all of the Americas healthy again. The most urgent gaps vary by region, but everyone in the Americas needs clean drinking water, good information to guide healthy choices about food and physical activity, and ways to minimize their risk of both chronic and infectious disease. The United States has worked in partnership with PAHO since its founding in 1902. We come before you today with a frank assessment. PAHO has strayed far from the goals I just mentioned. It largely pursues its own new purposes with little accountability. The United States no longer accepts this deviation. United States contributions to regional and global entities are not entitlements. They must be justified and earned by performance. If PAHO pursues transparency and fiscal responsibility and reorients back to its real goals, it can rebuild the confidence of member states. There's much to be done. The Mais Mexicos program is a diplomatic scheme through which the Cuban regime enriches itself. It exploits medical workers through forced labor while also depriving the Cuban people of essential care. The United States is committed to accountability for those complicit, including PAHO. We are also committed to supporting families, promoting women's health, and protecting children at all stages of life. There has never been an international commitment on so-called sexual and reproductive health and rights, and we strongly oppose any reference to this vague and politically loaded term. Biology is a science that we pursue with rigor and without shame. Gender ideology is an attack on women, and we oppose its claims in favor of science. The United States is focused on researching, preventing, and addressing the causes of infectious and chronic disease, and enhancing the health and well-being of the American people. We are committed to restoring the truth about good nutrition. We will soon release dietary guidelines based on sound science. We're reforming medical education to ground it in nutrition. We're discouraging or limiting ultra-processed foods and toxic additives. We're combating childhood chronic illness to restore good health. Unlike chronic diseases, infectious diseases notoriously cross borders. We're committed to protecting against communicable disease, and international cooperation is essential to our success. In this hemisphere, that should largely be PAHO. PAHO has a unique role in helping member states strengthen preparedness for future health threats while respecting the sovereignty of each member state. Artificial intelligence is beginning to improve science, healthcare, business, and government. The United States is committed to supporting and encouraging this transformation. It will enhance PAHO's work to harness secure, interoperable digital health technologies to expand access to primary health care and sharpen pandemic surveillance. The foundation of the international system is state sovereignty. The strategy on health and migration, 2026 to 2031, is existentially inconsistent with sovereignty. As we've indicated since the Executive Committee, the United States does not support and cannot approve the associated resolution. We call on PAHO to return to its mission and pursue robust good health throughout the Americas. PAHO should practice sound financial stewardship and demonstrate clear results. This will regain the trust of populations and member states. The United States stands ready to lead, to partner, and to innovate with every nation committed to a healthier future. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Neill. I now call on the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Albert Ramdin.
Good morning to all, Your Excellencies, Madam Chair, the Minister of Health of Paraguay, Honorable Maria Teresa Baran, distinguished ministers and heads of delegations, Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services of the United States, Mr. Jim O'Neill, distinguished permanent representatives to the OES present here today, my dear friend, the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, the Deputy Director of PAHO, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, the representative of the Inter-American Development Bank, Dr. Javier Guzman. Allow me, with your permission, also to recognize our good friend and former Director of PAHO, Sir George Allen, present. And I also want to say a great welcome to all of you from the member states at this very important session of the Pan American Health Organization. It is an honor for me to join you today. And Director, before I continue, I want to thank you for inviting the OES to walk with you and many others yesterday during the health walk. I think it was a great opportunity with nice weather, so thank you very much for that. Let me begin by commending the Pan American Health Organization for its leadership in advancing the health and well-being of the peoples of our hemisphere. PAHO, as an integral part of the Inter-American system that collectively supports member states in strengthening their health system, their economies, their societies. In that context, PAHO is of critical importance to create a safer and more prosperous hemisphere. Health underpins every dimension of our society. Without it, democracy weakens, economies slow, and social cohesion breaks down. The cross-cutting nature of this agenda was made clear during the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. The speed at which it disrupted education, employment, and governance, as well as social cohesion, showed us why well-being must remain at the center of our policy thinking, and I would dare to say also our political thinking. Maintaining that centrality, however, requires, as I said, political will. At the OAS, we have a role to play in supporting the Inter-American system, working together to create a better world, better hemisphere for all. PAHO brings unmatched technical expertise, while the OAS, as the political forum of the hemisphere, can provide the intergovernmental coordination needed to embed health in the broader agenda of regional development. Multilateralism is important, is necessary, and it delivers. And we need to demonstrate that. The narrative is one which we should share with all of us. We all do good work. The relationship between development and health is evidenced in the cyclical relationship between health and poverty. As you, Dr. Barbosa, have stressed, out-of-pocket payments remain one of the greatest barriers to access in our region and continue to push households into poverty. And we know that poverty in turn results to lower health outcomes. In this sense, strengthening primary health care is needed to achieve even the more basic levels of development and decent life. Beyond its developmental impact, health is also a human right. It was enshrined as early as 1948 in the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man. Yet today, in the context of economic and political instability, organized crime and insecurity, access to basic health care is often threatened and in many cases absent. Those in vulnerable situations are hit the hardest, particularly people forced to leave their countries who frequently face severe barriers to care. And I take this opportunity at this moment to draw your special attention and your support for the critical situation and the urgent needs in our member states, the Republic of Haiti. We will work with PAHO, IDB, and ICA to provide inter-American support with the assistance of our member states to assist the people of Haiti. Today, human rights and integral development stand as two of the four core, mutually reinforcing and interrelated pillars of the OAS. That is why working closely with PAHO is not only a matter of policy coordination, but a duty we owe to the people of the Americas. One area that requires collaboration is non-communicable diseases. The OAS has supported NCD's treatment when I was the Deputy Secretary General at the OAS a while ago, and I'm committed to re-energize our support to PAHO to strengthen these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 taught us much about communicable diseases. We became experts in disinfecting, in masking, avoiding close contact. But the pandemic also revealed just how critical non-communicable diseases are. In particular, it brought mental health to the forefront as one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Across the Americas, more than 160 million people live with mental health conditions, and every year, over 100,000 lives are lost to suicide. Millions suffer in silence, facing stigma, discrimination, and barriers to care. The costs of neglect are staggering. We see this in fractured communities, lost productivity, and human suffering. Member states have shown to take the issue of mental health seriously. In 2022, once the world was recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, our heads of state and government during the 9th Summit of the Americas adopted the Action Plan on Health and Resilience, focused on addressing the impacts of this pandemic, but which also stressed on the need to focus on mental health. Looking ahead to the next Summit of the Americas, I look forward to working closely with PAHO at our upcoming mid-October meeting of high authorities of the Joint Summit Working Group. Together, we will explore how best to support the chair, the Dominican Republic in this case, not only in preparations, but above all in the implementation of the outcome of the 10th Summit of the Americas. Most importantly, we have very recent examples of OAS-PAHO collaboration when in June 2025, the OAS General Assembly resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas was adopted in Antigua and Barbuda. This resolution established an Inter-American Working Group on mental health and created a framework for an Inter-American Week on Mental Health. These advances were made possible through our collaboration with PAHO, and we thank you for that, Dr. Barbosa, but also the member states in support of this resolution. Our partnership demonstrates what can be achieved when mandates meet and reinforce each other. PAHO brings over a century of expertise in public health. The OAS brings the capacity to convene governments at the highest political level, to mobilize consensus, and to connect health to our core pillars of democracy, human rights, security, and development. We must also mobilize all the other stakeholders and partners in our societies in the efforts to tackle the identified priorities, especially the civil society organizations, educational institutions, and the private sector. Health education starts at home and in our communities. It requires for the full commitment of all in society, including those in remote areas and the marginalized groups, to be supported. I'm grateful to PAHO for inviting us to participate in this event because it demonstrates a willingness of the institutions of the Inter-American system to act together and to avoid duplication efforts and to build synergies by aligning our agendas and our programs. Let me be clear, the Inter-American system needs all the support, the resources, and the political commitment of all member states to deliver on the needs of the member states in the first place. And it is in that spirit, that same spirit, that I'm committed to strengthening cooperation among us to ensure that we can jointly deliver for the people of our hemisphere. I thank you very much, and I wish you a productive meeting.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramdin. And now I give the floor to the Executive Advisor to the President of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mrs. Amanda Glassman. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning.
Distinguished ministers, delegates, and colleagues, it's an honor to join you today at the 62nd Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization. On behalf of our president, Elan Goldfein, and the Inter-American Development Bank, I extend our deep appreciation for PAHO's leadership and for the opportunity to stand alongside you in advancing health and well-being across Latin America and the Caribbean. At the IDB, we believe that health is essential for development and resilience. The challenges we face today, from aging populations and rising non-communicable diseases to the pressures of technological innovation and the sustainability of our health systems, are shared across borders. Our solutions, therefore, must also be shared and regional. These regional actions matter because they allow us to pool knowledge, resources, and innovation. PAHO and the IDB are two regional organizations that work together and with our member countries on strengthening primary health care, for example, expanding digital health and improving preparedness to prevent and respond to infectious disease threats. This council is a pivotal moment as we begin discussions on PAHO's strategic plan for 2026-2031. It's more than a planning exercise, it's a chance to shape a shared vision for health in our region, and one that is grounded in the realities that our client countries face. I'll just mention 3 agenda items that we're working on together. First, we're acting together on the plan of action on non-communicable disease and prevention and control. As life expectancy is increasing, lifestyles evolve, non-communicable diseases have become the leading cause of death and disability across the region. In response, we're working closely with PAHO and the World Bank through the Alliance for Primary Healthcare, which currently involves active coordination in 10 countries and consultative tables or mesas in 5, most recently in Panama, where a new mesa was established just yesterday. Together with PAHO, we're also advancing efforts to scale up implementation of the HEARTS program to effectively manage and prevent complications from cardiovascular diseases. Second, the policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. As innovation accelerates, so too does the risk of widening health inequities and unsustainable fiscal pressures on health systems. To help address these challenges, we're working with PAHO's regional funds to design and implement a potential first loss guarantee facility. This mechanism complements the fund's efforts to procure high-cost, cost-effective health technologies and helps countries expand access to care while managing financial risks. Third, I'd love to mention Haiti, where we're also working with the Organization of American States. It's our poorest member country, and it demands a new way of working together, and we're proud to partner on maternal and child health.
For Global Development, CGD.
That's my old job, in case anyone's wondering. Okay, the IDB stands ready to mobilize financing, offer technical expertise, and work together in close partnership with our member countries and with PAHO. Let's use this week not only to deliberate, but to inspire, and to reaffirm our shared responsibility to build a healthier future for all. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Glassman. Dr. Tedros Adhanom, Director General of the World Health Organization, is unable to join us in person this morning. So Dr. Tedros will connect via video call to address the Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chair, Minister Maria Teresa Baran, Honorable Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill, Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegation, Regional Director Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, dear Amanda Glassman, dear colleagues and friends. Buenos dias, bonjour, bon dia, and good morning. I thank the United States of America for hosting the Pan American Health Organization and this 77th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas. The United States was a founding member of both WHO and PAHO, and has been a leader in public health, from the historic eradication of smallpox to its work on HIV, malaria, humanitarian emergencies, and its world-class scientific research, including on COVID-19 vaccines. Of course, all of these accomplishments were only possible through close and long-term collaboration with the global community. So I very much regret the decision of the United States to withdraw from WHO, just as I regret Argentina's communication to the Secretary General of its withdrawal from WHO. We hope both countries will reconsider, and we remain open to dialogue. The World Health Assembly is expected to consider both matters next year, and I will return to this subject later. Dr. Barbosa, I'm grateful for your report, which clearly lays out the accomplishments of PAHO and how you intend to navigate the challenges ahead. You have documented progress on key PAHO initiatives on disease elimination, non-communicable diseases, primary health care, maternal mortality, and digital health. The regional office has also supported the response to 20 acute emergencies, including a major dengue epidemic, Mpox, influenza H5N1 in cattle, and measles and yellow fever across multiple countries. You also responded to wildfires in Bolivia and Chile, hurricane in Beryl and Grenada, Jamaica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and multiple emergencies in Cuba. There was also important progress in disease control. With the re-verification of Brazil as measles-free, the entire region regained its status as free of endemic measles. Suriname became the first country in the Amazon to be certified as malaria-free, and Brazil eliminated lymphatic filariasis as a public health problem. Congratulations to these countries on your achievements. Excellencies, your agenda this week reflects your shared commitment to promoting, providing, and protecting the health of the region's people. Through the midterm report on the implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas, through the regional strategies for prevention and control of non-communicable diseases and for health and migration, through the regional policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, and much more. Of course, implementing all of these strategies, frameworks, and actions will require resources, which, as we all know, are even scarcer than usual. Sudden and dramatic cuts to official development assistance are disrupting health systems in many countries. As we navigate these tough times, it's important to remember that in this crisis lies an opportunity to move away from relying on aid and to build a new future based on independence, self-reliance, and solidarity. Many leaders have told me they are ready to make that transition, and many countries have been taking action. One powerful tool for generating domestic resources and improving health is through health taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and sugary drinks. Last month, WHO launched our 3x35 initiative, which aims to support countries to increase the real prices of these three unhealthy products, tobacco, alcohol, and sugary drinks, by at least 50% by 2035. This is not aspirational. Many countries are already doing it, including in the Americas. Of course, health taxes are only one tool. There are many others, including pooled procurement, domestic manufacturing, integrating vertical programs into government-led systems, public health insurance, and better budget execution. In May, the World Health Assembly adopted a landmark resolution calling for more domestic investment in health and deeper governance reform. WHO is committed to supporting all member states to build strong, resilient, inclusive health systems guided by evidence and grounded in equity. At the same time, WHO is facing our own financial crisis, as you know, due to the withdrawal of the US and reductions in official development assistance from other countries. Among the reasons the US gave for leaving WHO were that we have failed to implement reforms and that it pays significantly more than other countries. In fact, over the past 8 years, we have undergone the most profound transformation in the organization's history. And the biggest area of reform has been in the way the organization is financed, precisely to reduce our reliance on a handful of traditional donors and to share the burden more evenly among member states. Most significantly, in 2022, member states committed to increasing access contributions progressively to 50% of our budget. Previously, the largest increase in the history of the organization was only 3%, so the 50% increase was historic. We cannot overstate the significance of this decision. It will help to protect the organization from the impact of future shocks and be transformative to its long-term financial stability, resilience, and independence. We have also implemented a range of cost-saving measures, significant reductions in travel, voluntary retirement packages, abolishing positions of retired staff, tightening our belts, and a prioritization exercise. Together, these actions, the increase in access contributions, and the cost containment measures are helping to mitigate the impact of our funding cuts and are expected to save about 900 jobs. But it's still not enough, and we have no choice but to scale back the size of our budget and our workforce. In May, the held assembly approved a reduced budget for the 2026-27 biennium, which has resulted in difficult but necessary decisions. We started at the top, cutting the number of senior leaders and directors in half. And we have now almost completed the process of realigning our headquarters structure with resources. This is a painful and difficult time for all of us. We're having to say goodbye to many committed, talented colleagues who have dedicated their careers to serving the people of the world, working and delivering under serious pressure during the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, the global health landscape has changed, but the need for a strong WHO has not. At this year's World Health Assembly, member states sent a very clear signal that they want a strong, empowered, and sustainable WHO. The approval of the next increase in access contribution was a strong vote of confidence, as was the historic adoption of the pandemic agreement. And to PAHO members, thank you for your support. I leave you with 3 requests. First, I urge all member states to engage actively in negotiations on the PAB's annex to the pandemic agreement and to conclude it in time for next year's World Health Assembly in May. Second, I urge you to use every tool at your disposal to generate financing for health and improve efficiency as you build a more reliant future free from aid dependency. WHO stands ready to support all member states to do that. And third, I urge you to seize this opportunity to work with us to build a stronger, more empowered, and more independent WHO that's better able to serve all countries. I look forward to continuing to work with Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, my colleagues in the regional office, and with all member states as we work together to promote, provide, and protect health in the Americas and everywhere. I thank you. And Chair, back to you.
I would like to thank our honorable speakers for their remarks. And with great honor, I now formally declare open the 62nd Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization and the 77th session of the Regional Committee of the World Health Organization for the Americas.
Voy a conceder un receso de 2.
I will allow a 2-minute break for the special guests to retire from the main table.
Bueno, vamos a empezar rápidamente con esta.
Let's begin quickly with this short part of the program, and then we'll move on to the coffee break. Madam Minister, you have the floor. Thank you. Let's begin this part of the program, which is very short, and then we'll have a coffee break. Please take your seats.
Vamos a empezar la sesión.
Please take your seats. We will begin the session. Thank you. Thank you very much. We continue with item 2.1, the appointment of the Committee on Credentials. I would like to yield the floor to the Secretary, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, to report to the Council on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Madam President. Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure states, "A committee on credentials consisting of 3 members or associate members shall be appointed by the council at the beginning of the first meeting. This committee shall examine the credentials of delegates, of members and associate members, and representatives of our observer states, and report to the council thereon without delay." Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to report to the council that by virtue of the agreement reached at the meeting of the heads of delegation this morning, Barbados, Mexico, and Panama have been nominated to the Credentials Committee. If there's no objection, I declare Barbados, Mexico, and Panama elected, and I invite one delegate from each one of these member states to meet during the coffee break this morning in room 714 on the 7th floor, so that they can examine the credentials received and report back to the council today after lunch. The Office of the Legal Advisor will provide support during the discussions of this committee. Announcements of a general nature. I now
Perdón. Cedo la...
My apologies. I'd like to call on Cuba. Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to speak for a matter of order by virtue of Article 37 of the regulations. I see myself obligated to denounce a violation by the host country which affects the right of all delegations to participate on an equal footing in the intergovernmental bodies of this organization. The government of the United States has denied a travel permit and visa to the Minister of Public Health of Cuba, who was appointed by the Cuban government to attend as head of delegation to this meeting of the Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization. The Vice Minister, Margarita Cruz Hernandez, received a G2 visa granted by the U.S. Embassy in Cuba, which would allow her to participate both at the high-level session of the General Assembly of the United Nations in New York, as well as at this meeting. The Cuban side fulfilled all the protocols and requirements established for this purpose. However, after having received initial approval from the Office of Foreign Missions at the Department of State, the visa was denied. She was not allowed to travel to Washington, preventing her from participating in the Directing Council. This unjustified measure means noncompliance by the U.S. government with its obligations to be the host of the Pan American Health Organization. It is once again a demonstration of the arbitrary and discriminatory behavior on the part of the U.S. government against the people and government of Cuba. Once again, it is obvious that it's the United States and not Cuba who manipulates the right to health of our people for political purposes and which hampers international cooperation carried out by my country in this very sensitive area. I would like to request that this denunciation be officially requested in the minutes of the meeting, regardless of the discussion by Cuba and participation by Cuba on the many topics to be discussed. Thank you very much, Cuba. We take note of this point, and it shall be reflected in the report. Announcements of a general nature. I would like to invite Brazil to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. Brazil would like to express its full support for the statement made by the delegate of Cuba. The Minister of Health of Brazil is in a similar position. He also received a G2 visa, and then the host government allowed him very restricted circulation in New York, but denied the extension of the visa to allow him to participate at this meeting, and has not allowed him to enter Washington, D.C. So it's a regret. We regret that a very basic principle of multilateralism for the meetings of international organizations has not been observed. That principle is to guarantee the participation of all member states. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. We take note of this point and will also reflect it in the report. I now call on Colombia. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to express, on behalf of the government of Colombia, solidarity and the same concern that has been expressed by the governments of Cuba and Brazil as to the guarantee of multilateralism. That means that all countries, regardless of our policies and the ways we see things and act, can participate on an equal footing in this legacy of humanity, which is the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. Again, we will take note of this comment, and it shall be reflected in the report. Now we will move on to the announcements. I'd like to invite the Secretary to make some general announcements of a general nature.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, the working languages shall be those of the members of the Council. Therefore, interpretation is being provided in English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. Delegates are please asked to give their name and country each time they take the floor. This will facilitate the official record keeping of the interventions. Member states, participating states, associate members will be recognized before observer states, intergovernmental organizations, and non-state actors in official relations with PAHO and the WHO. As usual, all members are asked to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. A time tracking system will be displayed on the screen to help delegates keep track of time during the interventions. Now, just to go over the microphone system. To request the floor, please press the silver button that's found on your microphone base. The green light, which means request, will light up to indicate that your request has been registered. Please note that pushing the silver button again a second time will result in your request being deleted from the queue and your place on the speaker list will be lost. So hit it one time. To speak, the President will recognize your request and the red light will light up to indicate that your microphone has been activated. Your microphone will be live as long as the ring on your microphone is red. When you finish speaking, please press the silver button again to disconnect your microphone. We would like to remind all delegates to please send your interventions at interventions@paho.org. This will help the preparation of the final report of this session. Please ensure that each intervention includes the name of the country and the agenda item written in full. Access to documents, programs, and updates during the session of the Directing Council is available on the PAHO webpage and through the PAHO Governing Bodies app. You can download the app to your laptop or smartphone, and we encourage you to take advantage of it. Each delegation has been provided with a tablet on your table. The documents and the presentations for this session of the Directing Council have been uploaded onto the tablets. Any updates will be uploaded directly onto the tablets. Access to the proposed resolutions during this session of the Directing Council is available at rts@paho.org. Thank you. Or in the Governing Bodies app. The credentials for delegates to access the site are available on the table monitors or can be requested of the Secretariat. In addition to the items on the agenda, we're pleased to say that we will have 3 briefing sessions from Monday through Wednesday during the lunch breaks. Information for each session may be found in the program of meetings. Today, after the morning session ends, we kindly invite the heads of delegations to stay in this room for the official photo of the 62nd Directing Council. And this evening at 5:30, we will hold a tribute to health workers across the Americas for their resilience and commitment during the COVID-19 pandemic. This will be held in the foyer on the first floor. And following the tribute, a welcoming gathering for the Directing Council participants will take place at the patio on the ground level. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias, señora Valdés. Ahora
Thank you very much, Madam Valdez. I invite all delegations to take a recess of 20 minutes. We will meet in here and reconvene at 10:50.
just to clarify, there is coffee in the patio, okay? In the patio downstairs there is coffee and some refreshments. Hay café en el patio abajo, en la planta baja, con algunos refrigerios. Gracias.
en minutos en un solo portal. Este cambio inició en el 2023 con el lanzamiento del portal de Estados miembros de los fondos rotatorios de la OPS, una plataforma en línea para los países que permite centralizar la información y los procesos de compra del Fondo Rotatorio de Vacunas y el Fondo Estratégico. Cada año, los gerentes de programas nacionales de salud pública que participan en los fondos consolidan las necesidades de medicamentos, vacunas y otros suministros para sus poblaciones y las envían a la OPS, quien realiza una compra conjunta con todas las solicitudes recibidas de la región. En el pasado, los gerentes de programas realizaban estas solicitudes completando hojas de cálculo, pero hoy solo toma unos cuantos clics. Esta plataforma es una ventanilla única que agiliza el trabajo y fortalece la salud pública.
Me parece que es algo muy positivo para nosotros, nos agiliza mucho más. Obviamente estamos viendo que todo se va modernizando y se van generando herramientas digitales. Me parece que está muy bueno.
Tras su lanzamiento, el portal ha incluido mejoras, como un rediseño de su interfaz y 2 nuevos módulos en junio de 2025. Seguimiento a finanzas y compras, con los cuales los usuarios pueden monitorear recursos, línea de crédito y el avance de sus pedidos en tiempo real.
Nos permite dar seguimiento a nuestros pedidos, a nuestros inventarios, a nuestras necesidades, y eso siempre representa una ventaja para el funcionamiento de la cadena de suministros, especialmente para nuestras instituciones que somos prestadores de servicios de salud.
Tras 2 años de su lanzamiento, el portal tiene 800 usuarios activos. Los módulos de finanzas y compras se han consultado más de 1.500 veces y ha permitido la entrega oportuna de los planes de demanda anuales por su facilidad de monitoreo en tiempo real.
I'm happy for the digitalization. This is an easier way of doing it.
Los fondos rotatorios regionales de la OPS continuarán buscando mejorar la experiencia y la transparencia en la información, facilitando así la rendición de cuentas en sus Estados miembros para ofrecer cooperación técnica sólida, demostrando que juntos somos más fuertes.
In the Americas, as around the world, cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of death. But so many of these lives could be saved with better control of hypertension. If we could raise population control from 36 to 50%, we would prevent nearly 440,000 deaths and almost 3 million cardiovascular events. From the global vision of the World Health Organization came hearts. The Pan American Health Organization, with leadership from the Ministries of Health of the region, expanded that vision into Hearts in the Americas, a strategy for quality improvement. Today, 33 countries are committed. More than 9,900 health centers are implementing Hearts, reaching 42 million adults. We are transforming primary health care with the Hearts clinical pathway, promoting team-based care and the use of data for continuous cycles of improvement. In 2025, over 6.3 million adults are receiving treatment, and more than half already have their blood pressure under control. But our story is still being written. Over 200 million adults in the Americas live with hypertension. And our goal is clear, that everyone has access to better care. This is Hearts in the Americas.
me llamo Daniela Gómez, me dedico a pintar, ilustrar y hacer murales también, pinturas en formatos grandes sobre nuestro entorno, con nuestra cultura. Me gusta mucho pintar.
Está muy bonito y muy alusivo a lo que en estos momentos está pasando con lo de la fiebre amarilla.
Estamos en el municipio de Ataco, un municipio que queda al sur del departamento del Tolima, hace parte del Foco Sur. Es uno de los municipios que tiene un número importante de casos y una letalidad bastante alta, es decir, tenemos 9 muertos como producto de la fiebre amarilla.
Entonces nosotros queremos mediante el arte poder llegar a la gente y poder invitarlos a que lo vean como algo amable, que se dejen de lado los mitos de que es algo malo y pues tomen la decisión de vacunarse para salvar las vidas.
Tu salud es tu poder. Claro que sí, porque es lo más indicado. Uno puede tener muchas cosas y puede tener todo, digamos. Pero si no tiene la salud, que es lo primordial, no puede disfrutar, no tiene nada si no tiene salud.
Estamos haciendo este mural como parte de una estrategia para llegar a la comunidad, para sensibilizarlos de la importancia de la vacunación. Queremos que la comunidad entienda que acceder a la vacuna es de manera gratuita, que es solo una dosis para prevenir la enfermedad durante toda la vida y que es el poder que nosotros tenemos como personas, como humanos, para enfrentar este brote de fiebre amarilla en el departamento del Tolima y en todo el país.
Me parece excelente idea para que la gente tome conciencia y se vacune.
Me siento inmensamente agradecida que este proyecto se haya cumplido, que es un sueño hecho realidad.
Con el trabajo conjunto con el Ministerio de Salud Pública y Protección Social, la Secretaría de Salud del Amazonas, el personal de salud en este hermoso territorio y el apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá, se ha logrado instalar un puesto de vacunación autosustentable en La Chorrera, que nos va a permitir almacenar vacunas y otros elementos, la distribución y hacer que la vacunación sea una realidad permanente en La Chorrera y los territorios, las veredas aledañas.
Uno de los puntos autosostenibles es este, que tuvo una inversión aproximada de 380 millones de pesos, más o menos $93.000. Estos recursos han permitido la modernización del punto de vacunación de La Chorrera y mejorado la calidad de prestación del servicio de vacunación en esta zona.
Cuando la Organización Mundial de la Salud sueña con la cobertura universal en la salud, es esto, que todas las personas, sin diferencia, sin distinción, puedan tener acceso a tecnologías sanitarias tan eficientes y que han salvado tantas vidas como son las vacunas.
Acá en Chorrera tenemos 22 comunidades.
Nosotros tenemos comunidades que nos podemos demorar hasta 5 horas en llegar. Las temporadas de sequía o las temporadas de invierno nos impactan también negativamente. Cuando esos largos veranos llegan, el río se seca.
La cadena de frío en río.
Que baje la cava a hombro o el termo de vacunas a hombro por en medio de la selva, por trocha.
A las cercanas que están aquí si llegamos por tierra, caminando. Y ahora con esto, o sea, me favorece mucho porque pues ya puedo tener la funcionalidad del congelador eléctrico y el congelador 24 horas.
Decimos que es autosostenible porque tiene 3 principios fundamentales. El primero es que usando energías limpias manejamos energía solar al 100%, ya que en la comunidad no se tiene conectividad eléctrica, sino ciertas horas del día. Tenemos recolección de aguas lluvias y tenemos unos filtros que nos purifican el agua para que el agua en el servicio sea limpia para el proceso de lavado de manos, desinfección y también para la limpieza de los equipos. Y tenemos una antena Starlink que nos va a permitir tener el sistema de información, diligenciarlo en tiempo real. Nos va a mejorar esos atrasos que tiene el sistema de información. Nos va a permitir tener el servicio completo, como la norma lo dice, pero también como la comunidad lo necesita.
Y ha sido de conocimiento y mandato de los submayores de que las dos medicinas son muy importantes, la medicina tradicional y también la medicina occidental, desde todo el conocimiento que ellos tienen. Esos dos conocimientos, esas dos medicinas, tienden a cuidar la vida.
Nos permite brindar a la comunidad seguridad y confianza para que puedan volver a acceder al servicio de vacunación.
Creo que sí, se van a acercar más familias, las mamitas van a tener confianza en que sí, ya tenemos un punto apropiado donde ellos pueden llevar a sus bebés a vacunar con toda la confianza del mundo.
Ver este cuarto frío aquí en nuestra comunidad, en plena selva, mejor dicho, es un beneficio para la niñez hasta los adultos mayores. Gracias, muchas gracias, gracias a Dios, gracias a ustedes por este proyecto hecho realidad.
Este proyecto permite facilitar la logística y asegurar que la vacunación, que es un derecho fundamental de la salud, esté permanente para la población de La Chorrera y las veredas aledañas.
Hola, buenos días. Vamos a dar...
Good morning. We will resume the session today, so I'd like to ask the delegates to please take their seats so that we can start and end by the lunch break.
Hola, buenos días. Continuamos.
Good morning. Let's continue with item 2.2, the election of officers. I yield the floor to the Secretary to report to the Council on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Madam President. Rule 16 of the Rules of Procedure states, "The Council shall elect a member or an associate member to the presidency, the 2 vice presidencies, and the office of rapporteur, respectively. They shall hold office until their successors are elected. Each elected member or associate member shall designate a person on its delegation to serve in that office for the duration of the session." Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to inform the Council that by virtue of the agreement reached at the meeting of heads of delegation, which took place earlier this morning, Barbados has been nominated to the presidency of the Directing Council. Therefore, it is an honor for me to declare that Barbados has been elected by acclamation to occupy the presidency of the Directing Council. I invite Dr. Henry Badcock, Minister of Health and State of Barbados, and Minister and Coordinator of the Social Environmental Policy to come to the head table to serve as the President of the Directing Council.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, Director of PAHO, Dr. Maria Teresa Baran, the outgoing President of the 61st Directing Council, Mrs. Mary Lou Valdez, Deputy Director of PAHO, Dr. Anthony, Minister of Health of Guyana, the Republic of Guyana, esteemed ministers, excellencies, Director Emeritus Sir George Ali, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be elected as President of this, the 62nd Directing Council of PAHO. I want to sincerely thank you for electing me to serve in this very important role. The confidence that you have placed in me is deeply humbling, and I hope that I can match the exceptionally high standard which has been set by my predecessor, the Honorable Dr. Maria Teresa Barran, the Minister of Health of Paraguay. I wish to also congratulate the Vice Presidents from Peru and Argentina and the Rapporteur from Chile on their election. Colleagues, over the next 5 days, as we discuss the matters on the agenda, we'll be addressing several issues and several of the health challenges which we face in the Pajo region. Among these, inter alia, the growing burden of NCDs and the silent crisis of mental health and substance abuse, the persistent threat of communicable diseases and AMR, easier access to health technologies, and the health issues related to the climate crisis and the need for resilient health systems. As we discuss these matters during the course of this week, I look forward to engaging an interesting discourse on the various topics and to a very successful meeting as we work together to build a healthier region of the Americas for all of our people over the next week. I thank you. I would like to continue now with the election of the Vice Presidents and Rapporteur. I wish to inform the Council that by agreement reached in the heads of delegation meeting this morning, Argentina and Peru have been nominated to the Vice Presidencies. If there are no objections, I declare Argentina and Peru elected by acclamation as the 2 Vice Presidents of the Council. I further wish to inform the Council that by agreement reached in the heads of delegation meeting held this morning, Chile has been nominated to serve as rapporteur. If there are no objections, I declare Chile elected by acclamation and invite Mr. Alexandro Alvarez, Human Rights Attaché of the Permanent Mission of Chile to the Organization of American States, to kindly take his place at the head table. I would like to inform the Council that there is no need to adopt a resolution on the item. The appointments will appear as a decision in the final report. Item 2.3, establishment of a working party to study the application of Article 6.b of the Constitution of the Pan-American Health Organization. I would like to ask the Secretary to inform the Council on the statutory provisions related to this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Article 6B of the Pajo Constitution provides that if a government fails to meet its financial obligations to the organization by the date of the opening of the Pan American Sanitary Conference or a meeting of the Directing Council, by being in arrears in an amount exceeding the sum of its annual payments of contributions for 2 full years, the voting privileges of that government shall be suspended. Nevertheless, if the conference or the Directing Council is satisfied that the failure of the government to pay its dues to conditions beyond its control, it may permit the government to vote. End quote. Traditionally, it has been the practice of the Directing Council to appoint a working party made up of delegates of 3 member states to study the application of this article. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to inform the Council that by agreement reached at the heads of delegation meeting held this morning, El Salvador, Jamaica, and Uruguay have been nominated to form this working party. If there are no objections, I declare elected El Salvador, Jamaica, and Uruguay to the working party, and kindly ask the delegates of these member states to meet in room 714 on the 7th floor this afternoon during the coffee break. The working party will be assisted by the Secretariat. I would like to inform the Council that the designations will be recorded as a decision in the final report. I would like to ask item 2.4, establishment of the General Committee. I would like to ask the Secretary to report on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 32 of the Rules of Procedure state, the Council shall establish a General Committee consisting of the President of the Council, the 2 Vice Presidents, the Rapporteur, and 3 delegates elected by the Council from among those members or associate members not already represented on the General Committee. The President of the Council shall serve as President of the General Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to inform the Council that Brazil, Cuba, and Canada have been nominated to join the members holding the presidency, the 2 vice presidencies, and the position of rapporteur in the constituting the General Committee. The General Committee will review the agenda and the program of meetings. The General Committee will also consider the requests received from Brazil regarding the virtual participation of the Minister of Health in the Directing Council on an exceptional basis due to his inability to attend in person. If there are no objections, I declare Brazil, Cuba, and Canada elected. The General Committee will meet today during the lunch break right after the official photo in room 714 on the 7th floor. I would like to inform the Council that there is no need to adopt a resolution on the item, and the appointments will appear as a decision in the final report. Item 2.5, adoption of the agenda. I would like to bring document CD 62/1 to the attention of the Council. I now yield the floor to the Secretary to present the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure state, the Council shall adopt its own agenda, and in doing so may make such additions or modifications to the provisional agenda as it may wish, in accordance with these rules and as recommended by the General Committee. In accordance with Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure, a provisional agenda, document CD 62/1, as approved by the Executive Committee, was distributed to each of the members, participating states, associate members, and observer states of the organization. It is now incumbent upon the Council, under Rule 10 of its Rules of Procedure, to adopt its own agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I now open the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions. If there are no objections, I declare the provisional agenda adopted, pending review by the General Committee. I would like to bring to your attention that there is no need to adopt a resolution on this item. The adoption of the agenda will appear as a decision in the final report. Item 3.1, Annual Report of the President of the Executive Committee. I would like to bring document CD 62/2 to the attention of the Council and invite the President of the Executive Committee, Dr. Frank Anthony, Minister of Health of Guyana, to present his annual report. Dr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 3.1, Annual Report of the President of the Executive Committee. As the President of the Executive Committee, it is my pleasure to introduce the report on the activities carried out by the Executive Committee and its subcommittees on program, budget, and administration between September 2024 and September 2025. During that period, the committee held its 175th and 176th sessions, and the subcommittee held its 19 sessions. At this time, I will report only on those items examined by the committee that are not included on the agenda of this Directing Council. I will be reporting on the other items as they are addressed by the Council. During the reporting period, the members of the committee were Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guyana, the United States of America, and Uruguay. The Executive Committee held its 175th session on the 4th of October 2024, immediately following the 61st Directing Council. My country, Guyana, was elected to serve as President of the Executive Committee for the period from September 2024 to September 2025. El Salvador was elected Vice President, and Ecuador was elected as the rapporteur. During the 175th session, the committee elected Canada and Guyana to serve on the subcommittee on the program, budget, and administration, and appointed members of the award committee for PAHO, Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2025. The committee also set dates for the sessions of the governing bodies in 2025 and agreed on the topics to be discussed during the year. The committee held its 176th session from the 23rd to the 26th of June of this year. During the session, the committee heard the report of the 19th session of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration, which was held in March. All the administrative, financial, programmatic, and personnel matters discussed by the subcommittee at its 19th session were subsequently discussed by the Executive Committee. A number of them are also on the agenda of this Directing Council. Details may be found in the final report of the subcommittee's 19th session. Among other actions taken during its June session, the Executive Committee decided to approve the continuation of official relations between PAHO and 7 non-state actors. On the recommendation of the Bureau, the committee deferred a decision on the continuation of official relations with 1 non-state actor to allow additional time to draw up a more robust plan of collaboration. The committee also appointed a member of PAHO The committee also appointed a member to the PAHO Audit Committee. In addition, the committee reviewed the annual reports of Ethics Office, the Investigation Office, the Audit Committee, and the Office of Internal Audit for 2024. Under administrative and financial matters, the committee received an update on the status of the Master Capital Investment Fund and its various sub-funds, and examined a report on PAHO's Forward Shared Services Initiative. On the personnel matter, the committee confirmed several amendments to the staff rules, heard a report on the Bureau's human resources, and received an update on the Bureau's effort to prevent and respond to sexual misconduct. As is customary, the Executive Committee also heard a statement by a representative of the PAHO Staff Association. At its 176th session, the Executive Committee adopted 9 resolutions and 5 decisions, which appear together with a summary of the deliberations on each item in the final report of this session. This concludes the portion of my report, Mr. President. As mentioned earlier, I'll be reporting on the other items considered by the Executive Committee as they are considered by the Directing Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Anthony. I now invite the Directing Council to take note of the annual report of the President of the Executive Committee and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I open the floor to the plenary to begin discussions. Dr. Purser, you have any comments?
Thank you. Mr. Jaffe, I want to congratulate you on your election and also to thank Minister Baran, who served as the president of the 61st Direct Council. I just want to thank also Minister Anthony as the president of the Executive Committee. The meeting of the Executive Committee was a very productive meeting. As the Minister reported, we discussed several relevant topics. Some of them will be also presented for the deliberation of the Direct Council. So I really want to thank the 90 members of our Executive Committee for their discussion, their participation, and also all the countries that are observers had a very constructive and positive participation in the discussion, and to congratulate also Minister Anthony for his leadership during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I thank the President of the Executive Committee for his report and the members of the Executive Committee for their invaluable work, and inform the Council that the discussions will be noted in the final report. Item 3.2, the annual report of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. I would like to bring official document 373 to the attention of the Council and ask the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, to present his annual report. Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Ministers of Health, ambassadors, delegates, and colleagues across the Americas. Okay, now it's in the right. It's a privilege to present to you my annual report, which covers the period of July 2024 to June 2025. Let me begin by thanking all member states for your trust and for the opportunity to serve the people and communities of our region. It is truly an honor. This report reflects a year of determined effort and tangible results. We built upon the hard-won lessons of the pandemic and introduced new strategies to strengthen and enhance health systems. More than a record of accomplishments, this report demonstrates how collective action can advance health and well-being throughout our region. In this new era, preparedness and resilience have become pillars of public health. Over the past year, we have seen clear achievements. When confronted with a record dengue fever epidemic, the re-emergence of measles cases, and the spread of avian flu, PAHO stood firmly with countries to respond swiftly. By leveraging epidemic intelligence and genomic surveillance, we enable rapid interventions that save lives. The following are some examples. PAHO monitored more than 38 health emergencies across the region and provided direct technical collaboration, training, and operational support in 20 acute emergencies. These included outbreaks of dengue fever, measles, monkeypox, influenza H5N1, oropouche, and yellow fever in multiple countries, as well as multiple complex emergencies in the region. At the same time, the organization strengthened epidemic intelligence as a cornerstone of health security, aligned with the international health regulations. More than 2.7 million pieces of information related to potential public health events were detected by PAHO, generating more than 1,800 critical intelligence reports and more than 1,900 early warning flags. These efforts enabled timely responses to threats such as human infections caused by influenza H5N1, oropouche virus, and a significant increase in yellow fever cases in multiple countries. PAHO was able to swiftly deliver over 25 tons of medical supplies to countries affected by hurricanes, wildfire, and other emergencies. These essential efforts were part of a sustained commitment to bolster the region's health security. At the global level, PAHO helped ensure that the priorities of our region were well reflected in the historic pandemic agreement adopted in May 2025. Beyond emergency response, the region advanced under PAHO's disease elimination initiative. In 2024, Brazil was re-verified as measles-free, allowing the entire region to regain its status as free of endemic measles. Currently, measles outbreak in several countries threaten to reverse these gains by year's end. Still, Brazil's success and similar experience across the region prove that we can regain the status of elimination of measles. By redoubling our vaccination efforts throughout the Americas, we can protect these achievements. We have done it before, we can do it again. Beyond emergency response, substantial progress has been made under this initiative. Brazil was also validated for eliminating lymphatic filariasis as a public health problem, and Suriname became the first Amazon country to achieve malaria-free certification. These are the crucial outcomes of assiduous control of communicable diseases. Several member states have also requested verification of new disease elimination, including Chile for leprosy and Brazil for mother-to-child transmission of HIV. These achievements reflect the perseverance of national programs and the collective commitment of our region. The Better Care for Non-Communicable Diseases initiative expanded across the region. By December 2024, the Hearts in the Americas program for cardiovascular disease was being implemented in more than 7,000 primary health care centers across the region. Nearly 19,000 health workers were certified through the Better Care for NCD's learning pathway, improving their capacity to provide high-quality care. The Alliance for Primary Health Care in the Americas, jointly with Inter-American Development Bank and World Bank, highlights the importance PAHO places on strengthening health systems through a primary health care approach. During the past year, 3 countries have signed formal agreements, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, and Chile, of the Alliance to develop actionable plans for investment in integrated health services delivery. These 3 countries were followed recently by Paraguay and yesterday by Panama, so we do believe that in next year report we will have more countries, probably all the 10 countries that are already working together with the Alliance will have the opportunity to sign this very important agreement. These models of care target the NCDs, communicable diseases, and maternal and child health. El Salvador, for example, is expanding access to quality primary health care through a $120 million project negotiated with the World Bank, the first loan under the framework of the Alliance. In parallel, digital health expanded throughout the region. PAHO's all-in-one telehealth platform, launched last year, is helping extend the delivery of vital health care, particularly for non-communicable diseases, to underserved and remote areas. It also incorporated the telehealth readiness assessment toolkit, which allows health facilities to evaluate their capacity to implement and expand telehealth. Meanwhile, the Pan-American Highway for Digital Health is supporting countries in establishing secure and interoperable digital systems that facilitate continuity of care across services and institutions. The region also moved closer to self-reliance in the production of vaccines, medicines, and health technologies, and thereby broader access to them. PAHO supported Argentina's initiative for local manufacture of PCV20, the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine that provides enhanced protection for vulnerable groups, including children and older adults. This represents a landmark achievement in regional manufacturing and a critical step toward reducing reliance on external supply. In addition, both Argentina and Brazil expanded capacity for mRNA vaccine development, underscoring their growing leadership in health technology innovation. Let me now switch to Spanish. La organización
The Pan American Health Organization also carried out 24 quick evaluations, rather 24 technologies, 17 of which were for medication, 7 for medical devices, for their possible inclusion in the regional revolving funds. These technologies address some of the greatest health challenges faced by the region, such as diabetes, tuberculosis, malaria, HIV, cancer, as well as some other rare diseases. This year, also, the regional revolving funds of PAHO launched a bid for a tender for the first phase of the initiative of high-cost medications for PAHO. This effort was developed and has been designed for the purpose of broadening access to treatment for cancer, multiple sclerosis, and rare diseases, which are a burden for patients and their families. Furthermore, last year, PAHO acquired more than 159 million doses of vaccines for member states, along with injection devices and cold chain devices and articles. PAHO has also distributed close to 9 million diagnostic tests, 3.5 million treatment courses. This acquisition or procurement mechanism, aligned with the technical guidance, is enabling us to introduce new vaccines in our countries, broadening access to them. These efforts contribute to sustainable progress in immunization, routine immunization and vaccination, which continues to progress in the region. Last year, the Americas became the first region to overcome those levels of coverage prior to the pandemic, and the coverage of the third doses of vaccines against diphtheria, whooping cough, and tetanus, having held steady in 86% in 2024. PAHO, working with countries to tackle a deficit that is a forecast of 600,000 professional healthcare workers in Latin America and the Caribbean by 2030. PAHO has progressed in a regional cooperation program to support the development of national policies on human resources for health. The development of capacity was also broadened through online and in-person testing. Just last year, 1 million new users joined the virtual campus of public health of PAHO, offering more than 400 free courses, leading to the overall number of 4 million people, or users rather, in the region taking or availing themselves of the virtual campus. Through the PAHO Forward program, we have modernized and streamlined our internal operations, introducing new digital tools, from the simplification of procurement processes, travel, HR, budgetary amendments, better management of liquidity, generated more than 3 million in additional revenue, while reducing at the same time bank and credit risks. This and other changes are helping PAHO to offer technical cooperation in a more effective, efficient, and transparent way. To strengthen transparency and accountability, PAHO published 3 important external assessments during the period covered by this report. These include the assessment of our results-based management framework, the assessment of our program budget policy 2025, and the evaluation of how gender equality has been brought into technical cooperation in health from 2005 to 2023. We've also made progress in transparency as far as our internal audits go. Reports are made available to member states that request them. In June of 2025, we had published 24 internal audit reports. These steps reflect our commitment to ensure that the work done at PAHO is not only effective, but that it also be transparent, responsible, and receptive to the trust that member states place in us. Between 2024 and 2025, PAHO made significant strides in re-establishing or establishing its Shared Services Initiative, SSI, which is a key component of PAHO's Forward initiative. The main objective of this initiative is to enhance the efficiency and efficacy of the administrative procedures and processes. Over these 2 years, we saw a broad planning, strategic analysis, and comparative evaluation, making use of best practices used by other multilateral organizations that have already implemented, rolled out similar initiatives. Now, this blazes a trail to greater modernization and of our administrative operations and strengthen our capacity to ensure we meet our public health mission. PAHO continues, therefore, to invest in meaningful partnerships to address public health challenges, the most pressing ones that we face nowadays. Only during that same time period, we have signed 24 agreements with new financial partners and 27 with non-financial partners, broadening the coalition of actors that are committed to health in the Americas. At the same time, we have signed 20 strategies of cooperation with countries, 2 sub-regional cooperation strategies. These frameworks are not simple documents, mere documents. They are roadmaps that guide our priorities and our shared actions in health. They also reflect our member states' commitment and that of PAHO to work hand in hand, building healthier, stronger, more resilient societies. This year has shown that progress in health is built through our lasting collaboration. Together, we have bolstered our health systems, services, infrastructure, and innovations that protect and improve lives. We are shaping up a better region, one better prepared to safeguard health now and in the coming years. Thank you very much for your trust, commitment, and dedication for the work done at this organization.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I now invite the Directing Council to take note of the annual report of the Director and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I open the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions. Give the floor to St. Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis commends Dr. Jabos Barbosa, Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, for his comprehensive and informative report. St. Kitts and Nevis conveys its profound gratitude to PAHO for its continued technical support. As a small island developing state, the Federation faces heightened vulnerabilities, including the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, re-emerging infectious threats, porous borders, heavy reliance on tourism, the impacts of climate change, and escalating disaster risks. In collaboration with PAHO and supported by the Multi-Country Pandemic Fund grant, the Ministry of Health is adopting a One Health approach to enhance preparedness and response to these major public health threats. The Federation stands to benefit from funding to strengthen surveillance systems, build laboratory capacity, and train health personnel. We are grateful to PAHO for its leadership in providing early warnings on threats such as yellow fever outbreaks in our region and measles in key source markets, enabling timely interventions to reduce the risk of importation. Strengthening the national health system remains a key priority of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, with PAHO playing a pivotal role in this effort. PAHO funded the development of our new National Strategic Plan for Health 2025 to 2030, which aligns with regional and global health priorities and will guide the ministry's future work. PAHO continues to collaborate closely with our Ministry of Health to strengthen the routine immunization program, ensuring sustained and improved vaccination coverage rates. Through PAHO's revolving fund, the ministry has secured reliable access to all essential vaccines. Ongoing cooperation with PAHO has also supported the scale-up of our response to non-communicable diseases and helped maintain our validation status for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis. In conclusion, St. Kitts and Nevis remains committed to advancing health systems resilience and public health security. We acknowledge PAHO's critical technical support, which continues to enhance our national capacity for evidence-based planning, preparedness, and response. I thank you.
Thank you, St. Kitts. I now give the floor to Peru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, allow me to express our recognition to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa for the presentation of the annual report and the health agenda in the region of the Americas. We appreciate the clarity with which this document addresses the challenges and progress made in a year that is symbolic, marked by the 5th anniversary of the pandemic and the 2nd of the new administration of PAHO. Now, Peru fully shares the vision of moving toward a health for all people, and we underscore the importance of the 5 interconnected priorities that bring together the work of this organization. Within that context, I would underscore the signature in September of 2024 of the cooperation strategy with Peru, 2025-2030, which is a guiding instrument to offer technical cooperation between PAHO and the government of Peru. This agreement reflects the national health priorities and consolidates our will to continue working closely with the organization to strengthen our health systems. Likewise, we also appreciate the progress made toward a better mental health, a realm in which Peru has been pushing through important reforms and enhancement of services, working in the communities as well. And so on that, I would tell you how pleased I am to see the Executive Director of Mental Health from the Ministry of Health in Peru, who is elected to receive the Leadership 2025 Award from PAHO on leadership in mental health care in our country. This award is a further initiative to continue pushing forward and building more health services closer to the community and better integrated with primary care. I would also underscore the work done by PAHO in strengthening the health systems with initiatives such as the Partnership for Primary Health Care, or Alliance for Primary Health Care, and the Network for Strengthening Essential Functions in Public Health, the revolving fund for vaccines and strategic medications, as well as the 2030 personnel policy, all of which are very important to our country. Peru reiterates its desire to continue working closely with the Pan American Health Organization because we believe that only through regional cooperation can we progress toward more resilient, fair, and sustainable healthcare systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. I now give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jamaica salutes the Director on the notable accomplishments of his second year in office. We wish also to thank the Secretariat for tabling this comprehensive report. The report has highlighted some of the progress that we have made in the region and some of the challenges that we face. As we seek to address these challenges, we must make a greater commitment to the building of more strong and more resilient health systems through strengthening of human resources for health. In the region, a critical pivot point to improve health services is filling the gaps that exist for healthcare workers. We have long had shortages of registered and specialist nurses and midwives needed to manage service delivery, emergency response, and heightened surveillance. We note in the Director's report that if this problem continues, the Latin America and the Caribbean region is projected to have a shortage of some 600,000 health professionals by 2030, and this will be reflected largely in 3 professional categories: medicine, nursing, and midwifery. At the recently held CARICOM ministers meeting, it is noted that many of our small island states are increasing the numbers that they are training to try to meet the growing demand caused by migration. However, we are constrained by shortages in educators, as our more experienced nurses are also being recruited by larger countries. Jamaica has explored several options for expansion of workforce and training, including partnerships with other countries. We have now entered discussions with countries that share similar challenges as us, and where collaborations provide opportunities for benefits on both sides. Jamaica believes that a deepening of South-South cooperation with sharing of resources, including technologies, provides new hope for meeting some of our hard-to-reach goals. Mr. President, Jamaica stands ready to support the advancement of the work undertaken by PAHO with respect to strengthening human resources for health. We need continued support in exploring new partnerships and expanding on existing ones in that regard. We request that PAHO undertakes to look within the sub-regions of the Americas to see how mutually beneficial relationships can be facilitated. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. I now give the floor to St. Lucia.
Thanks, Mr. President. St. Lucia notes the comprehensive annual report of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau themed Advancing the Health Agenda and Health Security in the Americas, 5 years post the COVID-19 pandemic. The government of St. Lucia appreciates the vision of the new PAHO administration over the last 5 years, ending the pandemic and responding to its impacts, while supporting countries in the development of resilient health systems by the application of the lessons learned during the pandemic. We also note the key PAHO initiatives, including Disease Elimination Initiative, Better Care for Non-Communicable Diseases, the Alliance for Primary Care in the Americas, Zero Preventable Maternal Deaths, and the Pan American Highway for Digital Health. In accordance with these regional priorities, the government of St. Lucia has set the focus of health as a major priority for the year 2025. With the technical support of PAHO, we are finalizing the National Strategic Plan for Health 2025 to 2030. The present focus relates to the promotion of a health policy that is patient-centered, evidence-based, equitable, accessible, and affordable. This forms the basis of the Universal Health Coverage Policy, which is being implemented in a phased approach. Major emphasis is being placed on the primary preventative services, which creates an environment of healthy lifestyle through health education and promotion, encouraging regular exercise and healthy eating habits. In addition, screening for and early detection of diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and certain types of cancers, among others, are being prioritized to improve outcomes. This process has commenced successfully with the Diabetic and Hypertension Program, Maternal Child Health Program, cervical cancer and prostate cancer screening. Non-communicable diseases continue to be a major health concern, contributing to over 80% of all-cause mortality on the island. Major initiatives to reduce the impact targeting the risk factors are underway. We note the global increases in mental health conditions. At present, with the technical support from PAHO, St. Lucia is in the developmental phase of the mental health policy and the revised legislation, which will be completed by 2026. Some of the major challenges include the growing burden of disease, increasing threat of infectious diseases with reduced vaccine coverage, healthcare financing, and the critical health-related human resource challenges, specifically in nurses and pharmacists. St. Lucia acknowledges and thanks PAHO for the support in health system strengthening over the years and feels privileged for the opportunity to participate in the 62nd Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization. We also look forward to participating to guide our policy direction and to improve the quality of life and well-being for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Lucia. I now give the floor to Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Dr. Sinovich, Secretary of Health of Mexico, it's an honor for us to address this honorable council on the occasion of the annual report to the Pan American Health Organization. This is a document that reflects the progress made, the renewed guidance of the organization, and the big challenges that persist in public health in our region. Mexico appreciates and recognizes the five strategic priorities set forth by PAHO, overcoming the COVID response and to tackle emergencies and ensure equitable access to services, consolidate resilient services, and to push through with the modernization of the organization. These are essential pillars for us to achieve universal health and health security in the region. Especially, we underscore those actions taken to strengthen the efficiency, transparency, and the delivery of results. Last March, Mexico was honored to receive the visit of Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, and during that visit, the main actors of the health sector in Brazil were able to present those actions that we have adopted to build universal coverage systems that ensure security, efficiency, and quality in compliance with the commitment taken on by our President, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum, of ensuring that our country be healthy. We also shared with the Director progress made in the network of collaborating centers of PAHO, WHO, going back to November of 2024. On that occasion, we presented the document, Mexico and Networks, Cooperation for Health, which showcases the effort made between our collaborating centers and their cooperation to this organization's technical services. We also, in the area of innovation, especially as regards local production of health technologies and vaccines, and broadening health, digital health, and training through the virtual campus and public health. All of these initiatives are a comprehensive part of Mexico's health program to strengthen our regional responsibility with efficiency and equity. We also underscore the technical support offered to our COFEPRIS, the regulatory agency, with the application of the global tool for evaluation, GBT, and the process of the WHO listed authorities. These efforts make a direct contribution to Mexico's plan pushed forward by our president, whose purpose is to develop our country, to modernize the productive ecosystem, and to regulate and ensure health oversight to the benefit of better health in Mexico and throughout the region. Mexico recognizes the role played by WHO to strengthen health on an ongoing basis, reasserts our willingness to continue working with the member states and organization to improve the quality access to health by all people on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I give the floor to Honduras.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Director, distinguished ministers, and colleagues from member states. Honduras is grateful for the presentation of the annual report that guides the work of our countries to strengthen health in the region. In our country, in 2025, it was declared Year for Universal Access and Universal Coverage in Health. With technical support provided by PAHO, we have been able to consolidate the sector, and we have instruments to guide transformation. These include the National Plan for Health 2025-2030, Strategy for Primary Health Care, Study of Access to Barriers, Measuring Essential Public Health Functions, Roadmaps for Digital Transformation, and the Initiative to Eliminate Communicable Diseases. We're starting to see results in daily life. In the 18 departments, 24/7 health centers have been opened, 68 centers for stabilization and emergency were opened, and 5 maternal neonatal modules have been opened, with vital support team acquired thanks to the PAHO Strategic Fund. We're moving forward in building new hospitals to expand coverage and improve vaccination coverage, reinforcing protection for the preventable diseases. Commitment to primary health care is the axis of all these actions. Honduras promotes telemedicine, in particular when it comes to mental health, and reinforces integrated service networks with interdisciplinary teams in coordination with the universities that prepare our human resources to have well-prepared professionals for the new care model. For emergency preparedness, the country finished the international health regulation guidelines to strengthen national roadmaps. In August, we signed a PAHO Honduras 2025-2030 support process that leaves tools that have been strengthened in order for the next administration to continue reinforcing and strengthening health. Lastly, Honduras invites all member states in a spirit of solidarity and respect to support the efforts and priorities of each member state to manage health emergencies. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Juris, I now give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago.
This annual report, which reflects both the progress achieved and challenges that remain. We commend the Director for guiding PAHO through a period marked by complexity and change. We welcome the concrete results highlighted, the restoration of measles-free status in the region, Suriname's malaria-free certification. These milestones show what can be achieved through solidarity and sustained effort. We welcome PAHO's primary healthcare initiatives in view of my country's high NCD burden, which was worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, the report's attention to climate and health, digital transformation and telehealth, and workforce sustainability is especially relevant. We are already benefiting from PAHO's support in strengthening surveillance, immunization, and air quality standards. At the same time, we acknowledge, as the Director has, that procurement efficiency, timely human resource deployment, and sustainable financing remain unfinished business that requires practical solutions. We also wish to recognize the PAHO-CARICOM Cooperation Agreement signed in July 2025. This demonstrates the Director's commitment to our sub-region and provides a platform for deeper technical cooperation with small island developing states. Finally, Trinidad and Tobago commends the Director's leadership in advancing equity across all areas of PAHO's work. We reaffirm our readiness to work with PAHO and the wider region to ensure that the gains presented in this year's report are consolidated and indeed extended. I thank you.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. I now give the floor to Costa Rica.
Thank you very much. Director Barbosa, President Walcott, delegates. In representation of Dr. Mari Muribe, on behalf of Costa Rica, I want to express our gratitude to Dr. Barbosa for the presentation of this very complete and visionary report. It reflects not only the challenges that as a region we face, but furthermore, the concrete progress made through cooperation in public health under PAHO's leadership. I think it is very important right now to underscore this fact. In particular, we'd like to thank the positive mentions made of Costa Rica, recognizing our commitment with preparedness and response for emergencies. We renewed the classification of our medical emergency teams, and we were the first countries to carry out a national simulation under the framework of Global Health Emergency Corps. This shows the efforts of our institutions and our capacity to coordinate with international partners. The report also underscores the role of Costa Rica to promote efforts towards disease elimination. With neighboring countries, we have developed roadmaps to move towards eradication of many illnesses, reaffirming our conviction that public health only works if we work in a coordinated, integrated regional manner. Another relevant aspect is cooperation received in regard to NCDs. Here again, we'd like to underscore our development in national efforts, in particular in the case of diabetes. This strengthens our capacities and allows us to offer better quality of life to our population. We're grateful for the recognition to Costa Rica's participation in road safety and other matters, especially focusing on post-accident emergency treatment and the development of plans for elimination of medical waste. This shows that health is integral, and immediate risks as well as long-term ones need to be addressed. Lastly, we welcome the fact that under the initiative PAHO Forward, Shared service models are being analyzed based on the best international practices, even with the possibility of establishing service centers in countries of the region to strengthen effectiveness, transparency, and accountability for the organization. We congratulate you for these advances. Mr. President, Dr. Barbosa's report reminds us that health in the Americas is a shared experience. Costa Rica is grateful for PAHO's support and reiterates its commitment to continue providing with responsibility, innovation, and solidarity to the international agenda for health. Thank you very much.
The floor to Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Warm greetings from our Minister of Public Health, Dr. Jamie Martin. Distinguished delegates, today we'd like to thank and underscore the important work carried out by our Director Barbosa, who's at the head of PAHO. In the annual report, we have heard about the main achievements that have been truly beneficial for our region. These advances are in particular important for health work to eliminate NCDs, strengthening primary health care, and having integral support and removing inequities. We'd like to point out the importance of PAHO's technical support in the framework of the Agreement on Pandemics and the international health regulations, reaffirming furthermore the importance of working together for resilient, equitable health systems. Ecuador is completely aligned with national efforts with the strategic axes mentioned in the report. When it comes to health strategy, we have strengthened our epidemiological surveillance and rapid response. Furthermore, obtaining the international classifications of an emergency team and including new diagnosis and innovative treatment technologies, which have even been added to the COVID-19 vaccine in our regular immunization program. When it comes to primary health care, the Ministry of Public Health of Ecuador promotes a reorganization of integrated networks prioritizing maternal and reproductive health, focusing on zero preventable maternal cares. The country is also moving towards digitalization of the health sector, strengthening telehealth services, especially in rural areas, and consolidating interoperability of information systems. These actions reflect the firm commitment of the country with equity, universal coverage, and resilience of our health systems. Lastly, Ecuador calls upon all to redouble efforts to guarantee sustainable financing and strengthen differentiated technical cooperation. We invite to having a solidarity regional system to ensure inclusive, resilient, and well-prepared systems focusing on new health emergencies that may occur. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to Cuba.
Mr. President, Director Barbosa, the government of the United States is conducting a dishonest campaign against the Cuban medical support, as demonstrated this morning in the words of the representative of the U.S. government, trying to put up obstacles and discredit the work of our health professionals supporting other countries. The presence of Cuban collaborators in any country of the world responds to official requests made by the respective government, is supported by legal instruments between the parties. The participation of Cuban professionals is totally voluntary. There is no coercion whatsoever. In compliance with the fulfillment of the mission, they maintain their guarantees with the country. They have their monthly salary plus a stipend for their assignment to other country and some other benefits. It is not acceptable to question the professionalism and altruism of Cuban medical teams providing support to 160 countries over 60 years, and even in the case of health emergencies, such as the case of the COVID-19 pandemic. 58 brigades from the special team helped address the pandemic in 58 countries throughout the world. Currently, 22,890 Cuban collaborators are working in 54 countries. Cuban medical collaboration has been internationally recognized, including from the United Nations, PAHO, and WHO. At the 70th World Health Assembly, Dr. Lillian Walk received the award for work carried out to address the Ebola pandemic in Western Africa. Cuba denounces and rejects any action against medical cooperation, which obviously take place due to political reasons. The 62nd Directing Council and the regional organizing meeting of the PAHO are an excellent opportunity to look at the challenges and perspectives of the organization in a world with systemic emergencies. Cuba reiterates the support to the annual report of the director on these aspects and recognizes the efforts of PAHO to improve health indicators throughout the region. There is no doubt that today, more than ever before, we need resilient health systems with the capacities and resources to move forward towards universal health care, the possibility of having right to health, and the SDGs. To achieve this, it is necessary to follow up the effects of climate change through integral action plans for monitoring and evaluation of the consequences, as well as the social determinants of health, as access to control health in health emergencies. We need integrating looks, convergence of knowledge, solid actions with solidarity, and human commitment because of the different challenges in the world. Therefore, member states of PAHO must redouble efforts to guarantee real, effective access to health services as part of the purpose of not leaving anyone behind, as well as to revert the backslide of some of the indicators in past years, such as maternal child health, vaccination coverage, re-emerging diseases, and control of NCDs, among others. Globally also, and our region will have to focus on avoiding new health emergencies and strengthening response capacities of all member states, guaranteeing the financial mechanisms as well as scientific collaboration. Mr. President, public health in Cuba is the right of each and every citizen recognized in the Constitution of the Republic, and the state guarantees access and free quality health services based on universal access. Our health promotes an integrated vision with the approach of One Health, focused on equity, intersectoriality, and international cooperation that differentiate it from the commercialized focus of many countries in the global north. Cuba moves forward with health indicators, maintaining 100% coverage of its population through a network of over 10,000 professionals in health, monitoring the health situation of the community, and providing assistance to all individuals and families. The policy against Cuba today, with a increasing of the blockage towards the country, the embargo, and the elimination of my country from the list that supposedly supports terrorism, are an obstacle to development of the health system in all areas.
I've been quite liberal with you. You need to conclude now. Thank you. I now give the floor to Chile.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. President. Chile is grateful for the presentation of Dr. Barbosa's annual report. The vision guiding this period, Health for All, is an effort shared by Chile and in part of our reforms, with universal primary health care that is focused on people at the center of the system. As the report points out, we face many different overlapping threats, epidemics, resurgence of disease, and natural disasters. The Pan American Health Organization, in response, has adopted an integral approach with technical aid, early warning systems, Chile appreciates its work. We consider it is essential for regional health resilience. We welcome also the agreement on pandemics and the facilitating role of the PAHO to build consensus. The link between this instrument, the basic capacities of the IHR, and practice for surveillance and response is the correct road to consolidate health safety with a focus on multiple threats. Chile reaffirms its commitment with this institutionality, recognizing the technical guidance of the organization for effective implementation. We highlight that regional mechanisms, both the revolving funds and the platform for innovation and production, are key to ensure fair and timely access to health technologies and to strengthen the sovereignty and sustainability. Therefore, we need to have long-term stable co-financing. In the same direction, our country has made strides in financial access. We have strengthened explicit guarantees for health and have shared risk agreements for high-impact, high-cost technologies, protecting sustainability and timeliness. There is zero payment in the network, eliminating barriers for more than 80% of our population. Chile incorporates the monoclonal element for RSV. We have thus achieved a milestone in child health, having zero death due to RSV in 1 year after 2 consecutive winters. No child dies for preventable causes. That is a commitment that we have adopted. We're moving towards universal health care as an entry to health, to strengthen primary care, to reduce gaps in access, improve opportunity and continuity of care, and to focus on high complexity issues. Mental health is a cross-cutting priority in our agenda. Chile has demonstrated multilateral leadership by having a pioneer resolution on social connection with the World Health Organization, recognizing solitude as a health determinant. We have supported regional initiatives to strengthen mental health services and reduction of suicide. Chile supports the report, its technical guidance, as well as the strategic ones, and reaffirm its willingness to continue working closely with the organization and countries in the region. We're deeply grateful to the organization for its support to member states, including ours. We recognize also the efforts of the Secretary to consolidate a modern, efficient, transparent organization. In a challenging context, we share the conviction that only strategic, coordinated action will make right to health in the Americas be viable. And we support our contribution to all of this. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to the Dominican Republic.
Director, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Dominican Republic is grateful to the Director of the Pan American Health Organization for the presentation of the annual report. This report reflects the efforts by PAHO to strengthen health systems in the region of the Americas, prioritizing equity, resilience, and integral care of the most vulnerable populations. We recognize that the advances presented are a basic guide to continue strengthening our response capacity to these health challenges. We'd like to express our special recognition for the efforts and contributions of PAHO through its country office. The team has become a strategic partner to promote our health agenda. In the report in particular, we appreciate the focus on the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031, promoting universal coverage and strengthening primary health care. For the Dominican Republic, this approach is strategic because it reinforces our own view to include and increase access to health at all communities, and also focusing on prevention and control of NCDs, an area where our country has promoted programs for healthy lifestyles and educational campaigns to reduce risk factors through the programs More Health and More Life Experience based on hearts. The priority of our government is to increase life expectancies from 75 to 81 by 2036. Our advance has been recognized. This year we received an award for work from their hypertension league, and the recently ended United Nations meeting. We were a champion country when it comes to high blood pressure and child cancer. We want to increase access to high cost and high quality technologies. This is aligned in providing health to all the population, especially those who are in a situation of vulnerability. The Dominican Republic recognizes that these joint efforts consolidate the resilience of our health systems, improve the capacity for epidemiological surveillance, and in particular strengthen the guidance of the sector and governance, which is important. We reiterate our commitment with regional cooperation and request PAHO to continue providing technical assistance to develop institutional capacity and improve health indicators. We are convinced that working together we can move forward towards an equitable health system that is inclusive and sustainable in favor of the population of the entire region. Thank you very much.
Dominican Republic, Colombia. I now give the floor to Colombia.
Thank you, President. The government of Colombia, on behalf of the Minister of Health, Mr. Jaramillo, we want to recognize all the work carried out by the Director, Jarbas Barbosa, and the team at PAHO, that in the framework of technical assistance have diligently, permanently, and systematically supported Colombia in the transformation of public health policies in order to guarantee the fundamental right to health over and above the market and commercial interests. There are many topics in which we receive technical assistance from PAHO, but in particular we'd like to underscore everything relating to mental health, primary health care throughout the territory. The government of Colombia has more than 10,000 basic teams in the country and has started to recover and modernize the hospitals with many projects, as well as plans to decrease maternal and child deaths, malnutrition, cancer, and all of this in 3 years with important reductions of these indicators. We recognize and thank PAHO for its support to address the yellow fever outbreak in our country, and underscore all the work having to do with health sovereignty to recover the capacities in the region in a coordinated manner, hand in hand with Sri Lanka, so that we can have a Latin American agency for medicines and have a regional market that can improve the capacity and also increase production capacities. Colombia recognized that the values guiding PAHO must be reinforced and deepened. The gender approach, the equity approach, recognition of the climate crisis, recognition that we must achieve the SDGs, and the diversity approaches. Without these, we cannot talk about all the achievements, but also all the challenges that the region faces. The problems of efficiency or failures in transparency cannot be a blemish on an institution that is historical for the region. And in light of what we can do, there is transparency, there is efficiency, there are mechanisms to identify and correct any problems that may arise. Colombia supports PAHO and invites that the reform that needs to be tackled be focused on the inequality, the effects of climate change, the effects of restriction for countries in the region, and from the effects of an erroneous war against drugs and everything challenging peace, democracy, deconcentration, greater efficiency, diversification in funds. Colombia is part of and will continue contributing to the Pan American Health Organization. Thank you, Mr. President.
I just want to remind honorable ministers and delegates, when you've made a request, your microphone is on green. When I call your country, you don't have to press the button again. You're disconnecting yourself. Thank you. I now give the floor to Heidi.
Mr. President, Director, distinguished colleagues and delegates, first of all, I would like to congratulate very warmly the elected president and wish him best success in his duties. Haiti also would like to thank all speakers this morning. At the opening of this Directing Council, we have understood the importance of understanding the situation of our country. The population of Haiti indeed needs support. It is necessary to guarantee its stability and health. Haiti welcomes the annual report of the Director of PAHO, which highlights the progress achieved, but also the challenges that persist. Epidemic outbreaks, natural catastrophes, and fragility of our health systems. For Haiti, this report is a reality that we live every day: instability, cholera resurgence, and humanitarian constraints. The support of PAHO has been vital, especially when it comes to surveillance, vaccination, mental health, and supplies in medicines. Despite these challenges, Haiti is resolute to move towards strengthening its health system. Recently, we implemented a national unit to fight NCDs and traumatism. It created a National Institute Against Cancer and undertaken actions to introduce vaccines, cervical cancer. This shows a willingness to invest in prevention and protect future generations. Our national priorities are those of the region: equitable access to care, financial protection of the most vulnerable, and prevention and health prevention. But there are many needs for resources. Haiti needs lasting, sustainable financing and equitable access. This is at the spirit of Pan-Americanism, built on a unique region where cooperation is the best guarantee for our health safety. The Pan-Americanism is not an idea of the past. It is the key to our shared security. Thank you very much.
And that has brought us to 12:30. I'm going to give the floor to the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 3 quick announcements. First, we would like to invite all of the heads of the delegations to please stay in this room, in room A, for the official photo. Also, we would like to inform delegates that after the official photo, the briefing session, presentation of the report of the World Bank, PAHO, Lancet Regional Health America's Commission on Primary Health Care and Resilience in Latin America and the Caribbean will take place in room B during the lunch break. A light lunch will be provided for delegates that are joining the briefing session. Finally, the General Committee is scheduled to meet in room 714 on the 7th floor right during the lunch break, right after the official photo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This brings us to lunch. I just want to, before we break, let you know that there's a list of 10 countries that have requests to speak, and we will resume at 2:30, and we will follow the list. This morning's session is now ended, and this session is adjourned. Thank you.
com o olho parado olhando para cima. E eu me desesperei, eu achei que ela ia morrer. Ele não respondia, a gente falava, ele não respondia, usando fralda, estava bem magro.
Tuberculose, criptococose e histoplasmose são as 3 principais infecções oportunistas que mais matam pessoas com AIDS hoje em dia. A diferença dos testes rápidos para os métodos convencionais é que em 30 a 40 minutos nós conseguimos saber qual é a infecção oportunista que está acometendo essa pessoa.
E a gente ter um método diagnóstico rápido para ter certeza do que a gente está tratando faz muita diferença.
Agora eu já caminho um pouco sozinha, né? Eu vou emocionar.
Aprendendo a caminhar de novo que nem um bebê.
Pra quem tava em cima de uma cama, sem falar, sem se mexer, isso é ótimo, né?
Eu me levantei, caí, tomava banho com a mãe, aqui com cima eu tomava banho sozinho, e agora sim, tudo eu agora.
Para se responsabilizar, nós somos um grupo que se sensibiliza muito com as questões de HIV e AIDS, então eu chego até a me emocionar para falar deles, mas que de fato é uma equipe que faz muita diferença assim, no trabalho aqui em Porto Alegre e que tem muita vontade de mudar as condições materiais de vida das pessoas.
Hola, hoy vamos a conocer el alfabeto de las hepatitis virales. Las hepatitis A, B, C, D y E pueden dañar el hígado y algunas de ellas se transmiten por contacto sexual. Comenzaremos explicando qué es la hepatitis viral. La hepatitis es una enfermedad causada por un virus que provoca la inflamación del hígado y puede producir epidemias, cáncer de hígado y hasta la muerte. Los síntomas de los 5 tipos de hepatitis son similares: fiebres, náuseas, vómitos, dolor abdominal, erupciones en la piel, pérdida de apetito e ictericia, o sea, coloración amarillenta de la piel. A veces, las hepatitis no presentan los síntomas hasta varios años después de infectarse, pero para ese momento el hígado puede tener daños graves. La hepatitis A puede adquirirse por alimentos o agua contaminada, falta de higiene o por contacto directo con una persona infectada. Los síntomas aparecen de 2 a 3 semanas después de infectarse. Se puede prevenir a través de una vacuna. A diferencia de la hepatitis A, la hepatitis B no se transmite por agua o alimentos contaminados. Se transmite a través de la sangre, por vía sexual o de una madre infectada a su hijo durante el parto. Muy importante, no se transmite por compartir utensilios de cocina, por besarse o estornudar. Los síntomas pueden aparecer de 1 a 2 meses después de la infección. En algunos casos no presenta síntomas, pero si el virus no se trata, puede ocasionar daños graves al hígado e incluso la muerte. La buena noticia es que se puede prevenir con una vacuna. La hepatitis C también puede transmitirse a través de la sangre y jeringas contaminadas, o también por vía sexual. Los síntomas pueden aparecer entre 2 semanas a 2 meses después de haber contraído el virus. Sin embargo, el 80% de los casos son asintomáticos. No hay vacuna para prevenirla. Pero la buena noticia es que existen medicamentos que curan la enfermedad en tan solo 3 meses. La hepatitis D es posible contraerla solo si tienes hepatitis B. También se transmite por vía sexual y a través de sangre contaminada. La vacuna contra la hepatitis B también te protege contra este virus. Y la última es la hepatitis E, pero no por eso es menos importante. Al igual que la hepatitis A, se transmite por agua y alimentos contaminados. Por eso es importante lavar bien las frutas y verduras antes de consumirlas, así como lavarse las manos con jabón después de ir al baño y antes de preparar los alimentos. Los síntomas aparecen entre 2 y 10 semanas después de adquirir el virus. Si piensas que podrías tenerla, visita el servicio de salud más cercano y pide hacerte la prueba. Y si quieres conocer más sobre las hepatitis, infórmate.
We are happy and very proud that we are the first Amazonian country in the region of the Americas to be malaria-free. Our success has been through governments and the dedication and commitment of our health workers and our policymakers.
Me gusta mucho la idea cuando escucho que el país que consiguió eliminar la malaria y que no tiene malaria por más de 3 años, es un orgullo participar de algo así.
Afasi kwa kufifu de malaria free aini sana adewa mbusani bika omeal kabade be fetifu anga malaria.
Everywhere where there is a community, you can train people from the community in doing diagnosis and treatment and report to you.
Most of the time it will be the MSD that would reach out and test everyone and distribute bed nets as well and educate the people about how to prevent malaria.
Próprio esforço do grupo, nós temos pessoas aqui dentro da Malaria que realmente estão dispostas a fazer o trabalho com motivação e carinho. Trabalhar com a própria comunidade foi a chave para chegar onde chegamos.
We decided on a 3-national plan to provide people diagnosis and treatment.
Those places are very difficult to reach. You need to go with the airplane, the boat, sometimes with the ATP.
En als je daar aankomt, stel je hebt regen, dan ben je helemaal nat. En dan ben je helemaal nat. Dus dan ga je gewoon met natte kleren je werk moeten doen. En pas wanneer je terugkomt naar het kamp kan je je verkleden.
I would like really to congratulate these health workers in this area because I experienced the challenge they are facing to reach these places. You can't do that if you are not committed.
I think in the foreseeable future, we can envision a malaria-free Amazon.
We can change the life of many people by reaching this elimination goal.
Our children now will have a happy and a healthy life, go to school, play, and everything a child needs to develop and to grow.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales sin influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros. Un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores, para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo: proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración: que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so this is the 5th one. And it's the first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis, and I'm from Yarong Park Village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it strange from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable, and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around, and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. The SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had a face-to-face training where the facilitators from Georgetown came down. The region is doing well in terms of maternal death because we haven't had a maternal death like 3 or 4 years now.
We enter the data into the computer. Whenever we have admissions, we enter them into the computer. When you pull up that mother's information, you will find it there, but in a hard copy, something you might not find the card anymore. It might be put away somewhere else that
you can't find it.
I've worked at Georgetown Public Hospital before the system was implemented, so I know how it was to use the paper base. And transitioning to the electronic base, I have to tell you, it has been like such a great thing for us. I actually have a great example of when the system was very helpful to us. So we had a patient come in, she was unconscious, she actually had a seizure, so she was diagnosed with eclampsia. Being able to look at the system, we could tell like what her labs were right away, we could tell what her blood pressure was before, we could get a very clear picture of her trajectory throughout the pregnancy and up to when she was. We were able to tell her gestational age, we were able to know if to give her corticosteroids and how to best deliver her. So in the end, she had a good outcome.
This has been quite a transformation for our department, because prior to SIP, what we would have had is there was tremendous paperwork that had to be done.
When patients comes to admission, we used to have an increased surplus or increased volume of patients waiting for admissions. With the digital way, it's faster because physicians are pretty much aware of how the perinatology system works. So we input the information quicker, and you don't have to do multiple copies in order to share to the different wards.
This is a very, very good decision-making tool in terms of maternal health policy and planning at the national and the regional level.
I think in Guyana over the last 4 years, we have made significant progress as it relates to reproductive health. We have PAHO, we have the Canadian government who has helped us. And so because of this assistance, we have accelerated what we've been doing. So I think in terms of sustaining what we've started, with our resources and with some help from our partners, we certainly would be able to sustain these gains.
My delivery date is anytime because I'm 38 weeks. Good. Yes. Yes. So I could feel my baby's really. I will stay. I have names, but I did not choose my baby name as yet. So when the baby born, then I will choose the names for my baby.
Today, we're going to tell you a story based on real events. Bye, dengue.
Chapter 4, Dengue Warning Signs. Felipe had been resting at home for several days after the staff at the health center told him he had dengue. He had followed all the advice, drinking oral rehydration salts and water, using a mosquito net over his bed, and taking proper precautions. And his fever had gone down. "I don't have a fever anymore," he said, though he still had other symptoms. When he got out of bed, he felt extremely tired and a little dizzy. Soon after, he developed a strong stomach ache and felt like throwing up a number of times. When he looked in the mirror, he noticed a small nosebleed. He then remembered what the doctor had told him before sending him home. If you feel dizzy, have severe stomach pain, feel very tired, restless or anxious, repeated vomiting, fainting, or notice any bleeding from your nose, gums, vomit, stools, or urine, you must return to the hospital right away. So, without thinking twice, Felipe called Viviana, and in no time, they were on their way to the hospital to ensure everything was okay. Because taking care of your health is what matters the most. And the sooner you notice a warning sign of dengue fever, the sooner you can save lives. So, that's all, folks. But remember, always take care of your health.
With the rising prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Belize, supported by the European Union's Health Sector Support Program, EUHSSP, and PAHO, is proactively strengthening its health system. Through the development of targeted policies and collaborative frameworks, the nation is addressing these challenges on multiple fronts. From integrated primary care services, building capacity of healthcare workers, to empowering communities, strengthening health systems, saving lives.
In Belize, over the last 5 consecutive years, non-communicable diseases have been in the top 5 causes of morbidity and mortality for our country. So we knew that we needed to address this head-on. We were able to successfully launch our nutrition policy, and we're able to put a nutrition plan with objectives onto this policy.
And the support that is being provided to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development of the National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan will also contribute to ensuring the management of non-communicable diseases.
By defining clear objectives and strategies, we are building a future where NCDs are effectively managed and the health of our population is prioritized. Integrated health service delivery networks are revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Belize. By ensuring comprehensive care at the primary level and bringing services closer to where people live, these networks are making a significant impact.
Through integrating the comprehensive management of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disorders, also mental health conditions, this really helps to strengthen the capacity of primary care providers and also community health workers in the knowledge and understanding of prevention and management of these conditions.
By standardizing care with global best practices and introducing new treatment modalities, healthcare professionals are better equipped to manage chronic illnesses. Health education is a crucial element in preventing and managing NCDs.
Through PAHO, we have been able to successfully, over the last 12 to 18 months, do caravans in some of the least accessible places, very rural communities that had significant population. So the health caravans were basically a fair for the community to come out, learn more about health in different aspects. The blood pressure was done, your weight, your height, your body mass index. The pharmacist was there, nutritionists were there to give nutrition counseling. It was just an effort to try to improve health literacy in the hardest to reach populations.
By empowering communities with knowledge and education, we can inspire behavioral change and improve overall health outcomes. Access to essential medical equipment is vital in the early detection and management of NCDs. With the right tools, our healthcare providers are better equipped to serve the community.
There are a number of new blood pressure measuring devices that have come onto the market, but it is important to ensure that these are clinically validated so that the readings that we receive from them are accurate. In order to ensure that as we roll out the Hearts Initiative for the proper management and control of hypertension, we want to ensure that the equipment that are being used in the primary care facilities have been standardized.
The National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan are groundbreaking initiatives aimed at reducing the burden of cancer across the country.
Through the EU project, PAHO has been able to give us tremendous technical cooperation for us to have a very solid and usable plan when it comes to reduction of all cancers, not just cervical cancer, but it's the National Cancer Plan.
The important thing about cancer and any cancer plan is to ensure that it is very comprehensive and covers the broad spectrum from prevention to rehabilitation and to care at the end of life. In addition to that, the clinical management. How do you diagnose? How do you manage these conditions? Which medications to use? So those are components that are also in the plan.
Together, with the support of our partners and communities, we are building a healthier, stronger Belize. One step at a time, we are ensuring better care for NCDs through integration in primary health care.
En nuestra región, donde las distancias y la dificultad para el acceso a los servicios de salud se han transformado en una problemática frecuente, la telesalud se presenta como una solución innovadora y accesible. La telesalud combina la tecnología con los servicios de salud para llevar la atención a quien más lo necesita, sin importar su ubicación. Desde consultas virtuales hasta seguimiento de patologías de manera remota, estas herramientas están transformando el acceso a la salud. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, está apoyando este cambio a través de su propuesta de telesalud. La OPS ofrece una plataforma todo en uno para el registro clínico electrónico y la realización de videoconsultas, que está disponible como bien público digital. Además, la OPS proporciona recursos educativos mediante estrategias de simulación que capacitan a los profesionales, permitiéndoles brindar atención de calidad. Esto incluye un telekit, que consiste en dispositivos médicos seleccionados para el seguimiento de patologías crónicas a distancia y una caja de herramientas con recursos para implementar programas de telesalud.
Súper buena, porque no se demoran en llamarla. Entonces la hora se la dan por el mismo teléfono. Entonces no es un tema que uno tenga que venir para acá como lo hacía uno antes, que levantarse temprano. Lo encuentro súper bueno. Pues me manejo mucho en este internet, así que le dije a mi hija que me enseñara cómo era el tema y es súper fácil.
Más cómodo para uno, estar saliendo de la casa, lo puede hacer a cualquier hora, yo que trabajo todo el día.
La telemedicina acerca a los profesionales con sus pacientes, cuidándolos en tiempo real, mejorando el manejo de su salud e acercándoles cuidados de calidad.
Minha formação acadêmica está na área da telesaúde. Minha profissão é na área de telesaúde. Isso aí, para mim, é como se fosse realizar um sonho que está acontecendo.
En conclusión, la telesalud está dando acceso a muchos pacientes. Con la OPS apoyando estas implementaciones, se están reduciendo brechas, mejorando la calidad de vida y proporcionando a cada persona la atención que merece. Es hora de sumarse.
Amid a challenging security environment, vital work by the Ministry of Public Health and Population is strengthening routine immunization services in Haiti. Supported by PAHO and funded by the Canadian government through the Can Give initiative, these efforts seek to ensure equitable access to life-giving vaccines for vulnerable communities and groups, including girls and pregnant women. Through 3 regional exercises, 105 department-level trainers receive important updates on vaccination norms and protocols, including on COVID-19 vaccines, which have been integrated into Haiti's national immunization program. Through cascade training, these regional trainers then share their knowledge with nearly 400 health providers. In addition, 124 health providers involved in epidemiological surveillance were trained in specific protocols for surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases. And 221 health facilities benefited from supportive supervision to ensure their compliance with vaccination quality standards. In 2024, more than 421,000 Haitian children received critical vaccinations through catch-up campaigns and routine services. And as Haiti faced recurring cases of deadly diphtheria, PAHO supported the vaccination of more than 340,000 children against the disease.
Oh oui, vaccin li gen an pile importance dans cadre routine et raison c'est parce que gen zone qui vraiment éloigné. Des fois, parents pas de possibilité pour les mener ti moun dans centre là pour les venir faire vaccin. Des fois, négligence parents tout et les nouveaux équipes souterrain comme ça vraiment aider parents yo, aider ti moun yo pour capable joindre vaccin dans localité côté que yo vivent là.
Parler des maladies évitables par la vaccination, nous apprenons et diphtérie. Effectivement, c'est un cas de diphtérie suspect que l'équipe aidée là a fait réponse. Et nous en pleine activité réponse. J'en ai remarqué, nous cherchons rougeole, rubéole, nous cherchons syndrome rubéole congénital, qui est moins d'un an. Nous cherchons catankou paralysie flasse aiguë. Nous cherchons surtout Haïti et moun qui gen moins que 15 ans.
HEARTS is an initiative of the Pan American Health Organization and the Ministry of Health, which aims to improve heart health and save lives by standardizing hypertension treatment, promoting healthy lifestyles, and strengthening primary health care.
The chronic non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death in Grenada. Within the top 3, we have the cardiovascular diseases. For these reasons, we welcome the introduction of the HEARTS Initiative.
At the core of the HEARTS Initiative is the HEARTS Protocol, which provides a standardized approach to hypertension management and cardiovascular disease prevention in primary health care. It includes standardized treatment, effective and accessible medications, risk-based care, team-based approaches, healthy lifestyle promotion, and the strengthening of primary healthcare systems.
The integration or initiation of HEARTS has introduced a standardized approach to the way we manage high blood pressure patients.
The HEARTS protocol includes simple, standardized, proven treatments and interventions that can be easily incorporated into primary health care.
As part of the HEARTS program, we have standardized blood pressure reading, ensuring that all categories of staff know how to check blood pressure. So in case a patient comes to the facility, anyone can assist them in checking their blood pressure.
The HEARTS protocol emphasizes a team-based approach which expands the responsibilities of hypertension management beyond primary healthcare physicians to include nurses, pharmacists, nutritionists, and other healthcare professionals, so that they too play a significant role in saving lives.
As nurses, we ensure that our patients are compliant, making sure that they monitor their blood pressure as often as possible, take the medication, come to visit the doctor when they are low on the supplies, follow up with the nutritionist as well, and if they have any issues or concern that they are, feel free that they can come in. If they're not feeling well, they could come in at any time and speak to any one of us for advice, and we can do the proper referral if it's hospital or to doctor.
So as nutritionists and dietitians within the healthcare, whether it's primary healthcare or secondary care, we employ what is called medical nutrition therapy. This involves doing a comprehensive assessment. We look at body measurement, we look at the biochemical markers, the labs and so forth. We look at lifestyles, we look at dietary indication, and we also do a full physical exam. Once we're completed, we do a nutrition diagnosis, and then we will recommend and put together a targeted care plan with interventions as to how we can get that person to improve the overall lifestyle. So whether it's becoming more physically active lifestyles, whether it's changing diet, whether it's ensuring that person gets adequate amount of nutrients and filling the gap where there are deficits. We know that if we can correct the diet, also if we can maintain an adequate foundation for health, we know that we can see better outcomes when it comes to heart health.
The HEARTS protocol emphasizes the use of effective, affordable, and widely available medications to improve hypertension management.
The medicines that we'll be using as part of the HEARTS initiative, they're somewhat designed to be less burdensome on the patient because the number of pills that the patients would be required to use to control their conditions are reduced, because now we are making use of combination therapy. So one pill will contain maybe your 2 high blood pressure medications that you're taking at present.
Medication that are available through the HEARTS initiative are heavily subsidized, right? Patients that are less than 60 would pay a small fee. Those who are over 60 and over, it would actually be free as per protocol that already existed.
Following the introduction of the HEARTS initiative, we anticipate better compliance among our patients. We anticipate a reduction in the number of individuals who have uncontrolled high blood pressure. And at the end, we anticipate that in the long run, a reduction in the number of complications and the number of deaths that we are seeing as a result of high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease.
El cáncer infantil afecta a miles de familias en el mundo cada año, generando angustia y sufrimiento. En la región de las Américas, los gobiernos, la OPS y sus socios se han unido en la iniciativa Cure All para afrontar este desafío y devolver la esperanza.
Desde el año 2019, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en colaboración con el St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, trabaja incansablemente para mejorar la detección oportuna del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes. En Latinoamérica y Caribe estamos logrando que más países prioricen el cáncer infantil y lo incluyan en políticas públicas que contemplen actividades para promover el diagnóstico oportuno. En los últimos 5 años, se ha incrementado por lo menos en 3 veces el número de países que cuentan con una guía nacional de detección precoz y sistemas de referencia. Ya estamos viendo los primeros resultados y se está logrando que más niños puedan llegar temprano a su diagnóstico, que más niños puedan tener estadios precoces de enfermedad y que amplíen la posibilidad de curarse.
En el Perú, hemos logrado reducir el 50% del tiempo diagnóstico en un lapso de 5 años. Principalmente desde la Iniciativa Mundial de Cáncer Infantil. El tiempo en el que los profesionales de la salud, médicos y enfermeras, demoraban para hacer el diagnóstico en niños desde la sospecha de cáncer se ha reducido de manera significativa. Actualmente, los niños y adolescentes llegan más rápido a los establecimientos de salud. Este logro es un trabajo conjunto desde el Ministerio de Salud a través de políticas públicas que impulsan la detección temprana de cáncer infantil, asimismo el fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los profesionales de la salud, la sensibilización de la comunidad para poder realizar un diagnóstico oportuno y, por supuesto, la participación de la sociedad civil organizada.
Hemos logrado disminuir en un 50% los casos de estadios avanzados de cáncer en los niños. Esto significa que más familias reciben un diagnóstico temprano y más niños tienen una oportunidad de vida, educando y sensibilizando al personal de salud y a la población.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud pone a disposición de los países diversos recursos técnicos, como cursos virtuales, talleres y guías interactivas para fortalecer la capacitación de los profesionales de la salud, así como materiales para campañas de comunicación dirigidas a los padres y a la comunidad en general.
A través de Cure All Américas, también se está apoyando a los gobiernos en el monitoreo sostenible y uniforme de sus progresos, así como en la implementación de políticas de salud que fortalecen el acceso al diagnóstico temprano, tratamiento y cobertura financiera. Todo con un objetivo, un diagnóstico temprano que salve vidas y mejore el futuro de nuestras familias y comunidades.
Cada intervención en salud pública, cada acción coordinada y cada esfuerzo compartido son pasos hacia un futuro donde hay más niños que puedan superar el cáncer.
Un diagnóstico temprano salva vidas.
tracoma es una enfermedad infecciosa que afecta principalmente a los párpados, posteriormente a la córnea y puede dejar invalidado a un paciente produciéndole una ceguera permanente e irreversible. Se contagia de forma directa, es decir, de persona a persona.
En especial los niñitos, digamos, se tocan y pueden estar dando la mano a otro niño y así se puede contagiar, ¿no?
Cuando ya tienen triquiasis ya se van sacando las pestañas, sino depilando, le estorba ya.
Esta enfermedad se ve principalmente en zonas con poca o ninguna sistema sanitario.
Donde no haya agua segura.
Con dificultad en sistemas de alcantarillado.
Han levantado ya hace más de un año un tanque, han puesto agua, han hecho pozos, pero el agua no es buena.
Cuando estamos mal de los ojos nos afecta, ¿no?
No solo en las flores, ¿no?, sino en distintas comunidades. Hay deficiencia, ¿no?, en el tema de lo que es salud y de educación más que todo, ¿no?
Nunca me hablaron del tracoma. No sabía de esta enfermedad.
Nunca había escuchado del tracoma.
Para nosotros es por primera vez que han venido a ver los ojos de nosotros.
Nunca había escuchado esa enfermedad tracoma.
Nunca había escuchado de que se pueda contagiar la enfermedad tracoma así con la mano sucia.
Dentro del registro que nosotros manejamos como Ministerio de Salud, no tenemos incidencia, ¿no?, a nivel nacional, ¿no? Sin embargo, tenemos países vecinos en los cuales sí ha sido un problema de salud pública. Es por ello que estamos ejecutando este proyecto, que es una evaluación rápida para tracoma ocular en comunidades vulnerables, ¿no? Una vez termine este proyecto, nosotros vamos a tener la capacidad de poder determinar si tenemos o no y si realmente el tracoma ocular para nosotros es un problema en salud pública.
En esta actividad también hemos diagnosticado otras patologías además del tracoma y bueno, como Ministerio de Salud estamos programando ya actividades también para poder atender esta otra patología como son las cataratas y terrigio, que son de mayor relevancia en la población adulta o mayor. Estaremos visitando el departamento de Pando, las comunidades indígenas, posteriormente el departamento de La Paz, el norte de La Paz específicamente, porque son las comunidades indígenas que estamos priorizando para poder ampliar la cobertura en la búsqueda de la patología denominada tracoma.
Esta enfermedad puede tratarse con una higiene adecuada. No se trata solamente de venir y curar, se trata de venir y enseñarles cómo cuidarse. Eso es más importante que, te diría, el mismo tratamiento por sí mismo.
Estamos a 15 kilómetros de la cabecera municipal que es San Lucas Tolimán
y a 250 kilómetros de la ciudad capital de Guatemala.
Tuvimos una semana de capacitación bastante intensa, en la cual nos dieron a conocer sobre tracoma, que era una enfermedad infecciosa prevenible, tratable y que es también una de las causas de ceguera a nivel mundial, que está producida por una bacteria que se llama Chlamydia trachomatis y que normalmente nosotros pues, podemos manejar a nivel domiciliar con tratamiento.
La enfermedad del tracoma, ¿verdad? Que es lo que estamos ahorita manejando, pues se ha dado en diferentes comunidades del país. Entonces lo que se quiere ahorita es verificar la prevalencia que existe esa enfermedad dentro de la comunidad. Entonces la temática es pues realizar visitas domiciliarias, realizar el examen ocular a todas las personas que vivan en la vivienda de 1 año en adelante, ¿verdad? Para detectar en qué tipo de población se está dando la enfermedad.
El cual consiste en una inspección exterior del ojo, ¿verdad? Luego se les solicitará a la persona muy amablemente a que pueda inclinar la cabeza hacia arriba y nosotros poder visualizar el párpado superior, ¿verdad?
Según la OPS, existen unos antecedentes en la cual se ha desarrollado esta enfermedad, por el cual pues estamos realizando estas actividades y es importante verificar en cada una de las casas, ¿verdad? Específicamente en los lugares más postergados, en donde existen pobreza, se podría decir también, como deficiencia de agua o la contaminación de letrina.
Esta jornada es muy importante porque viene a apoyar a las personas. Recordemos de que los puestos de salud quedan en los pueblos y hay personas que por el escaso recurso que tienen, pues les es difícil. Y muchas veces también de repente sienten los síntomas, pero las personas no acuden a los puestos de salud.
Parte de la prevención para esta enfermedad sería el adecuado lavado de manos y cara, específicamente la región de los ojos. Entonces, dentro de los planes que nosotros tenemos es, aparte de realizar la evaluación, darle un buen plan educacional a la familia para que ellos puedan comprender la necesidad de la higiene que deben de tener en el domicilio. Aparte de eso, también tenemos que hay comunidades que tienen dificultades con el agua y también darles explicación de cómo poder utilizar el agua de mejor manera y que con eso pues, puedan mejorar el lavado o la limpieza general.
Conformamos parte del equipo nacional de tracoma conjuntamente con el apoyo de Canadá, Organización Panamericana de la Salud y parte del Ministerio de Salud también. Conjuntamente lo hacemos esto para detectar y eliminar la enfermedad de tracoma.
Welcome. Let's take a journey to understand how PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, can protect you from HIV. We'll explore the science behind this powerful prevention tool.
Oral PrEP are pills used to prevent HIV. But how exactly does it work?
Once you take the pill, it dissolves in your stomach and gets absorbed into your bloodstream, where it travels to areas where HIV might enter, like genital and rectal tissues. PrEP is made up of 2 main medications, tenofovir and emtricitabine. HIV typically targets CD4 cells, which are crucial for your immune system. But this is where PrEP steps in.
The medications in PrEP block the virus from replicating in CD4 cells, preventing it from establishing an infection.
By stopping HIV from copying itself inside your CD4 cells, eventually it dies off. This keeps your CD4 cells healthy and strong, effectively preventing HIV from spreading and thus transmission.
PrEP is highly effective when taken as prescribed.
It's a powerful tool that allows you to take control of your sexual health and live without fear. For those who prefer not to take a daily pill, there's an alternative called PrEP on demand or event-based PrEP. This involves taking 2 pills 2 to 24 hours before potential HIV exposure, followed by 1 pill 24 hours after the first dose and another pill 48 hours after the first dose. This method is ideal for people who don't have frequent sex and can't plan ahead. PrEP is recommended for people at higher risk of HIV, Side effects of PrEP are rare and usually mild, like nausea or headaches, and they typically go away after the first few weeks.
The best part, PrEP is over 90% effective at preventing HIV when taken as prescribed.
Talk to your healthcare provider to see if PrEP is right for you.
If using condoms isn't an option, PrEP puts you in control of your sexual health.
For more information, visit paho.org or talk to your healthcare provider today.
Life is better with PrEP.
On November 14, 1924, in Havana, Cuba, history was made for public health in the Americas. The Pan American Sanitary Code was signed ad referendum by representatives from 18 nations at the Assembly Hall of the Academy of Medical, Physical, and Natural Sciences, now known as the Carlos J. Finlay Historical Museum of Science. This code, later ratified by all countries in the Americas, defined the duties of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, today known as the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO. It established clear responsibilities for countries to report disease outbreaks, standardize prevention and control efforts, and gather crucial health data. This collaborative approach, rooted in the values of Pan-Americanism, recognized that health cooperation was essential, not only for the well-being of each country, but for fostering safe international trade across borders. Even today, a century later, the Pan American Sanitary Code remains a guiding force, continuing to shape PAHO's mission to promote the health and well-being of individuals, families, and communities across the Americas. This code stands as one of the most remarkable achievements in health policy, uniting nations under a shared commitment to public health excellence. In 2024, a century after the signing of the code, we honor the legacy of its architects, as PAHO and its member states persist in their efforts to improve the health and well-being of all people in the Americas.
Los casos de sífilis están en aumento en América Latina y el Caribe, con un aumento del 30% entre los adultos de 15 a 49 años. Esta enfermedad afecta a personas de todas nuestras comunidades y se propaga rápidamente, pero tenemos el poder de detenerla. La sífilis congénita representa una amenaza seria para los recién nacidos, pero podemos prevenirla. Ahora es el momento de actuar. Las pruebas integradas y el tratamiento oportuno son esenciales para proteger a nuestras comunidades. Para más información, visita pajo.org.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
Antes, planear la adquisición de vacunas, medicamentos y suministros podía tomar a los países horas y múltiples hojas de Excel. Hoy, todo se hace en minutos en un solo portal. Este cambio inició en el 2023 con el lanzamiento del portal de Estados miembros de los fondos rotatorios de la OPS, una plataforma en línea para los países que permite centralizar la información y los procesos de compra del Fondo Rotatorio de Vacunas y el Fondo Estratégico. Cada año, los gerentes de programas nacionales de salud pública que participan en los fondos consolidan las necesidades de medicamentos, vacunas y otros suministros para sus poblaciones y las envían a la OPS, quien realiza una compra conjunta con todas las solicitudes recibidas de la región. En el pasado, los gerentes de programas realizaban estas solicitudes completando hojas de cálculo, pero hoy solo toma unos cuantos clics. Esta plataforma es una ventanilla única que agiliza el trabajo y fortalece la salud pública.
Me parece que es algo muy positivo para nosotros, nos agiliza mucho más. Obviamente estamos viendo que todo se va modernizando y se van generando herramientas digitales. Me parece que está muy bueno.
Tras su lanzamiento, el portal ha incluido mejoras, como un rediseño de su interfaz y 2 nuevos módulos en junio de 2025. Seguimiento a finanzas y compras, con los cuales los usuarios pueden monitorear recursos, línea de crédito y el avance de sus pedidos en tiempo real.
Nos permite dar seguimiento a nuestros pedidos, a nuestros inventarios, a nuestras necesidades, y eso siempre representa una ventaja para el funcionamiento de la cadena de suministros, especialmente para nuestras instituciones que somos prestadores de servicios de salud.
Tras 2 años de su lanzamiento, el portal tiene 800 usuarios activos. Los módulos de finanzas y compras se han consultado más de 1.500 veces y ha permitido la entrega oportuna de los planes de demanda anuales por su facilidad de monitoreo en tiempo real.
I'm happy for the digitalization. This is an easier way of doing it.
Los fondos rotatorios regionales de la OPS continuarán buscando mejorar la experiencia y la transparencia en la información, facilitando así la rendición de cuentas en sus Estados miembros para ofrecer cooperación técnica sólida, demostrando que juntos somos más fuertes.
In the Americas, as around the world, cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of death. But so many of these lives could be saved with better control of hypertension. If we could raise population control from 36 to 50%, we would prevent nearly 440,000 deaths and almost 3 million cardiovascular events. From the global vision of the World Health Organization came hearts. The Pan American Health Organization, with leadership from the Ministries of Health of the region, expanded that vision into Hearts in the Americas, a strategy for quality improvement. Today, 33 countries are committed. More than 9,900 health centers are implementing Hearts, reaching 42 million adults. We are transforming primary health care with the Hearts clinical pathway, promoting team-based care and the use of data for continuous cycles of improvement. In 2025, over 6.3 million adults are receiving treatment, and more than half already have their blood pressure under control. But our story is still being written. Over 200 million adults in the Americas live with hypertension. And our goal is clear, that everyone has access to better care. This is Hearts in the Americas.
Donnie, or someone, can you come down, or Josh? We have a situation here, please.
Yo me llamo Daniela Gómez, me dedico a pintar, ilustrar y hacer murales también, pinturas en formatos grandes sobre nuestro entorno, con nuestra cultura. Me gusta mucho pintar.
Está muy bonito y muy alusivo a lo que en estos momentos está pasando con lo de la fiebre amarilla.
Estamos en el municipio de Ataco, un municipio que queda al sur del departamento del Tolima, hace parte del foco sur. Es uno de los municipios que tiene un número importante de casos y una letalidad bastante alta, es decir, tenemos 9 muertos como producto de la fiebre amarilla.
Entonces nosotros queremos, mediante el arte, poder llegar a la gente y poder invitarlos a que lo vean como algo amable, que se dejen de lado los mitos de que es algo malo y pues tomen la decisión de vacunarse para salvar las vidas.
Tu salud es tu poder. Claro que sí, porque es lo más indicado. Uno puede tener muchas cosas y puede tener todo, digamos, pero si no tiene la salud, que es lo primordial, no puede disfrutar, no tiene nada si no tiene salud.
Estamos haciendo este mural como parte de una estrategia para llegar a la comunidad, para sensibilizarlos de la importancia de la vacunación. Queremos que la comunidad entienda que acceder a la vacuna es de manera gratuita, que es solo una dosis para prevenir la enfermedad durante toda la vida y que es el poder que nosotros tenemos como personas, como humanos, para enfrentar este brote de fiebre amarilla en el departamento del Tolima y en todo el país.
Me parece excelente idea para que la gente tome conciencia y se vacune.
Me siento inmensamente agradecida que este proyecto se haya cumplido, que es un sueño hecho realidad.
Con el trabajo conjunto con el Ministerio de Salud Pública y Protección Social, la Secretaría de Salud del Amazonas, el personal de salud en este hermoso territorio y el apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá, se ha logrado instalar un puesto de vacunación autosustentable en La Chorrera, que nos va a permitir almacenar vacunas y otros elementos, la distribución y hacer que la vacunación sea una realidad permanente en La Chorrera y los territorios, las veredas aledañas.
Uno de los puntos autosostenibles es este, que tuvo una inversión aproximada de 380 millones de pesos, más o menos $93.000. Estos recursos han permitido la modernización del punto de vacunación de La Chorrera y mejorado la calidad de prestación del servicio de vacunación en esta zona.
Cuando la Organización Mundial de la Salud sueña con la cobertura universal en la salud, es esto, que todas las personas, sin diferencia, sin distinción, puedan tener acceso a tecnologías sanitarias tan eficientes y que han salvado tantas vidas como son las vacunas.
Acá en Chorrera tenemos 22 comunidades.
Nosotros tenemos comunidades que nos podemos demorar hasta 5 horas en llegar. Las temporadas de sequía o las temporadas de invierno nos impactan también negativamente. Cuando esos largos veranos llegan, el río se seca.
La cadena de frío en río.
Que baje la cava a hombro o el termo de vacunas a hombro por en medio de la selva, por trocha.
A las cercanas que están aquí sí llegamos por tierra, caminando. Y ahora con esto, o sea, me favorece mucho porque pues ya puedo tener a la funcionalidad del congelador eléctrico y el congelador 24 horas.
Decimos que es autosostenible porque tiene 3 principios fundamentales. El primero es que usando energías limpias manejamos energía solar al 100%, ya que en la comunidad no se tiene conectividad eléctrica, sino ciertas horas del día. Tenemos recolección de aguas lluvias y tenemos unos filtros que nos purifican el agua para que el agua en el servicio sea limpia para el proceso de lavado de manos, desinfección y también para la limpieza de los equipos. Y tenemos una antena Starlink que nos va a permitir tener el sistema de información diligenciarlo en tiempo real. Entonces va a mejorar esos atrasos que tiene el sistema de información y nos va a permitir tener el servicio completo, como la norma lo dice, pero también como la comunidad lo necesita.
Y ha sido el conocimiento y mandato de los mayores de que las dos medicinas son muy importantes, la medicina tradicional y también la medicina occidental, desde todo el conocimiento que ellos tienen. Esos dos conocimientos, esas dos medicinas, tienden a cuidar la vida.
Nos permite brindar a la comunidad seguridad y confianza para que puedan volver a acceder al servicio de vacunación.
Creo que sí, se van a acercar más familias, las mamitas van a tener confianza en que sí, ya tenemos un punto apropiado donde ellos pueden llevar a sus bebés a vacunar con toda la confianza del mundo.
Ver este cuarto frío aquí en nuestra comunidad, en plena selva, mejor dicho, es un beneficio para la niñez hasta los adultos mayores. Gracias, muchas gracias, gracias a Dios, gracias a ustedes por este proyecto hecho realidad.
Este proyecto permite facilitar la logística y asegurar que la vacunación, que es un derecho fundamental de la salud, esté permanente para la población de La Chorrera y las veredas aledañas.
¡Gracias, OPS!
Eu só ficava com o olho parado olhando para cima. E eu me desesperei, eu achei que ela ia morrer. Ele não respondia, a gente falava, ele não respondia. Usando fralda, estava bem magro.
Tuberculose, criptococose e histoplasmose são as 3 principais infecções oportunistas que mais matam pessoas com AIDS hoje em dia. A diferença dos testes rápidos para os métodos convencionais é que em 30 a 40 minutos nós conseguimos saber qual é a infecção oportunista que está acometendo essa pessoa.
E a gente ter um método diagnóstico rápido para ter certeza do que a gente está tratando faz muita diferença.
Agora já caminho um pouco sozinha, né? Eu vou emocionar.
Aprendendo a caminhar de novo que nem um bebê.
Pra quem tava em cima de uma cama, sem falar, sem se mexer, isso é ótimo, né?
Eu me levantei, caí, tomava banho com a mãe, aqui com cima eu tomo banho sozinho, e agora sim, tudo eu agora.
Nós somos um grupo que se sensibiliza muito com as questões de HIV e AIDS, então eu chego até a me emocionar para falar deles. Mas que, de fato, é uma equipe que faz muita diferença, assim, no trabalho aqui em Porto Alegre e que tem muita vontade de mudar as condições materiais de vida das pessoas.
Good evening, good afternoon, colleagues. We resume our afternoon session. Argentina, I believe that Argentina wants to make a statement not related to the director's report. Argentina, you have the floor, but remember you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. A raíz de los hechos,
as a result of the statements of the head of the World Health Organization at the opening session of this Directing Council, my country would like to express its position. Argentina has withdrawn from the World Health Organization. And in this context, we would like to mention our national unalterable sovereignty in international cooperation organizations which choose to be members. We find the words of Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus unfortunate and untimely in this environment of cooperation for the Americas, where the World Health Organization clearly is not the protagonist. At a moment in which multilateralism is in crisis worldwide, partially due to the role the World Health Organization had during the COVID pandemic, Argentina therefore gives priority to organizations that have recovered the trust, who use evidence-based decisions, transparency, and efficiency in allocating public resources. Argentina encourages us to work together to avoid having this kind of intermission in the work of our organization be avoided, and we work jointly.
Thank you, Argentina. Pursuant to Article 6 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, sessions of the Council can be PAHO sessions or sessions of the Regional Committee of the World Health Organization. For this session, there are no agenda items that pertain to the WHO-specific matters. Thank you. I would like now to bring item 2.4, the report of the General Committee, to the attention of the Council. The General Committee, under the direction of the President of the 62nd Directing Council, and with the participation of the 2 Vice Presidents,
with participation of Peru.
And with the participation of Peru, Vice President Peru, the rapporteur and the delegates of Brazil, Cuba, and Canada held its meeting on Monday, the 29th of September 2025 at 12:45 p.m. in Washington, D.C. As a result of its deliberations, the General Committee reached the following decisions. 1. The hours of work of the Council will be in the morning, Monday through Friday, from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. In the afternoon, Monday through Thursday, from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. The General Committee reviewed and approved the agenda and program of meetings of the 62nd Directing Council of PAHO and agreed to present the report of the meeting of the General Committee as the first item in the afternoon session of today. 3. The General Committee set the time for the election of 3 member states to fill the 3 vacant positions on the Executive Committee for Wednesday, 1st of October in the morning. 4. The 177th session of the Executive Committee will be held on Friday, the 3rd of October at 2:30 p.m. or immediately following the closing of the Directing Council in Room B. And 5. The General Committee considered the requests received from Brazil regarding the virtual participation of the Minister of Health in the Directing Council. In view of his inability to attend in person, the committee agreed to his virtual participation on an exceptional basis and without setting a precedent. Is everyone in agreement? I see no objections. I declare the report approved. We now proceed to the previous item, that is the annual report. When we took the break, we were dealing with the director's report. Barbados, I give the floor to Barbados.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Barbados thanks the Director of PAHO for his comprehensive annual report of the Pan-American Sanitary Bureau. The report reflects both the progress achieved and the challenges that remain. Under your leadership and with the support of member states, Barbados is confident that together we can advance towards universal health care for all citizens of the Americas. Essential to our own progress has been PAHO's technical and financial support, and we therefore urge this body to endorse the Strategic Plan 2026-2031 as the roadmap for cooperation over the next 5 years. Within this framework, Barbados emphasizes the urgent need for greater investment in NCDs, mental health, and climate change, which pose profound threats to our societies. We also call for a sustainable model of financing for the organization, recognizing that external threats could compromise PAHO's vital work. Access to pathogens, technologies, and benefit sharing must remain central to our regional pandemic preparedness and response strategies. Barbados commends PAHO's investment in the One Health approach and antimicrobial resistance and welcomes its ongoing support as we work towards eliminating mother-to-child transmission of HIV/AIDS. We also applaud efforts to strengthen health systems through digitization, improve health information, and support for our pharmaceutical sector. The road ahead demands stronger resolve, greater investment, and collective action. Barbados therefore calls on all member states to unite in the fight against NCDs, in advancing mental health, in confronting climate change, and in securing the sustainability of PAHO. Finally, we appreciate PAHO's guidance on human resources for health. As SIDS, we continue to face challenges of nurse migration and limited training in critical specialties such as neurology, pediatric surgery, and orthopedics. Together, let us protect the health of our peoples and build a resilient future for the Americas. I thank you.
Thank you, Barbados. I now give the floor to Grenada.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to convey Grenada's profound appreciation to the Pan American Health Organization for its enduring support over the years. This collaboration has encompassed a broad spectrum of technical cooperation and material assistance, contributing meaningfully to our national development. We deeply value this partnership and commend PAHO's steadfast commitment to advancing the health and well-being of all peoples across the Americas. As Grenada continues to build and transform its health system, we remain attentive to the unique needs and challenges of our nation. Our goal is to design services that are implementable, contextually relevant, and aligned with our mission to achieve universal health coverage. In this regard, I wish to highlight two significant activities undertaken in Grenada with the support of PAHO. Firstly, an assessment of the current state of health service integration across levels of care was conducted by a multidisciplinary team of PAHO experts in 2024. This assessment led to the development of recommendations aimed at strengthening the delivery of equitable, high-quality, and integrated health services throughout the country. Secondly, PAHO supported the administration of the UHC Service Package Delivery and Implementation Tool in Grenada. The outcomes of this initiative are expected to significantly inform the design of our service package, enabling us to optimize the use of available resources. These activities form the foundation of our government's ambition to revolutionize healthcare delivery, ensuring that services are fit for purpose and that no one is left behind. We are acutely aware that our actions must address current challenges while also preparing our health system for the future. In closing, Mr. President, I reaffirm Grenada's deep appreciation for the Pan-American Health Organization. The value that PAHO brings to our region is immeasurable, not only through its technical expertise and leadership, but through its unwavering commitment to equity, resilience, and the health of every individual across the Americas. We are proud to stand alongside PAHO as partners in progress, and we look forward to continuing this vital collaboration as we build a healthier, stronger future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grenada. I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK would like to thank Dr. Barbosa and PAHO for this report and their ongoing vital health leadership in the Americas region. The UK and its territories remain strongly committed to PAHO and WHO and its critical leadership role across global health. Its technical expertise and leadership cannot be replicated anywhere else. The UK overseas territories in the Caribbean region are grateful for their continuous collaboration with PAHO. Through their partnership with PAHO, this year the British Virgin Islands successfully hosted the STAR Health Emergency Operations Centre workshop, advanced the Cervical Cancer Elimination Project and the Better Care for NCDs initiative, and implemented the District Health Information System with comprehensive training. PAHO's support has helped to enhance BVI's capacity to respond to health challenges, improve patient care, and build a more resilient healthcare system. PAHO also supported the Cayman Islands Ministry of Health and Wellness in launching a comprehensive public consultation to develop a new 10-year national health strategy. Furthermore, in November 2024, the Cayman Islands hosted a regional vector-borne disease workshop in collaboration with PAHO, CARFA, and the UK Health Security Agency. The event brought together representatives from over 15 Caribbean nations to address the growing threat of arboviruses such as dengue and Zika. The workshop focused on strengthening surveillance, laboratory diagnostics, community engagement, and vector control. The UK would also like to recognise the crucial role that PAHO plays in the surveillance and early detection of public health threats in the region and the support it provides to member states for strengthening emergency preparedness and response. We continue to support PAHO and WHO's central coordinating role in global health, responding to member states' needs so that we are all healthier and safer. We look forward to discussions this week and to continuing our joint work with PAHO and WHO on our shared health priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I now give the floor to Panama.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Panama, José Raúl Moreno Quintero, and the Minister of Health, Fernando Bollalindo, our congratulations for the presentation of this report and for your firm and visionary leadership of the Pan American Health Organization. Your leadership is essential for the region to move forward in a context that presents many challenges, from health emergencies to natural disasters, to the goal to eliminate disease and increase health services. We deeply appreciate the continued support provided by the Pan American Health Organization to Panama. We are witnesses to the value of their cooperation through key initiatives such as the fight against communicable diseases, the preparation for health emergencies, the digital transformation of health, campaigns against tobacco and smoking, the plan for strengthening primary health care, and more recently, the implementation of our national strategy to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer. These efforts with the support of the Pan American Health Organization, save lives and bring us closer to the common goal of having a more healthy and resilient region. Panama would like to reaffirm its commitment today to continue providing support and be solidary with the organization and the importance of learning from our neighboring countries. We intend to continue moving forward in health care, promote digital health, strengthen the healthcare system, and make sure that nobody is left behind. Thank you very much.
Panama, I now give the floor to St. Martin. I now give the floor to Canada.
Mr. President, Dr. Barbosa, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates. Canada is pleased to participate in this 62nd session of the Directing Council, a meeting remaining critical opportunity to underscore the pivotal role that PAHO's efforts play in advancing and sustaining the health and well-being of peoples in our region. It also allows us to take stock of where our region is on key health issues and discuss how we can move forward collectively. We congratulate Dr. Barbosa on his report outlining the breadth and scope of PAHO's technical cooperation in the region. The theme aptly describes PAHO's role as one which facilitates health cooperation in ways that benefit us all, including through protracted emergencies, such as in Haiti, where PAHO continues to provide critical support to the health ministry despite challenging circumstances. We know too well that diseases do not recognize borders, and a health threat anywhere is a health threat everywhere that can impact everyone. Structural inequities limit progress on many health challenges that we face. As we consider and adopt strategies and policies on critical health issues, including prevention and control of NCDs, it is imperative that a core tenet of these efforts remains ensuring that no one is left behind, as many have already said today. These inequities are reflected in health outcomes, which Canada remains committed to addressing through the determinants of health and a health equity and gender lens. As Canada marks Truth and Reconciliation Day tomorrow, we underscore the importance of addressing systems, structures, and policies that continue to cause inequities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. Canada is proud to support PAHO's efforts to advance public health in the Americas with over $95 million in voluntary contributions. The support focuses on strengthening health systems, reducing preventable diseases, eliminating trachoma, the leading infectious cause of preventable blindness worldwide, and improving health outcomes for women, adolescent girls, and historically marginalized communities. Through these efforts, Canada provides direct support to over 15 countries in the region. As the world confronts increasingly complex challenges marked by instability and division, it's more important than ever to continue working with and empowering multilateral institutions like PAHO. In this spirit, it is a particularly important year as we will be reviewing and adopting PAHO's new strategic plan. PAHO is our organization. It is a shared responsibility to support its mandate and ensure it is equipped to carry out its vital work across the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I now give the floor to Belize.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, I thank Director Jarbas Barbosa and his team for the annual report, which provides us with a clear account of progress and a strong vision for the region. The report identifies 5 key priorities, and I wish to highlight their importance from my country's perspective. First, advancing health security. We fully agree that emergency response, mitigation, and multi-hazard planning are indispensable. As small and climate-vulnerable states, we know that preparedness today saves lives tomorrow. Second, we commend PAHO's leadership in elimination of diseases, better care for non-communicable diseases, and the Alliance for Primary Health Care. The commitment to zero preventable maternal deaths is especially urgent, and we welcome the focus on building a digital health future for our region. Thirdly, fighting diseases and addressing health risks, from vector-borne diseases to the rise of NCDs. The challenges are diverse, but they remind us of the need for integrated, evidence-based approaches and sustained collaboration. Fourth, strengthening health systems. Resilient, people-centered systems are the backbone of universal health coverage. Investments in workforce, medicine, infrastructure, and innovation must remain at the core of our agenda. Internal strengthening of PAHO is not only administrative, it is strategic. A stronger PAHO means stronger member states, better technical cooperation, and faster results on the ground. Mr. Chair, in Belize, we are advancing these same priorities by reinforcing primary health care, expanding access to essential services, and laying the foundation for a national digital health strategy to connect even our most remote communities. We recognize the vital role of PAHO in supporting these efforts, and we reaffirm our strong partnership with the organization. In closing, Director Barbosa's report gives us direction. The responsibility is now ours to turn these priorities into concrete actions, ensuring that health in the Americas is more equitable, resilient, and forward-looking. I thank you.
Thank you, Belize. I now give the floor to Guyana. Of PAHO, Dr. Barbosa, distinguished delegates. Guyana commends the Director of PAHO for the comprehensive and insightful report presented to this 62nd Directing Council. We recognize the continued leadership of PAHO in guiding the regions of the Americas through complex health challenges while strengthening primary health care and advancing universal health coverage. The priorities outlined resonate strongly with Guyana Health Agenda. We particularly welcome the emphasis on health system strengthening and resilience, tackling NCDs, advancing digital health, preparedness and response to health emergency, mental health, and addressing the social determinants of health. Guyana has aligned its health sector priorities with the Sustainable Development Goals and PAHO strategic plan. Among our key achievements, and just to name a few, expansion of the primary health care through deployment of primary health care workers in the hinterland and riverine areas, and expansion of healthcare facilities in those regions, progress towards the 95 HIV target. We have achieved a 95, 75, 84% targets so far to date. Strengthen the immunization program with effort to address gaps in coverage in hard-to-reach communities. We have achieved almost 90% and over in all the EPI antigens. Implementation of the National Mental Health Plan and Suicide Prevention Plan, which addresses a critical public health challenge, and continued investment in maternal and child health, including reducing preventable maternal deaths. In 2023, we have achieved a 75 IMMR of 75, and we hope by 2030 we should achieve the SDG goals through these programs. Despite these challenges, Guyana continues to face the challenges of healthcare workers, health inequalities between coastal and hinterland population, which we are trying to reduce, and also the NCD burdens, which continue to rise, demand stronger prevention strategies. The ongoing climate-related health risks, including vector-borne disease and impact on food and water security. Guyana looks forward to PAHO continued technical support in strengthening the health workforce and implementing the WHO Code of Practice on International Recruitment, expanding the use of digital health technologies to bridge geographical barriers, supporting climate-resistant health systems and early warning mechanisms, and mobilizing resources for NCDs prevention and mental health intervention. In closing, Guyana reaffirms its commitment to PAHO collective visions of health for all and stands ready to work with our regional partners to accelerate progress towards resilient, equitable, and sustainable health systems. Thank you. Thank you, Guyana. I now give the floor to Brazil.
Senhor Diretor-Geral.
Distinguished Director General, Dr. Barbosa, distinguished colleagues and Minister, the government of Washington prevented my participation as minister in Brazil, but that will not prevent us from circulating and disseminating our ideas. These are abusive measures, but it will not prevent our cooperation with the countries of the Americas. I'd like to thank the members that ensured my participation in this Directing Council of PAHO and those who manifested their solidarity. We do not need any restriction by authorities or blockades from countries. What we need is to restrict the diseases. As you know, this is in North America. We need the blockage and things that threaten life, conflicts, arms, and violence. No one will prevent Brazil and the other delegations from participating. We have participated with leaders and governments, and we saw this during COVID-19, thousands of lives that were lost because of this, and that is why we have to continue with the quotas and vaccination programs and in research. Continuation of life is important. Brazil reaffirms its commitment to strengthen PAHO, its revolving funds, its strategic funds. We're going to expand our participation in order to ensure products that are more accessible for our people, and also to bring down the prices for all of the Americas, starting with the Brazilian market. We need to build bridges between the peoples of the Americas, not barriers or walls. Contrary to those who restrict us and stop us, we will continue to defend vaccines, science, and public health systems. Brazil will conduct local research with the G20, the Partnership in Medicines and Socially Determined Diseases, and the pro-tempore presidency of Mercosur. In cooperation with companies and businesses in the Americas and in the world, we will continue fighting for the production of medicines and drugs in all technological platforms. To researchers and vaccine manufacturers, the doors of Brazil are open to science and innovation. The government of President Lula da Silva doubled the program ensuring access to medicines for the poorest people. The consolidated medicine, together with PAHO, and approved by others, the guidelines established by WHO, the laws, and the Brazilian population. And now let's talk about specialists resorting to our public and private network in order to face the challenges of epidemics, consultations for surgeries and treatments. We increased the vaccine coverage after 6 years of consecutive efforts, with the efforts of all governments, regional and local, schools, churches, companies, businesses, societies. We delivered to PAHO this year our report on the vertical transmission of HIV. We reduced in 75% the cases of dengue in 2025. We move forward in the reduction of cases caused by death in advanced diseases. We move forward in treating these health problems by having nutritional, healthy food approved by Parliament. I'd like to launch an appeal. It is inadmissible that we still see means of climate change that have an impact on health. We plan to work together on the adaptation of our health systems, adapting them to environmental risks. We urge active participation of countries on health and climate in this meeting. In spite of being long distance talking to you, it seems to me that we have to fight, as President Lula has done, in fighting multilateralism, our cooperation with the Americas, strengthening and beefing up science, WHO and PAHO. And all these discourses and statements will reach us to agreements. We will be ready for those that open their doors to global health. If they cut resources, we will reinforce our efforts in science with cooperation. We will continue with courage, cooperation, and commitment to life. Thank you very much, PAHO, for everything.
Thank you, Brazil. I now give the... I now give the floor to Bolivia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the plurinational state of Bolivia and the Ministry of Health and Sports, the delegation of Bolivia offers its brotherly greetings to the peoples and countries herein represented, expressing our gratitude to the Pan American Health Organization for the organization of the 62nd Directing Council, a space for for getting together, stating our cooperation. We thank the report submitted by Dr. Barbosa da Silva that we appreciate and we value for the excellent work done for the benefit and health of our peoples. We would like to express our special gratitude on behalf of the plurinational state of Bolivia for the great willingness of Dr. Barbosa for giving vaccines to our country and the attention and priority given to us in the case of the emergency due to measles. In the last few years, Bolivia has been developing programs aimed at building a single system of health that is for free, focusing on equity, human rights, and equal treatment, the condition of living well, which guides our public policies and therefore has been prioritized. Reducing child mortality by strengthening health systems, emphasizing primary and community health services. Currently, we find progressive distribution in the rate of diseases in the last 28 days, going from 39 per 1,000 live births in 1991 to only 6 fatalities out of every 1,000 live births in 2021. This decrease stresses a positive impact of improvements in prenatal care and maternal and child care between 2009 and 2021, when the neonatal rate of mortality had a significant fortunate drop. The fight against communicable and non-communicable diseases, especially in diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and mental health, which constitute growing challenges in the region. Digital health as a tool for innovation in order to expand access to health services, in particular in rural areas and of difficult access. Preparedness and response when dealing with health emergencies and disasters, reinforcing epidemiological control, laboratories, and early warning systems. We acknowledge, Mr. President, the essential role played by the Pan American Health Organization as a strategic partner, providing technical cooperation that has enabled us to move forward in many areas. We especially value the report and the support received in vaccine essential medicines and border medicine within Mercosur and the Andean region. Likewise, to point out that the plurinational state of Bolivia is convinced that only through regional integration in health, solidarity, and the exchange of experiences are we able to attain the objectives set in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Plans of Action of PAHO and WHO. Therefore, we ratify our commitment of working jointly, essentially working together, and first, the strengthening of resilient and sustainable health systems. Secondly, the fight against health inequities. And third, the promotion of a fair, equitable, and healthy region for all. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bolivia. I now give the floor to Puerto Rico.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We congratulate you on your election. We would like to express our gratitude to our director for the annual report. We would also like to express our gratitude, and we also congratulate you at the same time. This has been an all-encompassing report, but on the other hand, it has been concrete, very much to the point, when he mentioned the way in which he was going to do it with tangible achievements. Puerto Rico is a country that is very grateful for the support provided by PAHO with the technical support and cooperation based on the priorities identified in the biannual work plan. Using these funds in a strategic form in order to improve the level of health in Puerto Rico, with high priority on 3 areas. 1, healthy aging. 2, prevention and surveillance in the control of diseases, with specific achievements as well as tangible achievements in this area. And we want to stress that because we've had a great experience with the prevention of arboviral diseases. Our organization is in creating the networks of clinical experts, and it is with great pleasure that we can communicate that for the first time at an international level, we have produced some guidelines for the treatment of severe dengue in intensive care units. This has been the effort that has been carried out by this office, and I have to say that they were printed in Puerto Rico. They just reached this last Friday to be able to distribute these when coming to this Augusta meeting. We want to reiterate the wishes of continuing with the support provided by PAHO and working hand in hand between Puerto Rico and PAHO, and as was mentioned by the director, in a modern and efficient way, attaining better levels of health for Puerto Rico. Thank you very much.
I'll give the floor to the Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. These remarks are being delivered on behalf of Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Michael Ardavo. Chair, colleagues, our region continues to face complex health challenges, from the rising burden of NCDs to the persistent threat of communicable diseases and climate-driven emergencies. Yet, we are also seeing remarkable progress that reflects our collective commitment to advancing the health agenda and strengthening health security in the Americas. The Bahamas commends PAHO's leadership in driving flagship initiatives for disease elimination, better care for NCDs, and stronger primary health care. These efforts, coupled with advances in digital transformation, supply chain resilience, and regional manufacturing of essential health products, brings us closer to universal health access and equity. The Bahamas is progressing its health agenda through a series of strategic initiatives. Under the PAHO Disease Elimination Initiative, the country reaffirmed its commitment to systematically review its elimination status across the 30 targeted diseases, working toward attainment of verification as required. In strengthening care for communicable diseases, efforts are focused on overcoming digitization challenges to meet reporting requirements, expanding access to diagnostic imaging and laboratory services for rural residents, finalizing national treatment guidelines for hypertension and diabetes, and training 75% of the public sector primary care staff in their application. We have prioritized mental health through the Mental Health Act 2022, awareness campaigns, and nationwide psychosocial support networks. Our health system is enhancing rehabilitation services and tackling violence as a public health priority. We are confronting climate risk with an approved health national adaptation plan, and through the NHI expansion and targeted initiatives, we are removing barriers to care, promoting healthy communities, and targeting health across the life course. Progress is also being made under the Zero Preventable Maternal Deaths campaign, with national commitment to the implementation of SIP+, training of primary care physicians, midwives, and nurses, and the reorientation of maternal and child health staff to program principles and goals. The Bahamas is advancing health security through an all-hazards disaster plan response plan, stronger IHR capacities, and alignment with the WHO pandemic agreement. We are embedding early warning into national systems, working with Disaster Risk Management Authority, CARFA, and EWAS, with PAHO and the IDB on a digital health, public health surveillance platform. Laboratory capacity is being reinforced to detect emerging pathogens, while investments in clinics and hospitals' resilience ensure readiness for future crises. Together, these actions build a stronger, faster, and more resilient response to threats. Chair, the Bahamas supports PAHO's mission to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability, ensuring timely, high-impact technical cooperation. We value strengthened visibility and country-focused strategies that align with national priorities and recognize the importance of improving human resources performance to sustain excellence. These internal improvements are essential for delivering results-driven cooperation and advancing health across the region. As a small island development state, we affirm our commitment to working side by side with member states and PAHO to accelerate elimination goals, strengthen health systems, and build a healthier, more secure region for the Americas for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. I see no other requests for the floor, so I will yield the floor to Dr. Barbosa to respond to some of the comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to really thank all our member states for their kind words, and I really want to share all the positive feedback that you gave about what PAHO is doing in each one of the countries in this region with our staff. People working from here in DC, but also people that are in the country offices, they are totally committed to support the priorities in each one of the countries and to move forward the health and well-being agenda in this region. I think that is also, for me, very important to see how we are well aligned. The priorities that you are mentioned, that are your priorities in each one of the countries, are very well reflecting the regional priorities because they were really established by you when you approved the resolution telling us what should be the main topic is the health priorities that you would like to receive technical cooperation from PAHO. So I really want to share with our staff. I'm really proud to lead a body that is very strong committed to continue working with our member states. And this is one of the reasons that we, in the Americas, we are setting very good examples in public health in the world. Because I think that the world can use the examples that we have in this region to inspire them, to show them what are the best strategies, how we could implement some new technologies, some new strategies, some new tools in order to advance elimination of communicable diseases, providing better care for non-communicable diseases, strengthen our capacity for prevention, early detection, and swift response to public health emergencies. What we are doing to advance the primary health care with this unique and historic alliance with the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, but also how we are accelerating digital transformation, strengthening regional production, and also addressing the very important gap on human resources. But you also mentioned some relevant topics that unfortunately I need to summarize the report. They are there, but I just want to highlight very briefly the very important movement in the region that we have in several countries that are changing, transforming their health system. The pandemic clearly told us that we need to move forward in a more expedited way to guarantee the right to access, to really guarantee that every and all the citizens, regardless their income, regardless where they live, have access to health, and that the strong primary health care, renewed and strengthened primary health care is a cornerstone for this. But I really appreciate that several countries in the region are building on the lessons learned on the pandemic and are changing their laws, regulations in order to really put in place universal health and universal access. Second, that several of you, I think, that also mentioned a very important topic of our technical operation, that's to provide the tools, the instruments, training, so the countries can be more resilient to the severe impacts that we already have due to extreme events related to climate change. So I think that this is really important. We are in a region, in the Caribbean, we have probably one of the most vulnerable regions in the world to this kind of events, and working hand in hand with the countries to make them more resilient to these events is really important. The third is about maternal mortality. As we know, maternal mortality is one of the most sensitive indicators that tell us about the access and the quality of care. So the commitment that we have in this region to reduce maternal mortalities to zero, preventable deaths related to maternal causes, I think that is also a very important indicator how committed our member states are to present this response. And finally, mental health. Mental health, for this reason, is a very important topic. We, unfortunately, and this is a challenge that we need to address, we are the only region in the world that suicide rate increased in the last 20 years. And we know that suicide is only the tip of the iceberg. Now, we are talking about millions of people that are suffering, having problems, and sometimes they don't have the access that they would like to have at the primary health care without stigma or discrimination. That this is also a very important movement that we are having in this region that clearly will change the way that mental health is being addressed so far. Let me now switch to Spanish para agradecer.
I would like to express my gratitude to all our partners. I believe that it is important that all these achievements that we can report on have to do with the work done by member states, the ministers, the health ministers, the teams from the ministries of health, those who work in such a dedicated work in dealing with public health issues in each one of the countries. But I would also like to express my gratitude to the partners, all those partners that provided support over this time that is covered by the report, to the U.S. Through USAID and CDC. They supported us in all the achievements that were reached during this period of time. To Canada through GATCA, that greatly supported several initiatives in the region. The government of Spain through the CD, which is also an important partner, the European Union as well, In the course of this period, we had the support of the 3 participating members of the UK, the Netherlands, and France. They supported with contributions or with secondments, which is also a significant support. We had the support of countries from other regions in the world, such as India and Korea, that provided support to important initiatives in the different countries. And private foundations, multilateral institutions, organizations such as Mercy for Mothers, Gavi, Unitaid, St. Jude's, and CEPI. To each and every one of you, I would like to address my gratitude because this alliance, this partnership, and the support provided to this region, which is one of the most inequitable regions in the world, is essential so that we can implement and carry out health programs to take care of the priorities in countries and continue moving forward to universal health in the region. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to express my appreciation to the Director for the comprehensive report and inform the Council that the discussions will be noted in the final report. Now go to item 2.1, the first report of the Committee on Credentials. I yield the floor to the Delegate of Mexico, Chair of Committee on Credentials, to present the first report of the committee.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to present the first report of the Credentials Committee. In accordance with Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, the Committee on Credentials, appointed at the first meeting and consisting of the delegates of Barbados, Mexico, and Panama, held its first session on 29 September 2025 at 10:15. It elected Mexico as president. The committee examined the credentials delivered to the director of the Pan American Health Sanitary Bureau in accordance with Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council. The credentials of the delegates of the member and participating states and associate members and observer states listed below were found to be in good order, and the committee therefore proposes that the Directing Council recognize their validity. Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Canada, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Mexico, Netherlands, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United States of America, Aruba, Curacao, Puerto Rico, and Portugal. Countries whose names were not read should expedite issuance of their credentials and deliver them urgently to the registration desk. The committee will meet again to examine other credentials that are received. Delegates are reminded that member and participating states which do not submit their credentials as required are not entitled to a vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Everyone in agreement? If there are no objections, I declare the report approved. The Credentials Committee will meet again on Tuesday during the morning coffee break in room 714 on the 7th floor and will present the second report of the committee in the afternoon. Move to agenda item 4.1, Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031. I would like to bring document CD 62/4 and addendum 1 to the attention of the Council and invite Mr. Ronnie Mazda, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Excuse We have C, requests to the floor from Haiti and Antigua and Barbuda.
Haïti, dans la liste qui a été.
I did not hear Haiti in the list that was read out, and we did submit all our credentials on behalf of Haiti.
Thank you, Haiti. Antigua, you're okay, you have to withdrawn. I now yield the floor to Mr. Mazza to, sorry. Yeah. I yield the floor to the representative of the East Executive Committee to report on this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 4.1, Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization, 2026-2031. During its June session, the Executive Committee examined an earlier version of the PAHO Strategic Plan for the period 2026-2031. In the committee's discussion, support was expressed for various aspects of the proposed strategic plan, including its 5 strategic objectives and its emphasis on resilience, its alignment with regional and global commitments, its incorporation of flexible adaptive planning and measurable results, and the attention given to addressing the growing burden of non-communicable and chronic diseases. Support was also expressed for the updated results-based management framework through which member states will assume primary responsibility for the strategic plan's impacts and outcomes, while the Bureau will be primarily responsible for outputs. The importance of collective commitment and joint efforts to advance the region's health was underscored. There were additional comments that required further discussions, and the committee established a working group to facilitate the dialogue on the strategic plan. The working group held several meetings during the week of the committee's June session. However, the executive committee was unable to reach consensus, therefore adopted decision CE 176D3 requesting the Bureau to facilitate the intersectional consultation process with member states, with the aim of achieving consensus and finalizing the proposed strategic plan prior to this directing council. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to Mr. Mazza to present the item.
Mr. President, Dr. Barbosa, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, and colleagues who have accompanied us in this journey over the last 15 months, many of you who are here and those who are listening online. I'm honored and pleased to introduce to you the proposed PAHO strategic plan for the period 2026-2031 under the theme, Together Toward a Healthier Americas for All. This is indeed a theme that responds to the times when we need the collaboration from everyone, because as we learn from the pandemic, and as has been said by our very own Dr. Jarbas, we are stronger when we work together, and we can truly deliver amazing results, as we just heard from that annual report from our director. This is indeed, I would like to highlight a few aspects of the process here Just to say thank you, first of all, to our member states and partners and to all who have contributed. Just let me share a number with you. Over 1,000 individuals have contributed with their expertise, their knowledge, their perspectives to really bring to you a product that we can truly say is the result of consultation, collaboration, and commitment. This reflects the voices, the knowledge and perspectives across the Americas, all territories and countries. We had, over the 15-month period, 16 regional consultations with 47 countries and territories and stakeholders included. This was the first time in the development of a strategic plan when we also engaged with stakeholders. As you can see from the numbers there, over 130 organizations were engaged. We also provided the opportunity in each country to have national consultations with health authorities to identify the national priorities and obtain strategic input to inform this strategic plan from the priorities and the needs of each country and territory. It's really a pleasure to sit here and sit before you to say thank you for all that effort, that commitment, all your time, your patience and flexibility. It is truly an honor to serve as your secretariat, facilitating such intense dialogue that was reflected after this journey through the consultations, but also through our governing bodies. And I'd just like to highlight, to update after that very good summary from our president of the executive committee, that we had 4 intersessional meetings from June till 2 weeks ago, when the member states engaged in dialogue with the aim to reach consensus, maintaining the unity of the region, the Pan-American spirit that allows to reach a proposal that reflects the consensus of all member states here in the region. Let me highlight a few features of the strategic plan. The strategic plan, by definition, collects and defines the input of our member states to define collective priorities that will guide our technical cooperation in each and every member state and territory. It builds on lessons that we have gathered through the implementation of the current strategic plan, but also from the pandemic and external evaluations and other recommendations that serve us very well in this time to make sure that we come back with a plan that reflects that addresses the challenges but also the needs of our member states. We looked carefully at the situation, and therefore this plan responds to the health situation, the context, and the needs. And as we developed the plan, we reflected with member states that this plan, as it responds to the situation, it also responds truly to the PAHO mandates, its values, rules, but also as it reflects collective priorities, that in each and every member state, we respect the sovereignty of each member state, and it will be implemented according to the national context, the laws and priorities that you have told us where you see PAHO's most value added. What you see here in this diagram is a depiction of the integrated approach. One of the lessons learned we have from the current plan, it had too many priorities. And our director gave us a strategic vision and challenged us to put together a more integrated and strategic plan, as it should be. Before you, what we have is 5 high-level strategic objectives that bring together 12 outcomes, measurable results, and at the highest level, focus on an impact on improving health and well-being. That will be measured with 17 impact indicators. At the outcome level, we have defined, and we have discussed also with the member states, 80 outcome indicators that are measurable. In addition to what you see in the strategic plan, we're finalizing, in line with our good practices here at PAHO, of results-based planning and evidence-based measurement, that each indicator has well-defined specifications that will allow us to measure it with clear criteria. We are finalizing our compendium of indicators so that it can guide us in a very good practice that we have here at PAHO and with your member states to conduct joint assessments with your member states on these indicators that we have defined together. Going a bit deeper into an overview of the 5 strategic objectives which respond to that situation and context that we analyzed. The first one looks at working towards health for all, accelerating progress towards health for all, addressing the determinants of health, the risk factors, the environmental challenges, and also ensuring that we reach those who need the most. The second objective looks at strengthening the health systems and services based on primary health care towards universal health. Again, building resilience and accelerating progress where possible. The third strategic objective looks at disease prevention, control, and elimination, where it covers both communicable, non-communicable diseases, mental health, injuries, and prevention of injuries and violence. In the fourth strategic objective, we look at better preparing the region and the countries for responding to health emergencies, but also mitigating so that we are ready whenever needed. And the fifth strategic objective looks at our organization, your organization, for us to be ready to respond, for us to have the leadership, the governance, and that we also remain accountable, transparent, and efficient in implementing our strategic plan, program budgets, and all programs and all resources that are entrusted on this organization and your secretariat. We keep building through that strategic objectives on our rich and long history of results-based approach, ensuring that resources deliver results. We also took the opportunity in this strategic plan, 2 innovations. One of them was a theory of change that you will find in figure 4 of the document, where we show the pathways to achieve those targets, those results that we have set out in the plan. But one feature I would like to highlight here before you is the accelerators. Given the setbacks and the need to move quickly with bold actions towards 2031, we put forward before you accelerators. We look at leapfrogging health initiatives and approaches where we can drive impact in countries. And we'll be working in each country to our country offices to look at every opportunity that allows us to accelerate progress so that we can reach those impact targets that we have set out in the plan. We look also at scaling innovation and health technologies to make them accessible, but also so that they can bring the results and improve health and well-being across the countries of the region. We look at leveraging our PAHO's regional public health goods, such as the revolving funds and the virtual health campus, that allow us to maximize our impact and reaching many through the technology that is available. And also targeting strategic partnerships and networks. We have great work to do here, like the Alliance and that on primary health care that was mentioned this morning, but also with the collaborating centers, with partners who from the design of this plan have asked us, where can we help? And we welcome that commitment. Turning into the implementation and how we'll be measuring our performance and remain accountable to you, our member states and partners. The strategic plan will be implemented through biennial program budgets. The first will be presented tomorrow, but also through operational plans that we develop with each country and here at headquarters at regional level, but also at country cooperation strategies where we set the priorities that will respond to the regional mandates, but also to the priorities of each country. We will be looking constantly at risk management and adaptive planning so that we, as we implement, we adapt and respond to the situation and adjust as necessary. We have learned a lesson that when the situation changes, we need to be agile to also adapt our plans to respond to the new reality. We will continue through the PAHO Forward Initiative under our director's leadership to keep building on efficiency, transparency, and accountability. modernizing this organization and your secretariat so that we can respond with agility, but also with quality. Internally, we'll continue building our performance monitoring and assessment. We do this every 6 months under the leadership of Dr. Barbosa and our senior management, with every team here in the organization, to make sure that what we plan is delivered. We will also be looking at building on that excellent practice that we have of planning and doing joint assessment with our member states. And we will present to you, as is required, every 2 years, a results report. As we continue to build on transparency and accountability, we are launching also a digital portal where you will be able to see where we are with the strategic plan, the program budget, and our evaluation practices. Distinguished delegates, we ask the Directing Council to review this proposal before you and provide any comments it deems pertinent and consider to approve the resolution before you. Before I conclude, allow me to reiterate our thanks or appreciation for the tremendous efforts. For those with whom we work together, the listening, the sharing, the learning was extraordinary. And as those faces before you, I hope this strategic plan, as we implement it, we can provide and work towards a healthier and brighter future for the generations ahead. I thank you, and I remain available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mazu. I now give the floor to Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is for our afternoon coffee break. We would like to remind the members of the Working Party to study the application of Article 6B of the Constitution, that the first meeting will take place in room 714 on the 7th floor, now during the coffee break. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And we will now take a short break, coffee break, and we resume at 4:15. Thank you. There's coffee in the patio.
Hola, hoy vamos a conocer el alfabeto de las hepatitis virales. Las hepatitis A, B, C, D y E pueden dañar el hígado y algunas de ellas se transmiten por contacto sexual. Comenzaremos explicando qué es la hepatitis viral. La hepatitis es una enfermedad causada por un virus que provoca la inflamación del hígado y puede producir epidemias, cáncer de hígado y hasta la muerte. Los síntomas de los 5 tipos de hepatitis son similares: fiebres, náuseas, vómitos, dolor abdominal, erupciones en la piel, pérdida de apetito e ictericia, o sea, coloración amarillenta de la piel. A veces, las hepatitis no presentan los síntomas hasta varios años después de infectarse, pero para ese momento el hígado puede tener daños graves. La hepatitis A puede adquirirse por alimentos o agua contaminada, falta de higiene o por contacto directo con una persona infectada. Los síntomas aparecen de 2 a 3 semanas después de infectarse. Se puede prevenir a través de una vacuna. A diferencia de la hepatitis A, la hepatitis B no se transmite por agua o alimentos contaminados. Se transmite a través de la sangre, por vía sexual o de una madre infectada a su hijo durante el parto. Muy importante, no se transmite por compartir utensilios de cocina, por besarse o estornudar. Los síntomas pueden aparecer de 1 a 2 meses después de la infección. En algunos casos no presenta síntomas, pero si el virus no se trata, puede ocasionar daños graves al hígado e incluso la muerte. La buena noticia es que se puede prevenir con una vacuna. La hepatitis C también puede transmitirse a través de la sangre y jeringas contaminadas, o también por vía sexual. Los síntomas pueden aparecer entre 2 semanas a 2 meses después de haber contraído el virus. Sin embargo, el 80% de los casos son asintomáticos. No hay vacuna para prevenirla. Pero la buena noticia es que existen medicamentos que curan la enfermedad en tan solo 3 meses. La hepatitis D es posible contraerla solo si tienes hepatitis B. También se transmite por vía sexual y a través de sangre contaminada. La vacuna contra la hepatitis B también te protege contra este virus. Y la última es la hepatitis E, pero no por eso es menos importante. Al igual que la hepatitis A, se transmite por agua y alimentos contaminados. Por eso es importante lavar bien las frutas y verduras antes de consumirlas, así como lavarse las manos con jabón después de ir al baño y antes de preparar los alimentos. Los síntomas aparecen entre 2 y 10 semanas después de adquirir el virus. Si piensas que podrías tenerla, visita el servicio de salud más cercano y pide hacerte la prueba. Y si quieres conocer más sobre las hepatitis, infórmate.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales en influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros. Un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro. Una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo, proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so this is the 5th one. And it's first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarangpar village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it strange from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. The SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had face-to-face training, where the facilitators from Georgetown came down. The region is doing well in terms of maternal death because we haven't had a maternal death like 3 or 4 years now.
We enter the data into the computer. Whenever we have admissions, we enter them into the computer. When you pull up that mother's information, you will find it there, but in a hard copy, something you might not find the card anymore. It might be put away somewhere else that you can't find it.
I've worked at Georgetown Public Hospital before the system was implemented, so I know how it was to use the paper base. And transitioning to the electronic base, I have to tell you, it has been like such a great thing for us. I actually have a great example of when the system was very helpful to us. So we had a patient come in, she was unconscious, she actually had a seizure, so she was diagnosed with eclampsia. Being able to look at the system, we could tell like what her labs were right away, we could tell what her blood pressure was before, we could get a very clear picture of her trajectory throughout the pregnancy and up to when she was. We were able to tell her gestational age, we were able to know if to give her corticosteroids and how to best deliver her. So in the end, she had a good outcome.
This has been quite a transformation for our department, because prior to SIP, what we would have had is there was tremendous paperwork that had to be done.
When patients comes to admission, we used to have an increased surplus or increased volume of patients waiting for admissions. With the digital way, it's faster because physicians are pretty much aware of how the perinatology system works, so we input the information quicker and you don't have to do multiple copies in order to share to the different wards.
This is a very, very good decision-making tool in terms of maternal health policy and planning at the national and the regional level.
I think in Guyana over the last 4 years, we have made significant progress as it relates to reproductive health. We have PAHO, we have the Canadian government who has helped us. And so because of this assistance, we have accelerated what we've been doing. So I think in terms of sustaining what we've started, with our resources and with some help from our partners, we certainly would be able to sustain these gains.
My delivery date is anytime because I'm 38 weeks. Good. Yes. Yes. So I could feel my baby's really. I will stay. I have names, but I did not choose my baby name as yet. So when the baby born, then I will choose the names for my baby.
Today, we're going to tell you a story based on real events. By Dengue, Chapter 4, Dengue Warning Signs. Felipe had been resting at home for several days after the staff at the health center told him he had dengue. He had followed all the advice, drinking oral rehydration salts and water, using a mosquito net over his bed, and taking proper precautions. And his fever had gone down, I don't have a fever anymore, he said, though he still had other symptoms. When he got out of bed, he felt extremely tired and a little dizzy. Soon after, he developed a strong stomach ache and felt like throwing up a number of times. When he looked in the mirror, he noticed a small nosebleed. He then remembered what the doctor had told him before sending him home. If you feel dizzy, have severe stomach pain, feel very tired, restless or anxious, repeated vomiting, fainting, or notice any bleeding from your nose, gums, vomit, stools, or urine, you must return to the hospital right away. So, without thinking twice, Felipe called Viviana, and in no time, they were on their way to the hospital to ensure everything was okay. Because taking care of your health is what matters the most. And the sooner you notice a warning sign of dengue fever, the sooner you can save lives. So, that's all, folks. But remember, always take care of your health.
With the rising prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Belize, supported by the European Union's Health Sector Support Program, EUHSSP, and PAHO, is proactively strengthening its health system. Through the development of targeted policies and collaborative frameworks, the nation is addressing these challenges on multiple fronts. From integrated primary care services, building capacity of healthcare workers, to empowering communities, strengthening health systems, saving lives.
In Belize, over the last 5 consecutive years, non-communicable diseases have been in the top 5 causes of morbidity and mortality for our country. So we knew that we needed to address this head-on. We were able to successfully launch our nutrition policy, and we're able to put a nutrition plan with objectives onto this policy.
And the support that is being provided to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development of the National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan will also contribute to ensuring the management of non-communicable diseases.
By defining clear objectives and strategies, we are building a future where NCDs are effectively managed and the health of our population is prioritized. Integrated health service delivery networks are revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Belize. By ensuring comprehensive care at the primary level and bringing services closer to where people live, these networks are making a significant impact.
Through integrating the comprehensive management of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disorders, also mental health conditions, this really helps to strengthen the capacity of primary care providers and also community health workers in the knowledge and understanding of prevention and management of these conditions.
By standardizing care with global best practices and introducing new treatment modalities, healthcare professionals are better equipped to manage chronic illnesses. Health education is a crucial element in preventing and managing NCDs.
Through PAHO, we have been able to successfully, over the last 12 to 18 months, do caravans in some of the least accessible places, very rural communities that had significant population. So the health caravans were basically fair for the community to come out, learn more about health in different aspects. The blood pressure was done, your weight, your height, your body mass index. The pharmacist was there, nutritionists were there to give nutrition counseling. It was just an effort to try to improve health literacy in the hardest to reach populations.
By empowering communities with knowledge and education, we can inspire behavioral change and improve overall health outcomes. Access to essential medical equipment is vital in the early detection and management of NCDs. With the right tools, our healthcare providers are better equipped to serve the community.
There are a number of new blood pressure measuring devices that have come onto the market. But it is important to ensure that these are clinically validated so that the readings that we receive from them are accurate. In order to ensure that as we roll out the HEARTS initiative for the proper management and control of hypertension, we want to ensure that the equipment that are being used in the primary care facilities have been standardized.
The National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan are groundbreaking initiatives aimed at reducing the burden of cancer across the country.
Through the EU project, PAHO has been able to give us tremendous technical cooperation for us to have a very solid and usable plan when it comes to reduction of all cancers, not just cervical cancer, but it's the National Cancer Plan.
The important thing about cancer and any cancer plan is to ensure that it is very comprehensive and covers the broad spectrum from prevention to rehabilitation and to care at the end of life. In addition to that, the clinical management, how do you diagnose, how do you manage these conditions, which medications to use? So those are components that are also in the plan.
Together, with the support of our partners and communities, we are building a healthier, stronger Belize. One step at a time, we are ensuring better care for NCDs through integration in primary health care.
En nuestra región, donde las distancias y la dificultad para el acceso a los servicios de salud se han transformado en una problemática frecuente, la telesalud se presenta como una solución innovadora y accesible. La telesalud combina la tecnología con los servicios de salud para llevar la atención a quien más lo necesita, sin importar su ubicación. Desde consultas virtuales hasta seguimiento de patologías de manera remota, estas herramientas están transformando el acceso a la salud. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, está apoyando este cambio a través de su propuesta de telesalud. La OPS ofrece una plataforma todo en uno para el registro clínico electrónico y la realización de videoconsultas, que está disponible como bien público digital. Además, la OPS proporciona recursos educativos mediante estrategias de simulación que capacitan a los profesionales, permitiéndoles brindar atención de calidad. Esto incluye un telekit, que consiste en dispositivos médicos seleccionados para el seguimiento de patologías crónicas a distancia y una caja de herramientas con recursos para implementar programas de telesalud.
Súper buena, porque no se demoran en llamarla. Entonces la hora se la dan por el mismo teléfono. Entonces no es un tema que uno tenga que venir para acá como lo hacía uno antes, que levantarse temprano. Lo encuentro súper bueno. Pues me manejo mucho en este internet, así que le dije a mi hija que me enseñara cómo era el tema y es súper fácil.
Más cómodo para uno, no estar saliendo de la casa, lo puede hacer a cualquier hora, yo que trabajo todo el día.
La telemedicina acerca a los profesionales con sus pacientes, cuidándolos en tiempo real, mejorando el manejo de su salud y acercándoles cuidados de calidad.
Minha formação acadêmica está na área da telesaúde. Minha profissão é na área da
He already read.
Before we took the break for coffee, Mr. Mazda had made his presentation. I now invite the Directing Council to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Addendum 1 to the document. I open the floor to the plenary to start the discussions on this document. The discussions on the resolution will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I see Barbados.
Mr. President, Director PAHO, distinguished member states. Barbados warmly congratulates PAHO on the development of the Strategic Plan 2026 to 2021, a bold and forward-looking roadmap for technical and financial cooperation across the Americas. This plan presents a critical opportunity to reset the regional public health agenda, addressing priority areas such as non-communicable diseases, pandemic preparedness, climate change, maternal and child health, environmental health, human resources for health, and sustainable health financing, all aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. We particularly welcome PAHO's innovative approach, including tailored country-specific technical cooperation that aligns with national priorities and capacities. By strengthening capacities and developing adaptive strategies, PAHO demonstrates a proactive and agile approach to a rapidly evolving regional and global health landscape. Integrated approaches and expanded strategic partnerships ensure that complex health challenges are addressed holistically, fostering local action, innovation, and collaboration with regional and sub-regional mechanisms. Barbados appreciates the consultative and inclusive process that guided the development of this plan. The Pan-American Health Headquarters in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean played a pivotal role in hosting sessions that allowed member states to contribute meaningfully, ensuring alignment with CARICOM's priorities and the Barbados Ministry of Health's work plan. While perspectives may differ across the region, Barbados strongly supports a consensus approach. We believe the plan must be grounded in equity, solidarity, and social justice, informed by the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, where middle and low-income states face restricted access to PPE, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines. Barbados also emphasizes the importance of climate change and gender equity in the final plan. As PAHO embarks on a new strategic phase, Barbados salutes the organization's vision, leadership, and innovative framework, confident that this approach will strengthen health systems and accelerate progress towards the region's shared health goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbados, and I give the floor to Honduras.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Honduras expresses its firm support of the objectives, principles, and purposes that underpin PAHO for the period 2026-2031. This document is a key instrument to guide collective action in public health throughout the Americas, and it is aligned with the Honduras health sector, which wants to reorient its system, especially at a decisive moment coming close to the end of the 2030 Health for the Americas and the purposes of SDG. Honduras signed the Strategy for Cooperation 2025-2030 with PAHO that guides joint work in governance, equitable access, preparedness for emergencies, and information system, reflecting a clear commitment to transform the health system to reduce inequities and improve the quality of life of its population. For Honduras, The plan is a strategic opportunity to consolidate primary health care, maternal health, mental health, epidemiological surveillance, and digital progress in these areas. We want technical cooperation centered on countries and flexibility to adopt these strategies, to adapt them to local context, taking into account our institutional capacities and strengths. We suggest to consider mechanisms that facilitating gradual, differentiated implementation, especially when it comes to the accelerators and regional production of health technologies. Honduras reaffirms its commitment with PAHO as a technical strategic partner and encourages member states to maintain the spirit of collaboration that has characterized the process so that together we can take the path towards meeting the regional and global commitments in health. Thank you very much.
So I now give the floor to Jamaica.
Mr. President, Jamaica fully supports the proposed strategic plan of the PAHO for the period 2026 to 2031. We commend PAHO for the participatory approach taken towards the development of the strategic plan. We acknowledge the challenges of the region that the region continues to face, which includes the continued rising burden of non-communicable diseases and mental health conditions. Health threats from environmental challenges, including climate change and persistent barriers to healthcare access. The strategic plan is a critical framework for accelerating progress towards achievement of our agreed regional and global health goals over the next 5 years. We believe the strategic objectives and outcomes of the plan provides a comprehensive and targeted approach to strengthening health systems and addressing persistent as well as new and emerging health challenges. The theme Together Towards a Healthier Americas for All reinforces that we must, as a region, work collaboratively and collectively to achieve the goal of the highest level for all and overcome the challenges facing our region. In that regard, Jamaica commits to working towards translating PAHO's strategic plan into national frameworks, strategies, and plans, mobilizing and sustaining resources, and fostering effective intersectoral collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica, and I'll give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil is pleased to support the approval of the new strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization for 2026 to 2031. We would also like to express thanks to PAHO for submitting and presenting this project. We recognize the participatory work under the helmsmanship of Rani Massa. This was a very careful, transparent, inclusive, broad process with many intersectional consultations. This was an essential effort to align expectations and to make sure that everyone's specific priorities of each one of the countries of the region were reflected in it. We're pleased to see that the strategic plan is a evidence-based document and at the same time sensitive to the national and regional realities. The document underscores the importance of the PAHO as a space for cooperation and as a catalyst for integrated efforts to tackle the health challenges we face within a context of inequalities and for preparedness for future pandemics. Although some elements that we think to be of great importance were not ultimately included, we do acknowledge that the plan in its current version represents significant headway and it deserves our support. It will set a solid basis to guide the actions of the organization over the next couple of years. You can count on Brazil's support anchored in gender equality and sustainable development and other principles, including the healthcare adapting to climate change, fully aware of what our commitment is to the 2030 commitment. Brazil does think that it's very important for us to continue working together as countries in the hemisphere, and we stand ready to continue to collaborate with member states and with PAHO for the implementation of this very important strategic instrument. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil, and I'll give the floor to the Bahamas.
Mr. President, the Bahamas highlights with gratitude the dedicated role of the PAHO Secretariat in navigating member states' negotiations to yield the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031, a testament that there is far more that unites us than divides us. We were privileged to serve as Vice Chair of PAHO's 2020-24 Strategic Plan and honored to lend our voice to the negotiations that have shaped this bold vision for the next 5 years. At the national level, the Bahamas is expected to launch its refreshed National Health Strategic Plan later this year, with its priorities serving as critical inputs into the country cooperation strategy, ensuring alignment between national, regional, and global commitments. Mr. President, the Bahamas has long invested in service, programmatic, and policy options to address the heavy burden of non-communicable diseases. For the first time, however, we have enacted legislation that explicitly targets industrially produced trans fats, excess salt, and sugar, the nutrients of greatest public health harm. We believe this represents a true game changer for promoting and safeguarding population health in our country. The Bahamas endorses the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031. We particularly welcome the streamlined results-based framework, which is both ambitious and manageable, securely anchoring the unfinished agenda of several public health issues. We request PAHO to scale up technical cooperation by 1, developing practical tools and technical briefs that translate the theoretical framework of the health and all policies into actionable pathways so that whole of society and whole of government actors can fully play their role in the One Health agenda, as well as their role in tackling NCDs, antimicrobial resistance, vaccine hesitancy, and other public health challenges. And 2, appreciating the uneven IHR core capacities across the region, design specific streams of work to ensure no one is left behind. Because if one of us is vulnerable, all of us are vulnerable. Finally, as a new strategic cycle dawns, the region must remain steadfast. As a region, we cannot vacillate on the well-established public health principles that have guided the Americas through uncertainty, crises, and threats. These principles remain the bedrock of our collective progress. I thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. I now give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
President of the Directing Council, Director and Executive Management of PAHO, Honorable Ministers and Secretaries of Health, distinguished delegates, good day to all. Antigua and Barbuda joins the clarion call of the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026 to 2031, themed Together Towards a Healthy Americas for All, which aims to improve the health conditions of all our countries in the Americas. We commend PAHO for the rigorous prioritization exercises conducted within member states under the organization's technical expertise, which align goals to national, regional, and global targets and fed into the framework of the Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031. Antigua and Barbuda underscores the need for advancement to universal health care through building health system resilience and the provision of equal access to health services to people of all groups within society. Antigua and Barbuda is a small island developing state which recognizes the magnitude of public health threats which vary from environmental and climate change crises, emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, to the surge in prevalence of non-communicable diseases and mental health conditions, violence within the region of the Americas, barriers of access to health care due to limited human resource for health and high costs of health services. The Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031 contains a framework that harnesses the capacities of multiple sectors and partners and clearly defines health targets of the region and strategies that are both scalable and attainable amidst rapidly changing geopolitical and economic circumstances worldwide. Antigua and Barbuda has pioneered global leadership in mental health services reform. The country has received invaluable technical support towards updating the mental health legislation to be a people-centered and whole-of-society legislation that incorporates services into primary health care. Antigua and Barbuda is steadily progressing towards the elimination of cervical cancer and the advancement of maternal, child, and adolescent care. Antigua and Barbuda supports the stepwise and timely implementation of the strategic plan for the Americas 2026 to 2031 and continues to collaborate with PAHO to fulfill its mandate to our population and the region of the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I now give the floor to Ecuador.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for the presentation of the document of the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031. We recognize the technical and political effort that has made it possible to build this participatory agenda. The plan proposes an innovative position. It is inclusive, results-based, that will improve the well-being of our people, strengthen their health systems, and guarantee accountability. Guided by the theme, Together for a Healthier Americas for All, this plan reflects all the national, regional, and global plans and our collective commitment for universal health. In accordance with this plan, Ecuador has moved forward to strengthen primary health care, promoting health, epidemiological surveillance, and expansion of service coverage in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to reduce inequities, build a more resilient and inclusive system. In cooperation with PAHO, and thanks also to support from the National Liaison Office, we have carried out actions in maternal health, in NCDs, and non-communicable diseases, focusing on the vulnerable, focusing on gender and interculturality. We have also improved interoperability of the health information systems, facilitating evidence-based decisions. Ecuador participated actively in the consultation process for this strategic plan, and we have contributed based on our national experience and based on programmatic priorities. We reiterate our commitment to health in the region with the principles of solidarity and international cooperation. We endorse support this plan and reiterate our commitment with its objectives at the same time aiming to strengthen sustainable financing, differentiated technical cooperation, and the development of special capacities, especially for countries of middle and low income. We also propose that the monitoring and evaluation processes provide disaggregated data to reflect the realities of our countries. Thank you.
Could I now give the floor to Paraguay?
President, delegates, Paraguay welcomes the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031 and the proposed resolution, appreciating its focus on the well-being and health of all the people under the theme of all together toward a healthier Americas for all. There is a high coherence between the aims of the plan and national developments to consolidate integrated networks and integral REIS. In particular, we want to underscore the 2.2 result that underscores the need to reorganize services around primary health care that is people-centered and strengthen the capacity for the first line of action to resolve cases, and this is in accordance with the national health policies. Paraguay has made strides in policy and programs, such as the integral model for family health and the expansion of the family focus. This is a commitment towards equity and access. We also underscore the use of digital tools such as the health information system and telemedicine as strategic innovation to reach rural scattered populations. We therefore consider it is important that the strategic plan is aligned with national realities, focusing technical cooperation on strengthening health information systems, training staff in data analysis, as well as providing support for interoperability of operating systems and monitoring of indicators. It will also be vital to mobilize resources to reduce gaps in medium and low-income countries. Let us also recall that countries have very different, diverse contexts and situations, and therefore the plan must have a margin for flexibility to respond to unforeseen events that may crop up. Lastly, Paraguay reaffirms its willingness to work in solidarity with member states and PAHO for the implementation of the plan. Thank you.
Paraguay, and I'll give the floor to the Dominican Republic.
Distinguished authorities, delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Dominican Republic deeply appreciates the efforts of the Pan American Health Organization to develop this strategic plan for 2026-2031 and the participation of every member state. This plan has an integral focus on health, resilience, system resilience, addressing NCDs and strengthening primary health care. These are vital aspects to build resilient health systems. Furthermore, we want to mention that lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic were included and based decisions on evidence-based and results-based elements so that the solutions may be relevant to each country. We are in favor of this strategic plan and aiming to promote achievements, articulating it with our own national planning instruments and prioritizing technical cooperation with PAHO, as well as with other international partners. This plan is fully aligned with the priorities of the Dominican government to improve the governance of the health system, guarantee its full management, and ensure efficiency. We reaffirm our support for universal coverage and quality of services provided. We appreciate the regional elements and accelerators to achieve a good impact in the health systems. We believe that this integration will allow us to effectively confront the current and future challenges from the chronic and communicable diseases to other elements. We will collaborate actively with PAHO and member states, so this strategic plan will not only be a regional reference framework, but will help and serve as a guide to strengthen national capacities in the delivery of quality, equitable, resilient health services for all. We are convinced that working together, we can move towards more inclusive health systems that are efficient, sustainable, without leaving anyone behind. And let me end by saying resilience resolves, minimizes, and can even avoid urgencies. And with sustainability, training, and financing, it will not only be preventive, but to be proactive, and this is the best way forward. Thank you.
Dominican Republic, and I'll give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for presentation of the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization for the period 2026-2031 that will guide the work of technical cooperation of the organization and member states. And we're also grateful for their support in the process to reach a document based on consensus. We appreciate that the plan is country-centered and includes a results-based management plan. This talks fully to our reality. Chile has reached life expectancy of about 80, second after Canada only. And this focuses on prevention and management of chronic cases with intersectoral impact, with affecting the risk factors. This demographic and epidemiological transition occurs at the same time that we face environmental disasters. And the plan integrates the emergency agenda and climate change and proposes plans for prevention and response. We appreciate the effort of the working group and the rationalization of indicators which will facilitate the monitoring and evaluation processes so as to have more timely, useful information about the advances and challenges, better orienting actions to reach our regional goals and objectives. There is a plan, an adaptive planning, and it's possible to make adjustments in a transparent manner, demonstrating that our region is responsible given the uncertain future and focuses on regional and global objectives for development. We reiterate our support for a nimble PAHO focus that is country-focused, with solidarity and accountability. This will allow us to move towards a region of the Americas that is healthier for all. Thank you.
To Guyana.
Mr. Chairman, Guyana welcomes and fully supports the adoption of the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031, which provides a strong roadmap for advancing health in the Americas. The plans focus on equity, resilient health system, and country-level impacts. Is closely aligned with Guyana's own national health vision. Guyana look forward to PAHO continued partnership, particularly in digital health, workforce strengthening, NCD prevention, and health emergency preparedness. We affirm our commitment to equity and solidarity, and to working with PAHO and member states to achieve health for all by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Guyana. I give the floor to Guatemala.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The government of Guatemala would like to express its acknowledgement for the very worthwhile work done in putting the PAHO 2026-2031 strategic plan together. We have played an active role in the analysis and the assessment of its programmatic priorities, because we believe this instrument represents a strategic guidance to address in a comprehensive way health in our region. The proposed focus for this plan is broad and germane when we consider all of the progress made on the determinants of health and the existing problems and the impact of climate change, experiences that we've had, and the role of technology and innovation. This comprehensive view is key for us to build more resilient, equitable, and sustainable healthcare systems. Guatemala reasserts its commitment to strengthening its healthcare systems guided toward universal healthcare. We place special emphasis on primary healthcare as an underpinning structural aspect to ensure quality health for all of our population throughout their life. And so we do support PAHO, or we are grateful to PAHO for playing an important role in our work and for the implementation of concrete actions. We do believe that the strategic plan is an opportunity for us to effectively meet the challenges we face in public health, and in order for us to move toward the greater well-being for our peoples. Guatemala is willing to work in close collaboration with PAHO and with member states for the implementation of this plan and achieve its common goals. We are grateful for the opportunity to take part in this process, and we reiterate our will to continue working together for a healthier, more supportive and equitable region. Thank you.
Thank you, Guatemala. I now give the floor to Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colombia appreciates the process of putting the strategic plan together in its June version. It already crystallized all the technical, conceptual, political aspects that we had garnered regionally and internationally. What we saw was a difference around some categories and concepts which are the cumulative work throughout our societies in reproductive rights, gender, climate change, equity, diversity. These are all founding categories leading to forms of exclusion of humanity. That said, those exceptions that were made after that presentation, or the sessions rather, enabled us to closely hear from all of the parties, and especially the government of the United States. After having heard and seen some of the alternative wordings that were offered, although not all satisfactory given the constitutional order and the international commitment that our country has, Colombia has decided to join the consensus because we do believe staunchly in the history of PAHO and in its value for the well-being and health of the continent, because we have shared a common history of contributions from Alaska down to Patagonia, because we have the full intention of working together despite differences and to protect the unity of the region in times of climate crises and times of war. We also want to make clear that we do not accept any imposition mediated by blockades or holding back of resources as regards human rights, and so we continue to desire to work within the framework of respect and dialogue. Colombia will apply in its land the principles that have been won by humanity, and we make a call to member states for us to continue striving toward universal, free, public systems that are participatory, based on primary health care, and especially we make a very respectful call for us to make the necessary efforts to not blockade the participation of countries. We know that the president of our country had his visa withdrawn after the UN General Assembly. And so we see here today other movements that are of concern to us, but that should in no way undermine or affect respect or a dialogue or the desire to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia, and I'll give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, Director, distinguished delegates, Trinidad and Tobago welcomes the Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031 and commends the Secretariat for the inclusive process that produced it. For us in the Caribbean, this plan must translate into measurable health gains for our populations. At the sub-regional level, we underscore the importance of cooperation mechanisms such as the recently agreed PAHO-CARICOM Joint Sub-Regional Cooperation Strategy, which is a practical companion to all extents to the strategic plan. These mechanisms commit PAHO and member states to joint delivery on priorities central to our region. Chair, we welcome the plan's strong focus on equity, whilst recognizing the importance of applying this principle in line with national contexts, laws, and priorities. We also welcome the inclusion of commitments to address violence against women and girls, as well as environmental challenges. On the issue of indicators, we acknowledge the challenges in measuring violence prevalence and stress the importance of building national capacity to generate reliable data for monitoring progress. Finally, Trinidad and Tobago underscores the value of PAHO's Caribbean sub-regional hub and supports its continued strengthening to ensure timely and context-appropriate support. We support the adoption of the strategic plan and its accompanying resolution and look forward to its successful implementation for the benefit of all the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. I now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you. Canada joins many others who have already spoken to thank the Secretariat for this proposed strategic plan and echoes the acknowledgement already made regarding the high degree to which this document is the culmination of significant collective effort conducted with integrity and respect from the Secretariat, member states, and stakeholders over this past year. Canada appreciates PAHO's work to reflect lessons learned and ensure this plan is truly strategic and focused, as seen with streamlined indicators and a more integrated approach with the strategic objectives and outcomes to better facilitate inter-programmatic work. Recognizing the ever-evolving context in which PAHO is operating and the critical need to remain agile and responsive, we also welcome the introduction of adaptive planning done in a transparent manner while continuing efforts to strengthen accountability mechanisms and risk management. To successfully achieve the strategic objectives set out in this plan, it is imperative that we continue to ensure that these efforts reach all populations equitably. This entails addressing social and structural determinants of health to reduce persistent inequities, including gender inequalities across the region. Ensuring that everyone benefits from public health investments and interventions is not just a matter of fairness, but of effectiveness and sustainability. Simply, this plan provides PAHO with the guidance it needs to carry out the work that we ask of it. It also reaffirms our commitment to this organization and its mission. Canada supports this strategic plan and remains committed to work all together to successfully implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanika. I now give the floor to the Netherlands.
Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands appreciates the collective effort that has gone into drafting and shaping the PAHO strategic plan. We compliment PAHO for the constructive and innovative spirit in which they have been facilitating and guiding this process. We value and support the ambition to strengthen sustainable health systems, to improve health promotion, and to enhance prevention, preparedness, and resilience, promote digital transformation, address antimicrobial resistance, and to promote the One Health approach, which are priorities that we share. At the same time, we note with concern that certain parts of the document rescind previous agreed language. Health and well-being are shaped by a broad set of factors, including sustainable development, the needs of diverse and often marginalized and underserved populations, and the growing challenges posed by environmental degradation and climate change. We also believe that equity and solidarity are essential for building trust and ensure access to health for all. And in this context, it is also crucial to keep recognizing the importance of gender, as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights in achieving equity and improving health outcomes. Finally, we wish to emphasize our strong support for international cooperation and for the multilateral health system, where WHO provides the global coordinating framework. Within this system, PAHO plays an indispensable role in strengthening regional collaboration and supporting member states in building resilient and inclusive health systems that promote, protect, and provide for all. In this regard, we would like to emphasize the need to anchor regional action firmly within the global health architecture. This will help ensure the coherence that is required to address health challenges that are increasingly interconnected across countries, regions, and continents. And in this effort, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is and will remain a committed and constructive partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. I now give the floor to Panama.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegation of Panama appreciates and supports the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031, led by Ronnie Massa, and that is based in the proposals analyzed by member states and the stakeholders with a participatory and interactive approach that was far-reaching to achieve a strategic and transparent collaboration within the health sector, including other sectors. We also recognize that the strategic plan responds or is a response to the regional and international context and to the needs of the countries of the Americas. The most recent evidence, including the results obtained through the forecasting and analytical methods based on the most recent data about health and the lessons learned by the 2020 and 2025 plan and during COVID, as well as the recommendations of the different external audits and evaluations that have been conducted. We are also aware that this progress was carried out at the same time that we tried to create a primary health care focus, a unified approach, which is the spine and the driver for healthcare resilience. Primary health care is not only our first line of defense against outbreaks, but it is also an instrument to promote the highest level of health for all people, with the motto, Together for a Region of the Americas, healthier, that is healthier for all people. This strategic plan continues with the collaborative efforts carried out by all member states and associated members for us to achieve better health results and to speed up our action to enhance health and well-being for all people in the region. We support this plan, and we pledge to contribute to achieving the goals. As regards impact, outcomes, and we call upon all member states and associate members to redouble their efforts along with us, and that we pull together our resolve and determination to enhance health and well-being in all of the countries and territories of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK would like to thank PAHO for developing the Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031 in consultation with Member States and for getting it to this final stage. We are supportive of the 5 strategic priorities set out. We particularly welcome the emphasis on tackling non-communicable diseases, strengthening disease surveillance, and responding better to health emergencies. As small island developing states, the UK overseas territories face unique vulnerabilities. Continued technical cooperation in emergency preparedness and supply chain resilience is essential to safeguard our populations during crises. We therefore strongly support the call for the plan to reflect diverse national contexts, ensuring that SID's specific challenges and equity considerations remain central in its implementation. We would welcome further clarity on how actions within the strategic plan will be prioritised to ensure core functions are protected, as well as how prioritisation at PAHO is aligning with the ongoing prioritisation process at the global level. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I now give the floor to Mexico.
The Mexican delegation recognizes the Secretariat and the member states for their willingness and openness and their commitment during the negotiation process of the Strategic Plan 2026-31. This instrument will not only guide cooperation that PAHO offers member states and the region over the next 5 years, but will also be one of the main frames of reference for us to craft our country cooperation strategy. The document was only possible thanks to the collective will of achieving a compromise text that would include aspirations, priorities, and concerns of all of the members. This shows that even given different perspectives, that when we have a shared perspective and goal, we can garner a consensus. We are convinced that with the political will, we can continue to build healthier, more resilient, and fairer societies in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I now give the floor to Uruguay.
Distinguished Director of PAHO, delegates, Uruguay would like to express thanks for the presentation of the 2026-2031 strategic plan of PAHO and underscore the work carried out to achieve a consensus document capable of guiding the action of this organization toward health in the Americas over the next 5 years. We do think this document has a clear strategic outlook and renews member states' will to work together to offer access to health to everyone. Mr. President, Uruguay is thoroughly committed to universal access to health and to strengthening public health systems, and to that effect, this plan is an important framework in support toward tackling current challenges and those that are certain to emerge in the future. For our country, to achieve universal access to health, that's a state policy that is upheld over time, and there are minimum actions to protect access to public health, such are the guarantee of equal treatment, non-discrimination, as well as crafting plans of action and strategies nationally to this effect, bringing down inequities in access to quality health care. That calls for there to be, for the public and private sectors to collaborate, as well as for there to be a regulatory framework that promotes the coordination and complementarity of both systems, public and private. Now, under our national integrated healthcare system in Uruguay, that's what we do. Now, it's important for our country did work toward the evaluation of health goals for 2030 of the country, and that was submitted by the Public Health Minister, as well as, and that calls for guidelines to achieve the highest level of health care based on a host of actions that focus on risk factors and protecting people from those risk factors. So we're pleased to say that now we are aligned with the strategic goals that are outlined in this strategic plan: universal access, cooperation, the elimination of and fight against communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases, and coordinated responses to healthcare emergencies or health emergencies. We believe that only through technical cooperation and transparency and shared knowledge and working together will we achieve sustainable development, equity, and health principles that we all share as a region. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay, and I'll give the floor to Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grenada extends commendations to PAHO for developing its strategic plan 2026-2031. We see this plan as a bold and visionary roadmap that speaks directly to the aspirations of Grenada and the wider region of the Americas to build resilient, equitable, and people-centered health systems that leave no one behind. Grenada, like many island developing states, face unique health challenges ranging from the rising burden of non-communicable diseases and mental health conditions to the vulnerabilities posed by climate change and health emergencies. The PAHO strategic plan recognizes these realities and offers a framework that is both responsive and transformative. At its core, the strategic plan emphasizes primary health care as a foundation of a resilient health system. For Grenada, this means strengthening our community-based services, investing in our health workforce, and ensuring that every citizen, regardless of their circumstances, can access equitable care when and where they need it. The plan's integrated approach to health equity is especially relevant to our national priorities. It calls for action on the social and environmental determinants of health and promotes intersectoral collaboration between health, education, environmental and social protection sectors to address the root causes of health disparities. This aligns perfectly with Grenada's commitment to inclusive development and sustainable health outcomes. Moreover, the strategic plan identifies high-impact interventions, such as leveraging digital health technologies, enhancing disease surveillance, and expanding access to essential medicines and vaccines through PAHO Regional Revolving Fund that can catalyze progress. These accelerators have the potential to leap us forward, even in the face of resource constraints. Importantly, the plan also prioritizes regional solidarity. It reaffirms PAHO's role as a trusted partner and calls on all member states to work together to build a healthier, more resilient Americas. Grenada stands ready to contribute to this collective effort and to build from the technical cooperation, capacity building, and shared innovation that PAHO facilitates. In closing, Grenada sees this plan as an opportunity for us to align our national health strategies with regional and global goals, to invest in the future of our people, and to ensure that health remains a cornerstone of our development. Thank you.
Thank you, Grenada, and I'll give the floor to Belize.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished colleagues. Belize warmly welcomes the proposed strategic plan of the Pan-American Health Organization for 2026-2031. We especially want to commend Mr. Ronnie Massa on his presentation, commend the Director, the Secretariat, and Member States for the inclusive and participatory process that has shaped this important roadmap. We especially value the plan's theme of Together Toward a Healthy Americas for All, which resonates with Belize's own national priorities of universal health coverage, stronger primary health care, and resilient health systems. The commitment to evidence-based decision-making, accountability, and result-driven programming provides a solid foundation for collective progress. For Belize, this strategic plan comes at a critical moment. The health challenges in our region, climate change, non-communicable diseases, persistent inequities, and the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic demand bold, coordinated action. We appreciate that the plan emphasizes equity, country ownership, and flexibility in implementation, recognizing the diverse realities of small states and vulnerable populations. Belize is particularly encouraged by the focus on technology, innovation, and stronger health information system. These align with our own digital health reforms and our drive to improve access, quality, and efficiency of care for all Belizeans, especially those in rural and underserved communities. Colleagues, Belize firmly believes that only through solidarity and shared responsibility can we advance health and well-being across the Americas. We therefore fully support the approval of the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031, and we commit to working with all member states, PAHO and partners, to translate this vision into tangible results for our peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Belize. I now give the floor to Haiti.
Mr. President, Haiti welcomes presentation of the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031 under the theme Together Towards a Healthy Americas for All. This plan is the result of an inclusive effort after the pandemic, assuming its lessons, and seeks to have measurable results. Haiti has actively participated in all the steps of its development, convinced that only an agreed-upon approach will allow us to effectively combat a common challenge. We share the willingness of have a resilient system based on primary healthcare capable to respond to urgencies, to reduce inequalities, and ensure a better social protection. For Haiti, where the vulnerabilities are enormous, national catastrophes, epidemics, insufficient human resources, this plan is a crucial opportunity for collective investment to transform this fragility into a lever for progress. In particular, we welcome the introduction of accelerators, simplified indicators, and an integrated approach. Haiti hopes that these innovations will be applied to the regional priorities: elimination of diseases, combating NCDs, maternal child health, and mental health. But we also know that the best strategy is based on promises if there isn't any financing and solidarity, because then there will be multiple pressures on our health systems. Solidarity, both regional and international, is fundamental. Mr. President, Haiti is willing to fully endorse this strategic plan and calls upon all the countries, whatever the size and their fragility, may count on results-based, adapted to each country, because it will depend on the capacity of each country to reach the highest level of health. Thank you very much.
Haiti, I now give the floor to Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. Director Barbosa, Minister Waycott, delegates. It is an honor to refer to the Strategic Plan 2026-2031 of the Pan American Health Organization. This document, resulting from a participatory process including consultation with member states and multiple players, reflects the shared vision of building together a region of the Americas that is healthier for all people. The proposed proposal recognizes that health is evolving constantly and we face growing challenges, from the increasing weight of NCDs and mental health issues, including also environmental threats and health challenges or emergencies that jeopardize our systems. In this context, the plan underscores the need to strengthen primary health care, to reduce inequalities and promote innovation, in particular, digital transformation and regional production of health technologies. The theme underpinning it, Together Toward a Healthier Americas for All, is more than a slogan. It's a call to collective action with solidarity. The plan proposes strategic objectives that are clear, starting with addressing the social, environmental determinants for health and guaranteeing resilient systems, accelerating elimination of disease, and improving preparedness in the event of emergencies. It also talks about PAHO being an important player in protecting regional health. For Costa Rica, this is aligned with our health policies 2026-2033 and the plan of action that precisely seeks to guarantee equitable access to quality services, strengthening institutional resilience, and placing the person at the heart of all public policy. In this sense, the strategic plan not only complements, but furthermore empowers the work that we are already carrying out nationally. Given the aforementioned, my delegation believes that this is a solid document, very timely, very necessary, and we recommend its approval as stated. We are convinced that this instrument will be a very useful guide so that we move forward decisively towards a shared objective, which is to improve the health and well-being of all peoples in our region. Thank you very much.
Rica, I now give the floor to France.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, colleagues, this is the first time that France addresses you, so let me take advantage on behalf of France to welcome the leadership of the Pan American Health Organization when it comes to public health, and we welcome the strategic plan of the organization for the period 2026-2031. This plan reflects French priorities when it comes to global health, as stated in its national strategy. In particular, the very important problems posed of resistance to antibiotics, resilience of health systems, and the NCDs. France also wants to congratulate the Pan American Health Organization for its inclusive approaches to associated with many stakeholders in the development of this strategic plan. The fact of associating member states to the Secretariat's governance is also reflected in the quality of the contributions of the organization and its members to the process for prioritization that has been adopted by WHO in more general terms. Consequently, we firmly support this strategic plan, and we remain at your side to ensure its full implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Now I will give the floor to a UN agency and several non-state actors in official relations that have requested to make a statement on this agenda item. Remember, you will have 2 minutes each. I now call on the representative, the delegate from United Nations Environment Program.
Excellencies, colleagues, the PAHO strategic plan places environmental challenges at the center of the health in the Americas. It recognizes that air pollution, unsafe water and sanitation, climate change, and exposure to hazardous chemicals are major drivers of disease and health inequities. Outcomes 1.1 and 1.2 call for decisive action to reduce environmental determinants of health and build low-carbon, climate-resilient health systems. UNEP's mandates and expertise can contribute to making this vision reality. UNEP is ready to collaborate to support countries in building climate-resilient health systems aligned with national climate commitments, to provide leadership on air quality and pollution prevention and control, strengthening regulatory frameworks and guiding sectorial interventions, including clean energy transitions, advance safer management of chemicals and waste, including healthcare waste, thus reducing exposure to toxins and microplastics and improving workers' conditions, while scaling up circular economy, zero waste and pollution-free sectors and value change, contributing through the One Health agenda and approach to promoting environmental sustainability for preventing disease and antimicrobial resistance, mobilize intersectorial and community engagement, ensuring that adaptation and mitigation strategies are inclusive and participatory. By working together, PAHO and UNEP can turn environmental health from a vulnerability into an opportunity, creating healthier environments, stronger health systems, and more prosperous for all people of the Americas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, UNEP. And I will call on the delegate from the Coalition for America's Health.
Honorable President.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, on behalf of Coalition for America's Health, in DC Alliance and Moderna International, we would like to express our thanks to PAHO for the many opportunities given civil society to take part in the consultation about the strategic plan 2026-2031. This inclusive process strengthens the legitimacy and made sure that diverse voices were heard. We applaud the emphasis on equity and the recognition of health as a human right, which are essential elements to guide member states in tackling the main health challenges in the region. That said, we remain concerned about the ongoing use of the term harmful alcohol use or consumption that is a stigmatizing, outdated term, and it isn't consistent with growing evidence that confirms that there is no safe level of alcohol consumption. We call upon PAHO and the member states to adopt a comprehensive policy regarding alcohol that ensures the protection of public health, although the plan does recognize that restrictions to the traditional advertising and digital advertising of non-healthy environments, even though that may be the norm, does not fully reflect the urgency of countering aggressive industry tactics, especially those aimed at youth. We need more thorough and solid measures to protect the next generation. We assert our commitment to work in a partnership with PAHO and its member states toward a sound strategic plan that is evidence-based and focused on rights in the Americas. Thank you, everyone.
I now call on the delegate from Healthcare Without Harm.
Thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed ministers, ambassadors, delegates, and colleagues, on behalf of Healthcare Without Harm, an organization that for the past 30 years has worked on healthcare transformation by reducing its environmental impact and by becoming a community anchor for sustainability, we recognize the leadership of the Pan American Health Organization and its member states in advancing the health and climate agenda. PAHO's strategic plans 2026-2031 lays a strong foundation for the work in the region with an ambitious approach. The road ahead is steep. Health facilities in our countries are at risk of environmental hazards, while the health sector also contributes 3 to 10% of greenhouse gas emissions in the region. According to the annual report, 6 million cases of dengue were confirmed in 2024, and over 56,000 people died due to excess heat annually. But if there's a region that can rise to these challenges with a strong set of principles behind it, it is the Americas. PAHO's policy to strengthen equity-oriented health sector action on climate change and health focuses on adaptation and mitigation actions, strengthening community and civil society participation, improving surveillance, and increasing health sector financing. This, along with the integration of climate change throughout the objectives of the strategic plan, will ensure we build health systems that can face the impacts of climate change while we improve the health of the people of the Americas. We are very proud of our formal relationship with the Pan American Health Organization, who has been a leader in this space. And we will continue to work with the regional office, country offices, and member states in the region to build and strengthen their efforts to build low-carbon, environmentally sustainable, and adapted health systems that will, in turn, develop resilient health systems, services, and communities in the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the delegate from the International Association of Communication Sciences and Disorders.
President, esteemed delegates, the International Association of Communication Sciences and Disorders, a member of the WRA, is honored to submit this statement to the 62nd Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization. IALP is a global nonprofit association representing professionals, including speech-language pathologists, phoniatricians, and audiologists, who advance the care of communication and safe eating and drinking functions. Communication and safe eating and drinking are fundamental human rights, underpinning education, identity, participation, and development. We urge the PAHO to promote the recognition of communication and swallowing as integral to human dignity, embedding these needs in policy and planning. This aligns with the strategic plan, which states the plan is anchored in its overarching impact goal of improving health and well-being with equity throughout the region. We commend PAHO for its leadership to date and recognize the value of its collaboration with IALP members, including those affiliated with the American Speech Language and Hearing Association. Notable initiatives have been undertaken in Honduras, El Salvador, Guyana, Ecuador, and Paraguay. Looking forward, we respectfully highlight the priority areas where PAHO's continued engagement could have significant impact. 1, epidemiological data, strengthening efforts to gather reliable data on the prevalence of communication disorders across the region. 2, capacity development, expand training programs, academic faculty, and support for students in communication sciences and disorders. 3, tools and technologies, increase access to assessments, therapy resources, technologies such as AAC systems, hearing aids, and diagnostic equipment. 4, interprofessional training, equip healthcare and education providers, including doctors and teachers, to address communication needs related to hearing loss, autism, and other disabilities. 5, equity and inclusion. Ensure services are representative to cultural and linguistic diversity and accessible to underserved populations and underserved and rural populations. Finally, knowledge dissemination. Promote open access to evidence-based information for professionals and provide resources to individuals in literacy-appropriate formats and languages. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the delegate from the Latin American Federation of the Pharmaceutical Industry.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, from the Latin American Federation of Research and Development and Pharmacological Products and the International Federation of the Industry of Research and Development, we thank you for the opportunity to take part in this venue for dialogue, and we recognize PAHO for this very important transparent process and for the strategic plan, which is transparent, organized, and in which we played an active role. This plan places at center and strengthens key areas such as primary health care, scientific research, and regulatory capacity. In order to contribute to its development and implementation, we would like to underscore 5 aspects. First, health as an investment. We celebrate the fact that there's an emphasis on public financing as a pillar to equitable and resilient systems with concrete goals such as 9.2% of GDP being given for health, in keeping with the first objective for accountability and return on investment. We believe in governance, infrastructure, and sound regulatory frameworks and legal certainty and the protection of intellectual property as key processes to attract investment, to encourage innovation, and to promote production in the region. 3, sound scientific ecosystem. We appreciate the prioritization of research, the digitizing files and training human skills, and to address challenges, regulatory strengthening. We underscore the actions to enhance the harmonization efficiency. We would suggest, however, to allocate resources to further strengthen this in the region. 5, intersectoral coordination and the role of industry. We appreciate the intergovernment cooperation, civil society, academic sector, and other sectors, and we think it's important to define clearly what the roles and responsibilities are, and to strengthen the research-based articulation between these different sectors. We pledge to cooperate with member states and PAHO to move toward a healthier, equitable, and resilient region. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the delegate of Medicines for Malaria Venture.
Estimado presidente.
Distinguished President, distinguished delegates, I'd like to congratulate the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, and member states for the development of the Strategic Plan 2026-2031, which emphasizes equity, resilience, and universal health. We recognize that this is a vital framework to accelerate the elimination of disease and ensure health, safety, and security in the Americas. The strategy of our organization to prevent, cure, and eliminate is closely aligned with the PAHO's vision. We want to ensure access to effective medicine for vulnerable and neglected populations and reduce malaria and inequities in health. There are 3 areas where there is alignment: equity and access first. Eliminate the barriers to health services. MMB works to guarantee the uninterrupted access to medicine against malaria that are affordable and quality, as well as having a dynamic market, local production, and simplified treatment regimes, ensuring that children, women, and indigenous populations are not left behind. 2, innovation and resilience. PAHO urges to take advantage of science and innovation to strengthen health systems. MMB is promoting new tools, including optimized regimes for the simplified therapies that can transform care at the community levels. These innovations directly support PAHO's priority to eliminate communicable diseases while building resilient systems to address future challenges. 3rd, elimination. The elimination initiative of PAHO focuses on malaria as a regional priority. The MMB portfolio addresses existing CAPs, triple combined regimes to a new chemiopreventive tools. These innovations will help countries to consolidate areas malaria-free and maintain the achievements towards elimination. And MMB reaffirms its commitment to work with PAHO and member states to transform these strategies into actions, connecting innovation with access and strengthening community participation. We're sincerely grateful to PAHO for the opportunity it has given to non-state entities like MMB to be able to join this effort. MMB is firmly committed to support implementation of the plan through the use of new approaches, helping member states to achieve malaria elimination. Thank you very much.
Go to the delegate from Public Service International.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the International for Public Services is a global organization representing 30,000 civil servants in the world, of which almost 60% belong to the health sector. This organization welcomes the new PAHO strategic plan, but expresses concern for its practical implementation. We recognize the crisis of lack of health personnel with a deficit that has been recognized It is important to have firm commitments when it comes to working conditions with dignity and stability. The plan promotes a well-qualified workforce but doesn't address the precarious condition of health workers in temporary working conditions, for instance. Migration of professionals intensified by low salaries and poor conditions threaten the sustainability of health systems. In public finance, about 4.5% of GDP is insufficient and does not reach the 6% that has been recommended and doesn't have stable careers, and therefore the plan could be unachievable. The resilience of health systems depend on workers, and they need to be given a value with protection, safe work, and security in their jobs, and participation in decision-making. We urge Member States to guarantee public financing that is appropriate and proper control of health facilities with professional careers in health with clear progression, eliminating job insecurity, and ensure the application of the plan. Only with the protected workforce will we achieve the goals. We reiterate our willingness to work closely and cooperate with PAHO and its member states and have the workforce at the center of the plan and not be on its periphery. Thank you very much.
We have had 32 interventions in relation to this very important matter, and I want to seek your indulgence. We've passed 5:30, but I'm proposing that we continue and deal with the resolution in this matter. I don't see any objections, so I'm going to call on Mr. Mazza to respond concisely.
Thank you, Mr. President, and just to reiterate our thanks to the member states and partners, 25 member states and 7 non-state actors. Let me just highlight 3 points. Translating this into action. We hear your commitment, and just to reiterate that we'll continue working with you. You will see that translating this into action, the program budget that you will see tomorrow already outlines some specific interventions, and we will continue to work with each member state through that prioritization process that we did, tailoring our technical cooperation. The prioritization serves 2 purposes. One is the collective priorities, but also the guidance country by country. And you will see that no matter the size of country, we will have a response to each country through our country cooperation strategies, but also operational planning that's undergoing already. Third, I would like to highlight that in the monitoring and evaluation, we'll continue to look at opportunities to build capacity in disaggregated data, analysis, but also building national capacity. And lastly, let me switch to Spanish. La flexibilidad.
The flexibility for adjustment in plan implementation is very important. Based on the lessons that we've heard, we will continue focusing on inclusion. It was at the request of member states. We will have mechanisms with flexibility, adaptive planning in order to make adjustments as we go implementing the plan. They will be based on lessons and experiences through execution. We thank you all for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm now going to ask Dr. Barbosa, your comments.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I will be very brief. I just want to highlight 3 things. First is that I want to thank all member states, participant members, organizations of the civil society for your comments. I think that it's very important to hear from all of you a similar commitment, a shared commitment to approve and to implement this strategic plan. This strategic plan was built on the lessons that we learned from the previous one, built on the success, but also on the failures, because sometimes we learn more from our failures than from our success. So in this plan, we are really building a strategic one. The previous one had 29 objectives, strategic objectives, and sometimes I said, okay, if I have 29, really I don't know what our member states are asking me to prioritize. Now we have 5 strategic objectives that clearly clearly implement the lessons that you learned during the pandemic, that reflect the current complex scenario, epidemiological scenario that we have in our region, that also reflects the rapid demographic transition that we have in this region, and is fully aligned with the priorities that our member states are implementing at the national level. So I think that this is really a very important document that will clearly guide us in the next 6 years. And let me switch to Spanish. Finalmente, gostaria de...
Lastly, I'd like to express my gratitude to all member states, because this is a case where, in addition to the destination, the path was important. At a time of a lot of political polarization, differences, different opinions, and that's natural for a democracy. Everyone has their own way of thinking, but I think that all member states have demonstrated a very great willingness to seek, while expressing their positions firmly and very clearly, but they also showed flexibility and trying to reach consensus in order to build this strategic plan and allowing the organization to move forward. Lastly, as regards implementation, I have no doubts. For this to be implemented, we cannot look at the region as if it were a single region. We need to find in each country, in each sub-region, and at each subnational level, identify the most vulnerable groups, identify barriers, adopt strategies to respond to those barriers in order to reach each and every community, each and every municipality and states and neighborhoods in the region, so that all people, but in particular those whose rights are not guaranteed, the implementation of this plan in all countries of the region may become a fundamental framework for health and well-being in the Americas to strive forward. Thank you very much.
Dr. Barbosa, I will now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for the consideration of the Directing Council.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Proposed resolution. Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031. The 62nd Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having considered the Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031, document CD 62/4, presented by the Director, PP2, recognizing the participatory process undertaken in the formulation of the strategic plan through consultations with member states and other stakeholders, including the floor intersessional meetings as mandated by decision CE 176(D3, to resolve the remaining concerns on the proposed strategic plan. PP3, considering the evolving health situation and significant health challenges faced by the region of the Americas in the pursuit of the highest attainable level of health for all. PP4, welcoming the strategic vision of the strategic plan under the theme Together Toward a Healthier Americas for All, which aims to improve health and well-being for everyone throughout the region and strengthen health system resilience. PP5, acknowledging that the strategic plan represents a comprehensive and collective set of results that the Pan American Health Organization aims to achieve, and that reporting on the implementation of the strategic plan and its program budgets will constitute the principal means of ensuring accountability for results in line with the principles of results-based management. PP6, recognizing the need for the strategic plan and its program budgets to remain flexible for adjustments during implementation while maintaining full transparency and accountability. Resolves. Operative paragraph 1, to approve the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031, official document 374. OP2, to thank member states and stakeholders for their strategic and technical input and commitment in participating throughout the development of the strategic plan, and to thank national health authorities that completed the review of programmatic priorities. OP3, to urge all member states, considering their national contexts, laws and priorities, to identify the actions to be taken and the resources needed to achieve the collective targets set in the strategic plan. OP4, to request the director to A. Use the strategic plan to provide strategic direction to the organization throughout 2026-2031, to advance national and regional priorities and contribute to those at the global level. B. Use the programmatic priorities defined in the strategic plan to inform its implementation through its program budgets and their biennial work plans, as well as for resource allocation and mobilization efforts. C. Continue to utilize joint monitoring and assessment tools, expand the collection of disaggregated data, and strengthen the use of existing information systems to report on the implementation of the strategic plan and its program budgets. D. Report to the governing bodies of PAHO on the implementation of the strategic plan through end of biennium assessment reports in 2028, 2030, and 2032. E. Inform the governing bodies of PAHO of any necessary non-material changes to the strategic plan through end of biennium assessment reports, and submit as an amendment of the strategic plan for decision by the PAHO governing bodies any necessary material changes that alter the commitments of the strategic plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You've heard the resolution. I yield the floor for any plenary discussions. I see no requests. I therefore take it that the resolution is adopted by consensus.
Then continue to review.
Back to business. I hand over to the Secretary, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez.
Thank you.
Notices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to remind our delegates that at the end of this session, a tribute to health workers across the Americas for their resilience and commitment during the COVID-19 pandemic will take place on the lobby on the ground floor. We would also like to remind our delegates that after the tribute, there will be a welcome gathering for participants of the Directing Council. This gathering will take place in the headquarters building patio on the ground level, and we hope you all will join us for both. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, this has brought us to the end of the first day. You will notice that we didn't get to do item 4.6, policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technology. We propose to deal with this item in tomorrow morning session. That is, we start with the normal, and after item 5.1, we will then go to item 4.6. Are there any objections? If not, that will be the position. I think we've had a very good day, a very long day. We've done well. I think you should all congratulate yourself, and this meeting is adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.